a psionic shortblade embodied in Hill's fantasy. It's almost lifelike to the point where it's completely visible. The only thing that is different from the real thing is that the whole body is pitch black, as if pouring and exuding a faint black light evil. Unclean, like a weapon wielded by the devil next moment. As Hill's thoughts moved, the energy creation disappeared invisible. As if it never existed, however. The little stars scattered on the ground all the time reveal a fact. Created out of thin air, dreams come true. It really happened in front of everyone. It's not an ability imagined by Venom at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing Maria Hill. Rewards have been distributed. Pay attention to check in time, a pleasant beep sounded. Moment Dewey couldn't help but be ecstatic it worked. It seems that his guess is not wrong. The fibrous tissue of the symbiote, through the power of the black light virus and the swallowing fruit, is shaped into a black light ring, which can really achieve the effect of a daughter. Even if you are not separated from the widow sister, you can achieve parasitism because of the black light ring. The energy technology used is complex and unpredictable, and it has also injected a trace of his thinking consciousness, and they can respond to each other from a distance. You can also send the main body thinking to any lamp ring. In short, 19 he incarnates as the ultimate artificial intelligence. Totally crush the existence of Ultron and Vision. Even if the main body dies unfortunately, he can start the resurrection program and resurrect at any lamp ring. Even the experience of the holder of the lamp ring will be transmitted to Dewey's mind through the lamp ring. Black light ring originating in the DC universe next door. It was a skydifying energy technology. No one can crack this technology. Even the lamp ring could not be destroyed by external force originally. Definitely, this is the characteristic of genuine lamp rings. The black light ring that Dewey imitated not only weakened the strength of some functions, but it was also difficult to reach the point of indestructibility due to the characteristics of the symbiote fibers. It can only withstand nuclear-level strikes. Secondly, there is no way for him to perfectly restore the intellectual brain system carried by the genuine lamp ring. There is also a significant gap from the level of the cottage machine. The original black light ring is only. It can be fully upgraded in the future. Don't be too ambitious, Dewey relieved himself. He is also very proud of his whimsical invention. Undoubtedly no matter the Wabo alloy or the black light ring, it will leave a strong mark in this world. Become the dream props that the world can't ask for, Venom. Making a black light ring will you get hurt? The widow spoke softly, couldn't help but ask. Everyone was amazed at the power of the black light ring. Only the widow sister was worried about Dewey's safety. It made him feel a warm current in his heart. His eyes warmed slightly, rest assured. It's just a little bit more exhausting, no problem. Dewey explained a little. Immediately, he turned his attention to Hill again. I saw Hill's eyes slightly closed, and the black light ring above his index finger once again appeared with a scorching, dazzling light, and quickly pieced it together in a short period of time. It has formed a black Harley motorcycle that is capable and stylish. Twist the throttle grip hard next moment. The roar of an engine suddenly resounded through the sky. The turbine is spinning rapidly. It really succeeded in launching this Harley motorcycle. Ability realized by fantasy. You don't even need professional knowledge. Or did the black light ring originally make up for the lack of expertise? Dr. Banner's eyes narrowed slightly. There was boundless curiosity in his chest. This black light ring is enough to be called against the sky. It belongs to the future creation beyond the reach of ordinary people. At least in the era he lives in. There is absolutely no possibility of it appearing. Even in the next 500 years. It will not be able to reach the corresponding field. However, Venom takes only a few seconds. It was created on the spot under the watchful eyes of the public. It made him suspect that he was living in a dream. There are absolutely no words that can accurately describe his state of mind. That's right. The power of creation of the black light ring does not require the holder to have professional knowledge. The strength and power of the energy creation is only related to the holder's will. Only a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles can perfectly control the lamp ring. Dewey sneered again and again. There is no intention of spamming the lamp ring at all. Only key female characters deserve the black light ring. Because he wants to form a pleasing women's special team. Wearing the lamp ring seems to be able to flight. Vacuum survival hypnotic ability energy emission. Hill clenched his fists. Gradually mastered the use of lamp ring skills. In an instant, a looming flame of flame then wrapped her gel coat. And her whole body lifted her feet off the ground and slowly floated into the air. She literally escaped gravity. Great, awesome. If Shield or the Avengers Alliance have a black light ring, criminal organizations and illegal activities will also decline to a great extent. Venom, can I apply for a custom black light ring 99? I hope the shape can be more gorgeous and domineering. Can a lamp ring embody living things? A burst of chatter reverberated, the crowd is ecstatic. Heart starts beating faster. The thirst for the black light ring seems to have reached an inexhaustible situation. Can't wait to wear the lamp rings. Complete the dream of flying to the sky. And show off my force to outsiders, like. Cannot manifest living things. Hill tried a little and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even so, the strategic value of the black light ring can also be positioned at the level of nuclear weapons. Comparable to weapons of mass destruction. Energy creation flight hypnotic ability vacuum survival. Energy emission. Any kind of ability can be brought out alone. And it can directly cause the paralysis of a city without any effort. What's more, the black light ring integrates all functions. And many more. Why did Venom share such a precious thing with himself in the first place? Widow's sister Wanda, Captain America, Hawk are all more eligible to get the lamp rings 35. Hill's beautiful eyes sank slightly. Couldn't help but wonder. Because she is not familiar with Venom. There's hardly ever been a face-to-face. But was Venom remembered the name simply? Weird everywhere. As an Aegis commander and a high-level field agent, she undoubtedly has a keen insight, which is different from ordinary people's analytical ability, but still couldn't answer his doubts. The starting point of Venom's behavior is completely incomprehensible, because any psychological profiling sociology of crime also doesn't apply to Venom qualifications. My optimism is qualification. A superhero that is not recognized by me is not eligible to enjoy the black light ring. Even the Avengers Alliance is no exception. You actually plan to customize a black light ring. Don't look in the mirror either. Are you a genius? 39. Sand sculpture Dewey grinned. With disdain and cruelty that could not be concealed. The spittle almost splashed on the face of the agent. Make him want to find a hole in the ground to get in. Simply die on the spot. It also made everyone realize the huge psychological gap between heaven and hell. However, no one has the right to complain. Because the black light ring is the invention of the Venom symbiote. He has the power to formulate rules and does not need to compromise with anyone. And no one can order him, not even a widow, Hills. I designed an important rule in the underlying programming of the black light ring. After you wear the black light rings, the light ring will record your genetic code, as well as your 273 biopheromone. No one can use the lamp ring except you. There is only one situation where the black light ring will change hands, and that is the death of the holder. Dewey spoke in an eloquent manner. I saw that Maria Hill's face gradually collapsed, such as mourning a concubine. The black light ring has been locked with her. It seems that there is no way to implement the plan to reproduce the black light ring. Venom, it's so wise and close to a demon, cunning as a fool. The pondering of human nature has also reached the level of perfection. In an instant, the researcher of the Aegis Science and Technology Department lowered his head, as if he felt that there was no color in life. Unrepeatable energy technology. Future creations beyond the present era. It can only be viewed from a distance, but not to be played with. Simply maddening, going crazy, what? The light of the lamp ring has dimmed. I also can't activate the
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
ability of fantasy. There was a sound of astonishment. Hill was surprised. Sought the black light ring failed, however. After a little thought, doctors. Banner understood the source of this problem. Frequent use should deplete the energy of the black light ring, and it should be charged in time before it can continue to be activated. 5. The issue is how to charge. Hill looked up, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Light blue bright ice revealing a deep calm and wise. Without any distracting thoughts. Emotions and anger are completely invisible. Stable, clean, inexhaustible cosmic energy 35. Once fully charged, it is enough to maintain long-term and high-intensity combat. Because the black light ring is made of symbiotes, the lamp ring also has a weak symbiote instinct. Do you pretended to be calm? But it is further arousing the appetite of the people. Gradually lead the topic to what he is looking forward to. Tesseract symbiote instinct, what's the meaning? Everyone couldn't help looking at each other. For the technical terms mentioned by Venom, it is almost a black eye, self-healing, regeneration. Mind resistance. Translate the language that the symbiote knows into the native language you can understand. Even physical and magical damage can be greatly reduced. After thinking for a while, the Widow Sister shared her experience with everyone. Symbiote to have such an amazing biological instinct. It seems that Hill really found a treasure. A black light ring is enough to make her the strongest agent of Aegis. With the combat power of the Avengers Alliance, under the condition of black light and full power, almost anything can be done. And it is no problem to ride as 1,000, stable 35 pure. 55 universal energy that won't run out. I thought of the arc reactor developed by Stark for the first time. The arc reactor will also run out, Doctor. Banner frowned. He has not yet been exposed to infinite gems, like. I have seen, but I'm not sure where it is. Captain America's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. In his mind, a blue and clear cube could not help but emerge. It seems to have endless energy, inexhaustible magic. Tesseract, Hill whispered. As Nick Fury's most trusted deputy, she has naturally seen Tesseract's true face. And she also knows the secret project Nick Fury is working on. Project Pegasus, develop unlimited renewable energy. Definitely. This is the elementary level of Project Pegasus. The higher level of the plan is to transform the Tesseract into a deadly weapon, completely manipulating and harnessing this infinite energy. Originally, she needed the S.H.I.E.L.D. Dark Operation Division to investigate Tesseract's anomaly with Nick Fury. But the uninvited Stark forced her to stay. Beep, beep, beep. A rush of alarm bells rang out. Hill's expression changed drastically. As soon as Nick Fury got on the phone, she heard an anxious roar sucking, Hill. The aliens stole the Tesseract 55. Also brainwashed Phil Coulson and Dr. Sevig into his minions, 35 notify Avengers Alliance. Be sure to find out the whereabouts of this extraterrestrial visitor. Tesseract is not to be missed. Nick Fury's words were then transmitted to the ears of the audience through the loudspeaker device. Alien visitor Tesseract stolen. Phil Coulson betrayed Aegis. Is this a conspiracy of the Hydra organization? A series of question marks followed. Hill, Captain America. Hawkeye, Winter Soldier's sister, Widow Hulk. Can't help but frown slightly and look awe-inspiring. The things that can make Nick Fury lose his temper. It must not be a small thing. Nick Fury, the second SHIE. LD has the title of King of Agents, as well as Superman's first-class strategic mind and military vision. Also involved in interstellar-level wars. There should be nothing to make him nervous, however. Hearing his bursts of roar sound, Everyone present was suppressed. For the extraterrestrial visitors he mentioned, I sincerely felt awe and curiosity. Loki, 99. God from Asgard, he's Thor's younger brother, 35. No one knows why he took the Tesseract. Nick Fury busy. Beep, hang up the phones. Almost without Hill's instructions, all the agents acted autonomously, returned to their respective posts as soon as possible, and began to investigate data and intelligence. Want to find out what's going on with Phil Coulson and Dr. Sevig triple wing building like a high-speed war machine. It instantly burst into unimaginable potential, making Captain America and Dr. FFTX. Our next opponent a living god's 35. The evil god of Norse mythology, god of lies and tricks. So Asgard really exists. 35. Isn't the Nine Realms an ethereal story? There was a lot of discussion. They also realized the seriousness of the problem. Tesseract, where exactly did Loki take him? Who can find out? Venom, do you have a solution? 5. The widow spoke softly, couldn't help but search. Venom, from the magnificent outer space, has a lifespan of 1 billion years, and it is bound to have come into contact with all kinds of strange aliens. Haven't seen this Loki before. The voice fell. Everyone suddenly woke up. He cast his anticipatory gaze on the ghoul Hiroko-like symbiote. Loki, evil god, are you going to make me laugh? In my eyes he is a downright weak god. 35. God of comedy and hilarities. There's nothing to worry about taking away the Tesseract. Just to open the wormhole and teleport Chitauri to Earth. Duyi's language is not surprising. The words directly made everyone's brains empty. Their eyes were dulled, they were too shocked to speak. Weak god wormhole Chitauri. Everyone seems to be mentally retarded, completely unable to understand things they have never encountered before. But they also roughly understand the sinister intentions of the weak god Loki, which will obviously bring unprecedented disasters to the Earth. It was as if the heart was in the throat. Captain America and Hulk also frowned, lost in thought, rubbing the black light ring on his index finger. Hill suddenly came to his senses. Venom, how do you know so much about Loki's action plan? You still have the prediction ability. When Hill said this, everyone was dumbfounded again. Indeed, even Chitauri can say it with precision. It just subverts everyone's perception. You can understand that. Dewey smiled coldly. He readily accepted Hill's statement. After all, having the title of a godly prophet can cover up a lot of problems after all. The unpredictable black light ring has also made Duyi's many rhetoric a strong confirmation. Pity. There is no way to replenish the energy of the black light ring. Hill sighed secretly. They are also skeptical of Duyi's ability to predict. After all, the function of the black light ring, and the usefulness he described there almost word for word. Power banks, battle armors. A savage and rough voice echoed. I saw the Hulk strutting high, picking up the lifeless prodigal armor. The arc reactor in the chest was flowing with a blazing, dazzling luster. The control system was damaged, but it did not affect the energy supply of the arc reactor. Moreover, since the energy element used by the arc reactor belongs to the same category as the Tesseract, it can also charge the black light ring without any worries. It really looks like a power bank. Hulk thinks about everything, you will get something. Good for you. Dr. Banner gave a thumbs up. Don't be stingy with your own compliments. Because he knows Hulk best. Hulk at first glance. It looks hideous and looks like a prehistoric angry beast thirsty for blood. In fact, the mind is pure and straightforward, just wanting to be squarely and objectively treated. Banner Brothers 35's. Hulk smiled and wrinkles appeared on his face. After being praised by Dr. Banner, he also forgot all the contradictions in the past and decided to get along well with him in the future. Hopefully it works. Hill stretched out his long legs. High heels touched the ground. There was a crisp kicking sound. The black gel coat woven by the symbiote wraps her in all directions, and also reveals a bit of mercury texture, with super toughness and elasticity. I saw Hill clenched his fists. Align the ring face with the position of the arc reactor and press it gently. Hum buzzing. The dazzling light then occupied everyone's field of vision. The arc reactor at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually dimmed to Zhao Hao on the other hand. The black light ring is brightened to an unprecedented level. Although it was still not full, it made Hill feel the indescribable comfort and confidence again. I'm going to give Fury the information myself. Thank you, Venom. Hill turned his head and smiled at Du Yi. Like a lotus flower in full bloom, tough yet dignified. Just out of mud and unstained. Du Yi couldn't help being stunned then. She activated the black light ring. The body surface was covered with a layer of looming flames. And at an incredible speed it rose to the sky. Go straight to the Aegis Dark Action Division. Almost forgot. I haven't checked out parasitic rewards. Du Yi realized it later, the next quarter and a half. He hurriedly summoned the backpack panel. I saw a tropical fruit with a peculiar shape. Shaped like a spherical mine. With spiral patterns all over it hiss. After seeing the name of the tropical fruit, Du Yi couldn't help shrinking his pupils. Nice. It can also be considered to complete the last short board of his own. Superman series Devil Fruit. Weapon fruit can turn any part of the body into a weapon. Remarks, the weakness of not being able to swim in the sea and not being able to eat other devil fruits has been successfully erased. This is the world of pirates, Don Quixote family cadre. Devil fruit eaten by baby fives. It can turn any part of the body into a powerful lethal weapon. Whether it is a cold weapon such as a sword, or a pistol cannon missile. A high-ranking fruit that belongs to the quick-cut fruit. It can also be regarded as the category of creation out of thin air. It will undoubtedly make up for Du Yi's last shortcoming. After all, even if he gets the perfect black light virus and can open a variety of combat forms, he is more inclined to melee combat weapon fruit. With a ton fruit, it is enough to restore the eaten guns perfectly. Greatly increases Du Yi's ranged lethality. What's more, Devil fruit ability, there is a more advanced realm. Awakenings. Once awakening, you can develop the ultimate power of devil fruit. Reverse the inherent nature of all things in nature. And improve the fruit ability to an incomparable level. Definitely the 3 devil fruits eaten by Du Yi. Neither touches the level of awakening. Still haven't fully grasped it yet. Weapon fruit awakening, what will be the effect? 99. Making things out of thin air. Or turn other things into weapons as well. Seems to be worth the wait, Du Yi sneered again and again. Immediately while everyone was jumping. Ate and wiped away the weapon fruit in an instant. The liquid fiber made a hissing sound. The Widow Sister's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly I found that Venom's eyes were shining. And it rushed directly to the prodigal battle armor not far away. The miniature pulse launcher carried on the battle armor. 273 also had portable laser weapon arc reactor. Ultrasonic engine. Under the eyes of the public, it was swept away directly. Swallowed in my belly. Venom, what's wrong with you? Are you hungry? The widow looked panicked. Began to worry about Du Yi's health. Even the twin brothers and sisters widened their eyes. Involuntarily, he took a few steps back. For fear of Venom madness, he began to eat people. However, Du Yi didn't answer. Demonstrated the ability of weapon fruit for the first time. His sizzle, a sour noise rang out. The dark liquid substance in an incredible way. Begins to splissing needing recombining GAN printing. Like a high-end 3D printer ahead of the times, in an instant. It turned out to be a vivid and realistic miniature hand cannon. It is almost the same as the accessories carried by the prodigal armor. Model toy, the symbiote also has the Shanghai ability. Pietro looked curious, the voice did not fall. The hairs on his whole body stood up. And his keen fighting instinct made him goosebumps all over. Almost subconsciously, the field of extreme speed was opened. In the realm of extreme speed, everything will play in slow speed. Only he can function normally. Hum buzzing. I saw the miniature hand cannon suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. And beams of light energy particles continued to converge towards the center. and then burst out an ultimate destruction cannon with a diameter of half a meter. It's like a slow-moving dynamic video, pouring out crazy at a very low frame rate BJFF. He hurriedly pulled Wanda and ran away, however, after finding that the Aegis agent in the distance was very likely to be injured. He couldn't help but turn back again and move all the agents to a safe area. Next moment, he removed his ability. Time is back on track again, a deafening roar exploded. It shocked him directly, 7 meat and 8 vegetarian. A reef at the end of the line of sight has been shattered into powder. And the boats moored on the shore are shaking violently. A tsunami of amazing height was set off out of thin air. The waves are surging, the water droplets splash. The sudden explosion made everyone think that the weak god Loki was invading. And the tactical team with live ammunition came directly to the scene. No trace of suspicious persons was found. Can't help but wonder, Venom, this is your ability 55. Devouring modern technological equipment and restoring it perfectly. Can it still exert more powerful firepower? The Widow sister's beautiful eyes froze. Shocked beyond words. Whenever she thought she knew about Venom, it would give her an unexpected shock. Whether it is a black light ring or a miniature hand cannon, there is a great value hidden behind it, turning expensive cutting-edge technology into an ordinary resource that can be regenerated. If Stark learns about this, I am afraid to despair. He racked his brains to invent the device, and it took only a few seconds for the Venom to be directly re-engraved. That's right, I'm also evolving, you are my noble. Natasha Romanoff in the future. The black light ring will continue to be upgraded, giving the ring more functions and more amazing activity. 39 I call it symbiote technology, 9 do ye grinned. I am also sincerely ecstatic about the new ability I have. Over time it continues to devour evolution, perhaps. He can really break through the limiter of species and achieve unprecedented sublimation. Until he takes the place of the god of the symbiont Nar. The god of symbiotes, like the sword hanging onto his head. It always gives him a dangerous, creepy feeling. Venom has not seen Nar's heroic appearance with his own eyes. But he is also in the depths of his soul, imprinting a kind of emotion that cannot be disobeyed and worshipped. Nar, this is an ancient evil god, lord of the abyss. On the eve of the Big Bangs, the universe has existed for a long time. After a long slumber, the cosmic god group, who was sown with the seeds of life, woke up directly. Under rage, he condensed the power of the abyss into an immortal black blade, slashed the sword and cut off the head of that cosmic god group. And in the blood flames flowing from the corpse of the gods, he recast the immortal black blade he created again. Upgraded to Supreme Black Blade, also known as the Black Death Sword, New Black Death Sword. Not only that, Nar also created a family of symbiotes. All symbiotes will obey him, and there is no way to fight his will. Even Duyi is no exception because Nar, the god of symbiotes, is a well-deserved creator to the symbiote group. Supreme God, how can the creature contradict the creator? According to the progress of time, the god of symbiotes will one day break free and implement his tyranny again. What Hill is actually fighting? With whom did the conflict occur? 35s. Duyi thought for a moment and suddenly felt a throbbing. Next moment, he used a higher level of authority and switched his thinking to the black light ring. At the same time, West, Dark Energy Operations Sector. An engine roar resounded through the sky. Phil Coulson was expressionless, driving a helicopter gunship, about to head to the intended location in the cabin. Wearing a dark leather coat with a thin face, the black-haired youth with a sinister charm, holding the long-handled staff tightly, can't help but stare in the face of the mysterious hero who is chasing after him. I feel a thrill from the bottom of my heart. Who is this? She was able to fly and escape, shape energy into a variety of props, Midgard. When did this dangerous element appear? The weak god Loki's eyelids twitched wildly, and his body trembled slightly. This kind of powerful ability, even he is not qualified to have. Why would it appear on the body of a girl, Hills? Her name is Maria Hill 39. I don't have the slightest impression of when she got this ability. Phil Coulson tells the truth call out shhhhhhh. I saw the weak god Loki waving his staff, and the magnificent gems inlaid on the top of the staff suddenly burst out with fierce rays. And the sound of breaking through the sky was suddenly heard. He swore to shoot down the pursuers. Prove that the gods of Asgard are superior to mortals. However, Hill clenched his fists sharply, driving the energy stored in the black light ring, and then shaped into an exaggerated giant shield. Successfully diffused the oncoming violent ray, Hill. What happened? Having an Avengers Alliance-level combat power, 35. The director of Braised Egg opened his one eye wide and couldn't help but get mad. Before that, he had no idea about this situation. Simply unprepared, actually. I also just mastered this ability 95. Energy technology invented by Venom-9. The corners of Hill's mouth turned up. I saw her standing above the clouds, in the shape of a dark and unclean fallen angel. The black gel coat on the body was like a living thing, and the liquid fibrous tissues were constantly intersecting. It also highlights Hill's bodybuilding figure incisively and vividly, like a light and deadly goddess of war. The whole body exudes a breath of strangers. But I can't take my eyes off it. Hill, it's me, 35. I'm talking to you through the black light ring. Watch out for the top, a magical and evil voice echoed. Hill couldn't help but tremble slightly. Also look up at the first time. Beautiful eyes widened suddenly, a hissing sound rang out. Hill suddenly looked up. Ling Lai's hurricanes suddenly rushed to the face. Rolling dark clouds obscured the bleak sunset. One after another silver snakes flicker wildly. She subconsciously withdraws and retreats, leaving a deep sonic boom trail in the air in an instant. A rough and arrogant figure broke into her field of vision. It was like a god descending from the earth, with splendid electric sparks circulating on its body. And its burly and powerful limbs were also full of explosive power. Behind the bright reds, the cloak dances in the wind. I saw his face full of anger. Grasp a ulu hammer in the right hand, dive down. I thought you were dead. Hongzhang de Lu's roar resounded through the sky. Staring at the figure above the sky, Hill couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes and felt a burst of heart palpitations. Thor, son of Odin, the legendary Hercules of Norse mythology, god of thunder and power. After the hammer-down incident, Thor seems to have evaporated from the world, and no one can find his trace. However, after the weak god Loki appeared, he even came to Earth. What happened? Don't be nervous, 99. Hill. As the holder of the black light rings, you don't need to fear the god of hammers at all. Dewey smiled coldly, but it also made Hill laugh. God of hammers image indeed. It is said that Thor, who was not recognized by the hammer, is really no different from ordinary people, and was almost killed by Hawkeye. You can actually talk to me. Won't Natasha Romanoff be jealous? Hill's eyes flickered. The corners of his mouth held up a playful arc. Beneath her glamorous and capable one-sand skin, there seems to be a frivolous soul hidden. Jealous? Does she dare? 35. The black light ring is made of symbiote fibers, with the characteristics of energy technology. It is naturally able to talk remotely, even if you are seriously injured and in danger, and you are missing an arm or a broken leg. The black light ring can keep you from dying. Listen to the noise coming from your head. Hill smiled. Also get acquainted and overcome as soon as possible. It is almost expected that she will be frequently disturbed by Venom. Anytime, anywhere, my father and I are very sad. 99. A funeral is prepared for you. Thor stood above the clouds, and the tiger's eyes were bloodshot. At the moment when Bifrost broke, Loki took the initiative to release his palm and fell into the endless abyss. He felt it was getting dark. The world is dark, however. But I never dreamed that Loki didn't die at all, and even plotted to snatch the Tesseract. Emphasis. That's your father. I'm not in Asgard at all, Odin. How much dark energy must have gathered to send you to Midgard? I'm sure he's not feeling well, right? Loki grinned. Couldn't help sneering. He still holds a grudge for his adopted son status. and for Odin's long-standing favoritism. After falling into Bifrost, he ran into the Dark Order that was swimming here. Bow to the might of Thanos. Decide to swear allegiance to this insane titan with a notorious reputation. Unite with Chitauri, take the earth as a tribute. And be crowned king here, Loki. Shut up, 35. How can you name Roar's father? 35 wears Tesseract. This is the artifact buried in the world of Midgard by the king. 99 It should be kept by Asgard. Thor was furious. Two fists clenched. The Meow Meow hammer also burst out with a blazing, dazzling light. After Bifrost broke, the 9 realms were also caught in the smoke of gunpowder. Warnerheim was in sorrow, and he needed Tesseract to repair Bifrost. Tesseract. This is what you're talking about. Loki opened the suitcase and held the blue cube in the palm of his hand. The dazzling light waves circulated, as if the magnificent galaxy was displayed in front of everyone. Tesseract, infinite gems that symbolize space. It is like a strategic transmission device of the sky-defying level, able to follow the owner's mind and send the owner to any place. Next moment, the turbulent space vortex spreads along with it. Fully wrap the gunship. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he disappeared without a trace. Do not, damn. I won't let you go, Loki 35 Thor lashed out, raising Mjolnir violently, summoning lightning to tear the sky apart. Within a radius of 100 meters, it is as bright as day, showing every detail of everything. It also nearly hurt the innocent. Oh, ouch. God of Hammers. Are you planning to kill innocent people indiscriminately to vent your anger? 5A roar sounded. The pitch-black liquid substance then formed a hideous-looking venom hazy. And against the background of the flickering electric light, it revealed an evil energy and demonic nature. Like a monster obviously got hurt. Are you Loki's minion, fallen angel, or a harpy? A person parasitized by evil spirits. Thor's pupils contracted. Even though he has lived for 1,000 years, he has never come into contact with this kind of creature. It looks like octopus and oozite is disgusting. Don't be afraid to avoid it, on the contrary. The host seemed a little brave and fearless, wearing a black body sculpting gel coat. The stitches in the holy light field are dense. The blazing flames are looming. Not divine power, not magic. Even he can't identify the source of Hill's ability. God of Hammers, keep your mouth clean. Earth is not a place where you can run wild. Asgard's education level seems to really need to be improved. Dewey sneered, not used to Thor at all, definitely. It also successfully angered the god of thunder and power. I-99 Thor Odinson, here is the Prince of Asgard. Not the god of hammers. Thor was furious. For 1,500 years, no one has dared to call Roar the god of hammers. Even Loki is no exception, however. Mysterious creatures that I have never met. But they are ridiculed again and again. Originally, he had no intention of bullying a female streamer at all, asking for flowers, but still decided to give a little punishment. It is about the majesty of God. How can you let it go again and again? Click, click. One after another, lightning danced wildly, as if the evening had turned into the night. The ferocious and angry beast composed of thunder Mang is constantly overturning the river and the sea in the clouds. Since ancient times, lightning is a symbol of the power of nature. Even the wood struck by the thunder can have the effect of warding off all evils. However, the symbiote is not an evil demon, nor is it a creation of the Hell Demon King. It belongs to the nothingness on the eve of the birth of the universe, and was shaped by the evil god, not suppressed at all. Next moment, an unprecedented scale of lightning suddenly fell, completely submerged the figures of Hill and Du Yi. The air is also full of static electricity. A burst of crackling noise continued to explode. Is it purified? It seems that I overestimated you. Thor looked odd. Secretly annoyed, he seems to have hit hard. It turned out to be fatal. Funny, how could I possibly die? 35 God of Hammers. Thank you for recharging my black light ring. A burst of laughter came, the smoke cleared. The figures of Hill and Dooye appeared again. No damage at all even the black light ring, which was already on the verge of exhaustion, turned out to be fully charged again. Enough to support a higher intensity battle, uninjured. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? Thor's eyelids jumped wildly, even the giants of Jotunheim. After bearing his lightning may not be able to jump. However, this mysterious and unpredictable creature has not lost a single hair. The voice did not fall, a heavy Quinjet from far to near. Nick Fury hurriedly stopped the action of the two sides through the loudspeaker device. Thor Hill 35 my own, there's no need to fight. Listen to the words coming from your ears, Thor frowned. Like where have you seen this bald head, what is he doing? Captain Aegis Fury, I'm Nick Fury. Phil Coulson's immediate boss 19. After Loki came to the dark energy department, he used the power of hypnotic ability to use Phil Coulson. Now I am in charge of the frontline command. And the Avengers Alliance is also trying to locate Loki. Cabin. Nick Fury reported his home and took the initiative to shake hands. Hypnotic ability, when did Loki master this sorcery? And the Avengers Alliance, is this a god horse thing? Thor gripped the warhammers. Question marks all over his face. But his eyes swirled around Hill's body, and found that she was ordinary and did not have the slightest evil spirit at all. What about parasites gone? This is the strongest superhero combination on Earth. Nick Fury explained, the strongest. Can you be the best without my organization? Thor looked disdainful. Thor, the strongest warrior of the Aesir domain, the mighty man of the gods, has a lifespan and power beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even the Hulk can't completely abuse Thor, definitely. Thors in different periods have completely different combat power. And Thor with Stormbreaker can be regarded as the strongest form. Even Thanos wearing the full Infinity Gauntlet almost lost to Thor. As for the Fat House Thor, probably the weakest version of Thor, in fact 35 Thor. I do intend to invite you to Avengers. You are also qualified to be the strongest Avenger. Fury's face didn't change, the voice fell. But think of the moody Venom symbiote. Venom and Thor, which is stronger or weaker? It seems that there is really no way to judge. Will I be the leader of the Avengers Alliance? All the players follow my command, Thor's face paled. Couldn't help but get excited, I believe this Avengers. With his participation will flourish and be full of gold. Leave a lasting impression on Midgard, do not. Commanded by the Captain of the United States. Fury frowned and said 273. He suddenly discovered that there was a huge disparity between this Thor and the god he imagined. Seem is it a joke, woo-woohoo. There was a roar of an engine. Quinjet has arrived in Washington, D.C. The two-wing anti-gravity engines slowly retracted. Through the porthole, Nick Fury can't help but open his eyes wide. Looking at the chaotic arenas, and the disintegrating coastline can't help but throb. What happened? Did Loki raid the Tri-Wing building? Director, it's true, Stark and Hulk had a fight. Hulk was red-eyed but fortunately misses. Widow had the situation under control 35. Hill's mouth was bitter but still speaks out. Let Nick Fury lose his mind, Widow sister not Venom. It seems that the Widow sister, who has been the host of the symbiote for a long time, has really reached the level of Superman First Class, and originally also possessed extremely incredible strength. Hulk or Giants of Jotunheim strong 39. What kind of character is the Widow sister you're talking about? It turns out that Midgard is so wonderful. Thor's blood was in debt and both eyes were shining. The innate warlike gene is making an impact, Hill. And your ability, what's going on? Fury lowered his voice. I couldn't hold back my curiosity. The moment Hill boarded the planes, he discovered the existence of the Black Light Ring. Black Light Ring, the invention of the Venom symbiote. After wearing it, you can survive in a vacuum, create energy, fly and emit energy, shape energy into anything the bearer can imagine. Hill speaks out, no intention of covering up. For the Chief, she is unconditional trust. Nick Fury also has unconditional trust in Hill, however. After hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury was still a little surprised and could hardly believe his ears. Blacklight technology invented by Venom's 35. Energy ring symbiote creatures, Walter. Nick Fury's pupils contract violently, as if 10 million grass and mud horses galloped past. How could a symbiote from space be able to create such a thing? Isn't it funny as the second SHILD? The king of agents. He has dealt with countless difficult opponents, and he has also seen ferocious alien monsters with his own eyes. But there is still no way to believe that the Venom symbiote can create an energy technology that has never been seen before. Blacklight rings. Enough to be regarded as a nuclear-level strategic weapon. If the Avengers Alliance had a black light ring, the heroic company formed by the Eastern powers will become a complete joke. Venom's heroic company. There is also a superhero group in the East. I heard my father say it, 35 try not to set foot on that land. 35. The immortal who lives in the high sky often has conflicts with him. Thor scratched his head. Even though he has never seen an immortal, have a company of soldiers. It is said that all the members of the Xungbing Company possess a special gene. They belong to the super fighters who can defeat 100 and 100. And their physique is comparable to Hulk. As for the specifics 35, the latent agent has not been figured out either. Fury's eyes narrowed slightly. I really feel the pressure. The Avengers Alliance is also expanding, successfully convincing Thor to join the team, as well as the Venom symbiote whose upper limit is unknown. Till wearing the black light rings, the overall strength will definitely not be inferior to that of the Xungbing Company. I heard that the instructor of the Xungbing Company is the goddess from Star. Thor 35, have you heard of it? Hill's beautiful eyes flowed. It is obvious that he intends to find out the information of Star through Thor. Solar Star, I heard something, but I can't remember for a while. 39 Thor's face is blank. The voice did not fall. Quinjet has officially landed. The rear hatch is raised. Clint Barton, as well as the bright and charming Widow, came into view. It seems to have been looking forward to it for a long time. What? Your beauty surpasses all the goddesses of Aesir. 99 Thor both flickered slightly. No stingy words of praise at all. Because he's a real straight man of steel. They are not good at hiding their inner voice. Hello, you can talk. Unfortunately, I already have a famous flower. 35. Widow's sister covered her mouth and chuckled. It is like a fleeting firework, which makes people unable to extricate themselves from sight, but cannot be approached from a distance. Hiss, sizzle. A hissing sound rang out. The pitch-black liquid substance then formed a pocket head, with a vicious appearance, like a savage ghost who died of injustice. Exudes an evil and magical energy, makes Thor's eyes widen, nearly swinging his Mjolnir, god of hammers. What? 35. You still want to hit me? Just you deserve to be the strongest Avenger. It's hilarious. Do you look sarcastic? The conversation over Quinjet was delivered to his ears through the black light ring without a word. Made him almost laugh out loud. It turns out that at this time, Thor has already shown a funny nature. He's going to be Thor. Between the words, his eyes never left the meow meow hammer. This is a powerful artifact forged by the dwarf king Atri. Made from a dying planet. The handle adopts a branch of the world tree. The hammerhead is imprinted with rune words that symbolize the mysteries of the universe. People who are not qualified can't lift it at all. Once lifted, the unparalleled power of Thor can be mastered. Suck it, I really want to eat Mjolnir. Use the divine power that comes with the hammer for your own use. 99 Duy's saliva was drooling. I could hardly contain my appetite, however. He remained sane, no fooling around. Because he can't guarantee that he can withstand the backlash brought by Mjolnir. You 35 alien parasites. 35 Why did it appear on her? How many innocent people have you harmed? Thor's eyes straightened, the words stopped shaking. Got goosebumps too, even if he is brave and good at fighting. Brave and fearless. He still feels intimidated by this ooze monster. And he is afraid to avoid it. For fear of the venom parasitizing itself, rest assured. God of Hammers, I won't change hosts easily. And I'm not interested in the same S**X, Dewey's eyes rolled. Jane Foster Sif. Should it also count as a key female character? It seems that a few black light rings must be prepared in advance. Give away any times. The black light lamp ring is like his daughter. Dewey can switch consciousness back and forth between different daughters. And when his thoughts come, the daughter will become the main body, definitely. Under normal circumstances, the black light ring is inactive and completely at the mercy of the bearer. It will not transform into another symbiote even if it comes into contact with the DNA of other organisms. Relevant traits were forcibly erased by Dewey, Thor. From what you know about Loki, where is he going to 5.5? Triple Wing Building Ballroom, the Avengers Alliance, as well as the top agents of Aegis, took their seats one by one and began to discuss the catastrophic events caused by the weak god Loki. Even Stark was on his way. The atmosphere was terrifyingly depressing. No one dared to speak up. They were all quietly waiting for Thor's answer, however. Thor's eyes darkened too, absolutely no numbers. Who can predict the behavior of the weak god Loki? No. At this time, a deafening roar resounded through the air. Painted in gold and reds, the burly Iron Man descended on the balcony. Am I late? Feel sorry. Just working on the Stark building's energy system. I replaced it with a new pure energy source. An oversized arc reactor. I'm sure you'll be wow. The mask is raised. It showed a frivolous and handsome face. And the iconic mustache was meticulously taken care of. Due to the damage to the prodigal son's armor, he once again changed to another type of battle suit. The arrival of Stark greatly eased the oppressive atmosphere. His eyes also noticed Thor, who had never been masked, wearing a Viking-style armor, tall and burly. The majestic son of Odin also cast his eyes on him. All assembled, facing a battle that could start at any time. The crowd is also mobilizing before the war. According to Venom's Lock, as weak god, is very likely to open a wormhole and send Chitauri of the Dark Galaxy to the sky above the Earth. So what will be the first thing he needs to do? Stark pinched his chin. After listening to the cause and effect, immediately began to analyze the cloud and water. At this moment, he is like Sherlock Holmes. The computing ability of the mind has been developed to the level of max. In my mind, countless possibilities and countless results have been deduced. Oh yes. The first thing he needs to do is build the machine that will start the Tesseract. 99 Stark asks and answers himself. But it has already caught everyone's attention. Let everyone follow his ideas and start to think further. After the machine is completed, if you want to start the machine and wake up the Tesseract, you must have enough metered energy. Across the United States and even the Earth. Where does the above condition exist, speaking of which? Stark's voice stopped abruptly. Walter, my building. Stark's face changed dramatically. All 19 people are numb. He just connected the Stark industrial building to the new arc reactor. There is no place more suitable than his mansion. It is almost predictable that the Tesseract starter has been successfully set up during the time he left the company. And he is still showing off his knowledge in the Sanqui building. Beep, 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 a deafening alarm sounded. The plainclothes agent looked panicked and pushed open the door of the office. Director 35 Stark Building. A wormhole has opened up in the sky. An army of alien creatures has invaded Earth. Ding. The holographic projection rises. Through the professional satellites launched by Stark Industries, everyone has witnessed the Chitauri ravaging New York. The extremely ugly Zerg with a tough hard shell drives a small gliding chariot and gallops rapidly on the streets of New York. Wherever you go, vehicles and buildings are almost constantly collapsing one after another. The picture is just horrible, damn it, Loki 39. Look at what you've done, satellite footage. We also captured the figure of an evil and charming young man standing on the dome of the Stark building, holding a curved staff inlaid with magnificent gems. He also wears a golden horned helmet, facing the miserable scene of purgatory on Earth. He actually burst out laughing. What an accomplices. A woman, she looks like a fallen angel. It's also very similar to the legendary witch. I haven't seen her in Asgard. There was a lot of discussion. Even Thor stood up suddenly. His face extremely complicated. I don't know if it's because I was amazed at the face of the fallen angel, or some other reason, however. Through the perspective of the widow sister, do ye immediately determine the true identity of the mysterious woman? Demon Queen's Morgana. Could it be that the world I live in contains not only characters from the Marvel world and Jackie Chan's adventures, but also characters from the Super God series? Why hasn't anyone told him? Even the memories of Widow Sister and Phoenix have no trace of Cobweb. Next moment, Dewey couldn't help his heart beating wildly. I really felt a burst of excitement, since the characters of the Super God series have also appeared in this world. The key female characters he can parasitize will have more choices. Whether Angel Devil or Gluttonous Army has the technological level, it is far beyond Chitauri. Will also further enhance Dewey's combat ability. Definitely urgent. Or speed up the production of black light rings. Compared with parasitic parasitism in person, it is undoubtedly extremely convenient to parasitize through black light or indirect parasitism. Nor will the vigilance of K female characters be raised. Little Pepper's Zhao Helen Jessica Jones. I can not only take advantage of the situation to reap a wave of rewards, but also make Chitauri's technology my own. Dewey is ecstatic. It seems that all the cells in the body are hissing. He couldn't wait to go to the Eastern world and see the heroic appearance of the Xingbing Company with his own eyes. At the same time, the Avengers Alliance Aegis also moves in an orderly manner. Everyone took the heavy Quinjet and tried to drive to the crime scene as fast as possible. Too slow, I'll go first, Thor wielded his warhammer, like a galloping anti-aircraft shell, heading straight for the unreachable international city. New York at the same time, the roar of the engine sounded. Stark is as fast as lightning, and the miniature pulse cannon burst out with blazing fineness, and also returned to the Stark industrial building at an unbelievable speed. Little Peppers, don't be in trouble. Stark's face was solemn, although he didn't say it. He still had a deep affection for Pepper Potts. Worried to the extreme, when did she leave? Captain America and Hawkeye looked at each other in dismay. Didn't notice at all. Say it, I'm afraid you won't believe it. She just swished and evaporated out of thin air. Quicksilver's eyes widened. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe it, teleport or send. It seems that the hidden abilities of the Widow Sister are really endless. Never mind, everyone has the same strategic goals. Captain America has a firm eye, he felt his blood boil. Once again experienced the long-lost enthusiasm. It's as if he's back in the war-torn era. Only his opponent has been replaced by the ugly Chitauri. Steve, don't be stupid, 99. Winter Soldier sorted out the magazines and recalled the past. You're done with stupid things, 99. Captain America smiled lightly in an instant. Quinjet soars. The two-wing anti-gravity engine emits a hot breath, headed straight to the metropolis 400 kilometers away. Do not worry, Wanda, believe in your abilities. Hill reassured. It is good. Wanda's face turned pale. But she didn't mean to retreat at all. The Baron and backward SOKOVIA, and the frequent terrorist attacks, are not entirely without benefits. It has played a very good role in tempering her courage and tenacity. Hulk Itchy Hands 55, a rough and savage voice echoed. At the same time, New York Madison Avenue, a sci-fi landmark. The Stark Industrial Tower rises straight into the sky. On the high platforms, the weak god Loki clenched his heart scepter and stood side by side with the demon Queen Morgana, enjoying the farce starring Chitauri, with completely different expressions on his face. Loki Lof Sen, going to be king in Midgard 55. Morgana. Are you trying to stop me? Or do you want to cooperate with me? A sinister 273 smile appeared on the corner of Loki's mouth. There is also strong fear and distrust for this demon queen. And Morgana must be thanked for her demon technology. which further improves the shortcomings of space devices. There is hardly any means to terminate the program. Prevent cooperation. Are your ideas black and white, or is it all Asgard? A cold and hoarse-moving voice sounded, with a slightly grainy, smoky throat. This is the characteristic symbol of the demon queen Morgana. She has a flawless divine body, and also held the position of King Apocalypse in Merlot heaven. But in pursuit of her fallen freedom, she became an alien in the eyes of the holy Queen Keisha. Rather than ruling the Earths, she wants to get the death god Santa Keisha more than a pool. Morgana, I repeat, I'm not Asgard. Don't compare me to the hammer-wielding fool. Since you won't interfere with my claim to be king, I'll give you maximum freedom, Loki's eyes rolled. I also read the overtones of the Demon Queen, plus yo. My mind goes fast. No matter who you are, the Queen admires you, 35. Morgana is like a fallen angel, with purple lips and eyeshadow, and black hair that falls like a waterfall. The dark gel coat exaggerates the arc, but no nausea at all. The exposed skin is like white jade with suet fat, perfect to the point of impeccable. And the pair of small and exquisite meat wings behind it also reveals a somewhat cold mechanical color. It gives a mysterious, noble, and untouchable feeling. This pair of gorgeous demon wings is not a useless pendant, but a core computing engine. The super technology that condenses the wisdom of demon civilization. Cannon roar, it kept ringing in the ears of the two of them. Even the demon queen Morgana showed some joy. She was not a good man and a woman otherwise. It is impossible to turn away from the Merlot heavenly court and degenerate into a sinister and cunning devil. The reason for helping the weak god Loki actually has her own thoughts. Just not enough for outsiders, call it, shout 39. I was born a king and I shall be king, 55. The weak god Loki held up his spiritual scepter and looked down at the earth, exuding an evil and magical energy. He believes that Chitauri can help him successfully conquer Earth. However, Morgana's eyes wandered and her face was full of disdain. She had already calculated the failure of the weak god Loki, and was also looking forward to what action the death god Karl would make. King, from your shallow understanding, it's still a good dream. However, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Your small body seems almost mean. Shaking a goblet full of fresh red wine juice, the Devil Queen smiled. Has a lifespan of 30,000 years. And the one's 500-year-old weak god Loki is at most an embryo in front of her. Whether a cat or a dog can be king. The key is the price of being king. Can cats and dogs afford it? I am the son of Lof, king of the giants of Jotunheim. Once I awakening the innate ability, I can definitely become what you call a god. Weak god Loki frowned slightly. For the mysterious and unpredictable demon queen, there is indeed a deep awe and fear. What she has mastered is not divine power and magic at all, but super technology that has never been seen before. In contrast, Asgard was like an uncivilized barbarian, which made him feel a burst of physical and mental discomfort. Based on your current performance, it is at most a generation of gods that is your firewood stick. It seems to have some background. Even my demon wings can't figure it out. Morgana's eyes were as beautiful as water, glancing over the spiritual scepter held by the weak god Loki. She found that the magnificent gemstones inlaid at the top contained an extremely amazing energy field. Even with the technological level of demon civilization, it is impossible to see through the mystery. It did pique her a little bit of interest, firewood sticks. This is an artifact gifted to me by the Emperor of the Universe Thanos. I can use it to manipulate people's hearts. The weak god Loki had a wicked smile on his face next moment. The soul scepter lit up with a blazing, dazzling light. But it was not used to control Morgana's mind. Because he tried it, Thanos 35. It's somewhat similar to the title of Death God Karl. It doesn't seem like a good thing, what? There are guests here. The Demon Queen has a keen sense of smell, and the corner of her mouth swayed with a playful arc. Looking directly at the area not far away, dang. Dang ding dang, a thumping sound echoed. I saw a graceful figure wearing a black gel coat, with a hard shell all over the holy light areas and a fairy halo, and then appeared in front of the two of them. Burgundy hair fell down her shoulders. Her facial features are exquisite and perfect. Almost no blackheads and pores. The face does not wear makeup, but it has no effect. Even the ruler of the Merlot Heavenly Court, Holy Kaisha, is indistinguishable from her at this moment. In the amber ice there was a faint provocative aura, and the line of sight collided with Mars. Who are you? The legendary Avengers, the weak god Loki frowned. He found that the uninvited guest was dressed up like the pursuer he encountered yesterday. Are both from the same mysterious organization? What? I can't even read your message. You seem to have an invisible magnetic field on your body, which not only blocks my perception, but also disables my computing engine. How advanced is Western technology? Morgana was surprised in the depths of the beautiful eyes. There was also a scorching color, because she felt the fluctuation of the time and space genes. Time and space genes are her lifelong love. She originally thought that the carrier of the spacetime gene was only the daughter of General Dukau, Rose, but I never dreamed that there was another Western woman who also mastered the genes of time and space. Read information, failure, where are you holy? Asgard people, Earth does not welcome you 35. Sister Widow's face was cold, like a white lotus blooming on the snowy plateau. And she also looked like the fairy of Guanghin who lived in the Moon Palace. Even in the face of gods and demons, there is no stage fright. Through the teleportation power of the Venom symbiote, after she came directly to the Stark building, she realized how serious the situation on the streets of New York was. Wife separated. The tragic tragedy of family destruction is frequently staged. Chittori has absolutely no moral bottom line. Women and children who have no power to tie the chicken will also be eliminated at the first time. Directly cutting the grass and rooting. Only by shutting down the teleporter is it possible to end this farce as soon as possible. Shut down, feel sorry. Even if the power supply is cut off, the Tesseract will generate its own power. And no one can shut down the device invented by Morgana. The Demon Queen couldn't help laughing wildly. The voice did not fall hiss-sizzle. A hissing sound rang out, the pitch-black liquid substance, through the Widow sister's pore, then converged into a hideous-looking venom hezi, with the tail connected to the waist. The fierce and savage appearance made the weak god Loki's pupils shrink violently. What? It's so ugly, he felt a little nauseated. It looks like it's going to vomit at any moment. Angel's daughters, Morgana. Why did you come to the city on the other side of the ocean? Is Juxia City no longer able to accommodate you? A magical voice sounded. Dewey narrowed his eyes in my mind. I kept thinking about how to convince Morgana to wear the black light ring. He has already made a batch of black light rings, about to give other key female roles while the chaos. Angel's daughter, how did you know? I have never seen a creature like you. According to known physical knowledge, should you count as a rare parasite? Morgana had a playful face, her hair coiling around her fingertips. She has lived for countless centuries and has never seen such a creature. And a strong curiosity cannot help but emerge from the bottom of her heart. I want to analyze Duyi's genetic code and implant it into her demon army. However, even if she started the most powerful demon engine, she still couldn't read Duyi's information, parasite. Do not, I am Venoms, a symbiote born from the beginning of the universe. Duyi's voice was low, talk it out, parasitic symbiosis. The two have completely different meanings. Because parasitism is aggressive, it can also cause damage to the host, just like the germs that invade the living body. As for symbionts, but it will endow the host with abilities that are different from ordinary people, which is enough to be the ultimate force of 1,000. Completely incomparable. The beginning of the universe. Are you sure you're not bragging 35? A cosmic civilization that is more than 100. 0 years old simply does not exist. How could you possibly live to this day? Morgana's beautiful eyes narrowed. Almost suspected that he was hallucinating. The Big Bang is 13.7 billion years old. Organisms that can survive 13.7 billion years. Not even a nebula-scale giant celestial computer clock could simulate such a creature. If the symbiote has really lived for 13.7 billion years, which proves that her ultimate fear hypothesis is actually just a result of ignorance. Cosmic civilizations over 100,000 years old abound. It's just that she can't find out, that's right. Civilizations over 100,000 years old abound. Old rulers and ancient gods are not unfamiliar to me either. The answer lies in this ring 39. Do ye almost laughed out loud? After a few words, Morgana's appetite was finally lifted. Hiss on hiss. The liquid fiber grabbed a ring and slowly handed it to the Demon Queen. Black light rings. The whole is crystal clear and looks like a rare treasure of nature. There is a V-shaped artistic word on the face of Zhao Hao. It also instantly caught Morgana's attention, Ha 35. It turned out to be a rare biotechnology, your offspring. Morgana's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she couldn't help but look strange. This slime monster is planning to parasitize the queen. In an instant, her IQ takes the high ground again. Suddenly realized, just relying on one side of the Venom symbiote to prove his ultimate fear hypothesis failed. Who can prove that Venom lived 13.7 billion years? She can't read the detailed data at all. You could call the roar a black light ring. Black light technology, Morgana, through this ring. It is enough to prove my ancient void you fear. The pursuit of death god Carl. There's nothing mysterious about it, do ye blows the air. The use of words to the point of superb. The tongue is like a reed. Just want to make the Demon Queen Morgana wear the lamp ring. However, just at this time, the weak god Loki suddenly lit up, he remembered. This ring he wants to set it black light ring. Undoubtedly, he left a deep impression on the weak god Loki. Because Shild's pursuers wore such a ring. Can imagine creations fly in the sky repair minor injuries. Cast energy rays, it caused him great trouble. If you can get this black light ring, you will definitely be able to enhance your combat effectiveness. And even that reckless man who can only wield a hammer will have to worship himself. This ring, it's mine. There was a sneer at the corner of Loki's mouth, then. While Morgana was contemplating, she had already grabbed the black light ring. When your fingertips are about to touch the lamp ring, the lamp ring suddenly disappeared. Disappeared without a trace next moment. The lamp ring appeared in Morgana's hand, and she lightly pinched it on her fingertips. And her pupils also changed to a strange light. As if she planned to crack the so-called black light technology. She activated the demon engine, the highest level of demon knowledge. But she still couldn't understand the mystery of the black light ring. Just being able to perceive that this is a biotechnology that has never been seen before. Has incredible activity, interesting. It's really fun. The black light technology you invented. I am afraid that angel civilization will not be able to reproduce it. As for the sacred Keisha's bitch eye, it is estimated that you will be shocked 99. Morgana's eyes wandered, but did not wear the black light ring in the first time, because she was afraid that it would not be possible to remove it. Also inflict damage on yourself. Even if she is the 4th generation of gods, it can't resist the transformation at the genetic level. Because her genetic makeup has been perfected. Once the self-proclaimed Venom symbiote destroys her genetic structure, the effects of the 4 generations of gods will cease to exist. Must be cautious definitely, 273 in addition. She is genuinely curious about the Venom symbiote. After Alunder the blessing of the symbiote, the parameters of this Western woman have reached the standard of an invincible body. Even the stunned young men of the hero Bing Company and the goddess team have not really stimulated their hidden genetic power. Turned overtaking very good. I have a new research topic and direction, 99 Venom 39. Why don't you hang out with me, Queen Morgana? The super soldier Otto under my command is obviously more suitable to be your host. Morgana played with the blacklight rings. In the depths of the beautiful eyes, a dazzling light also burst out in her long life. She regarded the void as the only subject. And it was not until she came to Earth recently that she discovered that there are many unknown strange species outside the Demon Nebula. Void, maybe it's not the end at all, Otto. Darkborn Sword Demon, I'm not interested in being gay. This week God 35s. You don't want to get the black light technology that I invented. Dewey sneered again and again. Since Morgana accepts the lamp ring, it's a good thing. Sooner or later, she will definitely wear the lamp ring and complete the parasitism unknowingly. Sheds don't call me Rora weak god. I am the god of tricks, Loki Lofsen. Children of the king of giants of Jotunheim. Unable to bear it any longer, Loki finally couldn't hold back his anger. And he waved his mind scepter. It seems that he intends to control the Widow Sister's body and mind. And let the Widow Sister work for him, buzz. A blazing, dazzling light wave poured out in an instant. Unprecedented mental fluctuations shrouded the glamorous and charming Widow Sister, as if she was in a hot spring, making her feel a burst of peace. How is this possible? My scepter doesn't work for you. Loki's eyes widened, the pitch is all 2 octaves up. I can hardly believe my eyes. The tried and true spiritual power has been repeatedly frustrated. In Morgana and Widow Sister, they have failed one after another, stupid. This queen has told you that this kind of thing is basically of little use to the 3 generations of gods. What's more, if you want to reverse a person's mind, you have to overpower your goals. Do you think you are? Morgana folded her arms across her chest, making her already exaggerated career line even more shocking. Even the Widow Sister and Wanda were amazed. The 4 generations of divine bodies she upgraded, although inferior to Keisha's divine body, had reached an extremely astonishing level. There is simply no way to kill and destroy by conventional means. Even if it is cut in half, it can be recovered in a very short period of time. Also has significant resistance to all forms of damage. Want to control her mind? Even Death God Carl is not qualified to do it. The voice did not fall, click click. A deafening roar of thunder, it exploded. Rolling dark clouds madly gathering. Almost all light is blocked. A rough and savage figure suddenly landed on the dome of the Stark building. I saw him wearing Viking-style armor, with long golden hair hanging down the back of his neck, holding a warhammer surrounded by electric light, and the bright red cloak dancing wildly in the wind behind him. Shaped like a Confucian and powerful storm god. The domineering and exposed way of debut made the demon queen Morgana couldn't help but look sideways. What undefeated? The reckless man you mentioned actually has an invincible body. A Loki. It seems that your title of weak god can't be taken off in this life. Morgana raised her goblet and savored the sweet and mellow Romani Conti. She always thought that Thor at best was a 2nd-generation god. But it turned out to be a 3rd-generation god, or the invincible body of the 3 generations of gods, BJFF, possessing a physique and hardness that far exceeds that of warriors of the same rank, and also gets rid of the limit of physical death. It can even survive in a vacuum environment, as for Loki. At most, it is a generation of gods. A man of steel capable of resisting conventional weapons. Simply the difference between clouds and mud, no wonder. The old king of Asgard who chose Thor as his successor. How could Loki survive? No lasting peace can be guaranteed without absolute overwhelming force. It's such an obvious truth that Loki doesn't understand it at all. And his self-proclaimed smartness is simply ridiculous. Shut up 99 Morgana. My invincible army I shall be kings 35. What a goddamn bodies. In front of a million heroes, it will also be useless. Loki fly high roar. The expression is distorted to the extreme. At the same time, the space wormhole torn by Tesseract is also further expanding. Extending, it's almost filling the sky. Gives a feeling of depression, suffocation, and despair. Completely lost the ability of language expression. New York's standing armed forces are simply not enough to compete with Chitauri. Infantry, armored vehicles, and heavy tanks. And they all exploded into a group of gorgeous fireworks. Scrap it, moo moo moo. A melodious and piercing howl sounded the huge, mountain-like biological battleship swings its whale tail and fins, and swoops down from the sky towards New York City. Even mammoths and Tyrannosaurus rex, such prehistoric beasts, are less than 1/10 of the Leviathan battleship. Like a big mountain, it is moving high in the sky. Wherever he went, even skyscrapers made of reinforced concrete collapsed. The glass windows burst one after another. It looks like a disaster in the end of the world, Yo 55. It seems that Chitauri's technology level is not bad. You actually came up with this kind of biological giant ship. What? Even the gluttonous army has not yet got the relevant technology. Morgana was unperturbed. She is always like a bystander who stays out of the way. There's no intention of interfering. The Demon Queen exudes a seductive aura, full of aggressive biological pheromones, which can easily capture sub-creatures with weak willpower. Definitely Widow and Thor are immune to this smell. Look at what you did well, 35 quickly end it all. Come back to Asgard with me, confess before the king. Thor gripped the warhammer and strode forward. There was a sad look in his eyes, staring at the ramming Leviathan battleship. I can't help but feel sad as the god of Asgard. He should protect the mortals of Midgard, however. The weak god Loki has launched a super war, bringing Chitauri from the dark galaxy to the world of Midgard. This kind of behavior of bringing wolves into the house is also a heinous crime in Asgard. Confess, are you kidding? The earth is about to become my domain, and I will be king here. No one can shut down the machine invented by the Demon Queen. Loki sneered, the voice did not fall. A cynical voice was heard, yes. You launched a devastating interstellar war in my building. Didn't you consider my feelings, 39 Mr. Weak God hum. Buzz, the roar of the engine is from far to near. Stark followed standing above the clouds. His eyes were sharp and bright. And there was also a burst of anger. This building is an antique designed and built by his father. It is also the greatest legacy left to him by his father. It was ruined like this, it just made him angry. Shape memory alloy, miniature cold fusion device. Laser weapons 35. There are also low-level artificial intelligence programs tilde. The battle armor you are equipped with surprises this queen. It is not inferior to the dark alloy armor developed by the Danu civilization in some respects. Morgana was amazed. I couldn't help but take a second glance at Stark. Marvel at his brains and wit. After a scan, she found out about Tony Stark's experience. Immediately, there is a sense of cherishing talent. Stark, do you hang out with the queens? I can fully share the knowledge treasure house of demon civilization with you. What do you study? You can find answers in the treasure house of knowledge. And with your talent and wisdom, you can also elevate demon technology to an unbelievable height. 99 wealth, longevity, divine body. You have it all at your fingertips. The Demon Queen's face was full of joy. It's like exploring a gold mine that no one has ever visited. Even the genius scientist Lion Feng of Danu civilization may not be able to match Stark's talent. Because Lion Feng has already had a hail. It has only just entered the year of confusion. Really started a heroic career, but in just a few years. But it has grown to this point. The so-called layman is watching the fun. And the expert is watching the doorway. As the Apocalypse King of Merlot Heaven, an outstanding graduate of the Super Seminary, he naturally understands the difficulty of creating a brand new technology from scratch. However, Tony Stark did it better than what Death God Carl did. A treasure trove of knowledge, demon technology. Feel sorry, I have no interest at all. And now I just want you and this weak god to leave my mansion. Stark refused on the spot. Because he has absolute confidence in his own mind. Don't rely on anyone's technology at all, humbuzz. The dazzling brilliance gathered together. The micropulse launcher in the palm of the palm shines brightly, as if the artillery fire will be poured out at any time. Stupid mortal, kneel down to me. The weak god Loki waved his mind scepter and struck a dazzling ray. Powerful, two very different energies collided. Suddenly, a turbulent flow was set off. Also officially announced the breakdown of the negotiations. The war has reached the point of no return, useless. In the face of the overwhelming force, the three generations of gods and super armors are also difficult to support. It's better to give up, Morgana shook her head. Chitauri's scale and armament are almost as good as her demon army. But there is a gap in individual strength, however. Through the advanced hive thinking mode, the disparity in the quality of soldiers was barely made up. With the technological level of the pre-nuclear era, if you want to solve Chitauri, it can't be said that there is no hope. But the hope is quite slim, overwhelming force. It's hard to support alone, Morgana. You seem to be joking, come out, the Dark Shadow Core. A magical and evil voice echoed next moment. One after another shadows are like living creatures, rushing towards from all directions, and then transformed into scarletide. Silent Shadow Warriors Ninja Soft Shadow. Hunting Pliers. 3 shadow soldiers with completely different shapes appeared in a radius of 100 meters. Standing on the dome of the skyscraper, the figure is strong, revealing a deadly air. Intimidating in the Battle of Hydra Castle. You devoured 2 shadow masks successively, and the mummified generals who sealed the masks also ate them up one after another. It perfectly inherits the power of the shadow that comes with the mask. No one can rob him of his command, attack. Let Chitauri come and go, Dewey smiled coldly. The voice fell call out, The Black Shadow Ninja formed an arma jump down directly, deployed the wingsuit flight mode at high altitude, and rushed directly to Chitauri, which is not far away. The Soft Shadow and the Hunter Core also liquefied into the ground, moved to the downtown street, and began to block the alien infantry. What? Discover unknown creatures, detection invalid. The danger level cannot be predicted. The first team lost contact 35. A murmur of alien language sounded. The content that was originally difficult to decipher was translated into a language that the Widow Sister can understand. This is one of the innate abilities of the Venom symbiote. Because the symbiote has visited countless planets, the lifespan of 1 billion years has naturally replaced countless hosts. In the vast sea of memories, almost any consciousness and any language can be inquired. Damn, how is this possible? You can actually summon a shadow warrior. The weak god Loki's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but burn with anger. In front of the shadow soldiers, he relied on the superiority of military strength, and disappeared in an instant. Even if Chitauri is able to kill the shadow soldier, however, more Sombra soldiers will appear, filling the void at the same time. Don't be afraid to die. Never get tired, it is like a natural fighting machine. And it also brings the strategic advantage of extreme violent soldiers to an incomparable level. Morgana was so shocked that she was speechless. Dark plane secondary creatures. It's also like an energy creation. Morgana's purple lips parted slightly. The beautiful eyes burst out with a strange brilliance. It was the first time she had seen such a thing at this moment. She also corrected her attitude and placed the Venom symbiote at the same height as her. And couldn't help but think, nice job 99 Venom. I'm going to try shutting down the instrument. Stark rushed to the teleportation device, raised his hand and fired a hand cannon, but was attacked by high-energy radiation, the Wabo no. One armor failed for a short time, almost fell into the sky. That's right, after getting the Wabo out, he officially abandoned the Mark series armor and started to develop a new armor with shape memory alloy as the main body. Wapo 1, it's like a mastermind. Therefore, it will win the high praise of Morgana. Send all the troops. No one can stop me from being king here. Loki looked hideous immediately. He jumped off the skyscraper on a small gliding chariot and quickly evacuated this place of right and wrong. He didn't have to do it at all. Just wait for Chitauri to crush everything and the stars and stripes to raise the white flag. The voice did not fall, moo moo moo. An earth-shattering howl sounded, ask for flowers. Several Leviathan battleships have crossed the space wormhole one after another, with a body like a mountain full of shocking pressure. On the battleship, there were also thousands of Chitauri infantry, armed and ready to go. Even if the Shadow soldiers were able to fight together and deal with the small units, they were still not qualified to compete with the Leviathan. Ashes need my help, woman, I don't know your name yet. My name is Morgana, Angel's daughter, the devil. Morgana's voice was cold and grainy, and it pulled in the distance between her and the widow sister. Spacetime Jeans, it's her lifelong favorite second. The noble and glamorous appearance of the widow sister also fits her aesthetic quite well. Devil, my name is Natasha Romanoff. You better stay away from me. Widow sister Liu frowned slightly. She smelled an aggressive odor that she couldn't make out, but it almost caused her trance. Fortunately, Duyi diffused Morgana's biopheromone. Natasha Romanoff Corona. I can help and let the demon army take down the Chitauri. As long as you come with me, Morgana smiled. He completely ignored Do Yi make him angry. F***K99. You be ***ch. You actually dig people in front of me. Believe it or not, I've teamed up with Holy Keisha to send you and your demon army back home. Do Yi was furious, not used to Morgana at all. If you don't wear a black light rings, you can't be your own. Then a roar sounded. The heavy-duty Quinn jet driven by the cavalry is long overdue. The rear hatch is open, a burly and powerful behemoth. Ignoring the vertical height of the ground, jumped down from a distance of 10,000 feet in the sky. Boom, a dull and melodious explosion sounded. The ground exploded. One after another hideous and long and narrow cracks burst out. Hulk smash. The green fat suddenly let out a hysterical roar. It was as if the blood in the whole body was boiling. He has been holding back for a long time. Finally had the right opportunity to vent, the Avengers. Attack, Captain America strutted, wearing a battle uniform with star markings, and arrived at the battlefield at the fastest speed. Winter Soldier Hawkeye Quicksilver Wanda Hill. Followed by, they also showed their abilities one after another, Buzzings Hill activated the black light ring, and saw the liquid pitch-black substance spread out along the knuckles, and then woven into an airtight body sculpting gel coat. The blazing flames are looming on the surface of the body. No hesitation. She directly embodied the black intercontinental missiles. Shoot at the oncoming Leviathan, dreams come true. The means of energy creation also opened Morgana's eyes. At this moment, she realized how far the black light technology invented by Venom was against the sky. Dreams come true created out of thin air. For demon civilization, it is also a difficult topic to overcome, however. But it has become the standard equipment of Western superhero. A completely worry-free energy creation. Can't help but make her more curious about Venom. Is this unheard of technology really the invention of the symbiote? Call out SHHHHHHHHH. I saw Hill standing above the clouds, and the whole person was like a brave Valkyrie immediately. She turned the lamp ring into a gigantic black fist and swung it directly at the oncoming Leviathan battleship. Crackling and earth-shattering explosions sounded. I saw that the Leviathan battleship's hood was broken, and a deafening scream broke out, as if the high-speed train had a sudden stop. And the whale's tail was raised high, hiss, what a power. And that big green guy doesn't seem to be a good stubble either. The hardness of the body is comparable to that of a peak beast body. I'm afraid flame-level weapons are difficult to break through. Morgana's beautiful eyes widened next moment. I saw Kong Wu's powerful green fat suddenly clench the fist of the sandbag file size and smashed heavily on the heavenly spirit of the Leviathan battleship 273. The powerful and heavy blow directly stopped the castration of the Leviathan battleship, and also blew up the heavy armor on the surface of the Leviathan battleship and fell apart. Collapsed directly to the ground, I can't even get up. Pike Beast. It is equivalent to the invincible body among the 3 generations of gods. It is said that the great powers in the Far East, who once made a big havoc in the heavenly palace, were all at this level, and they even became part of the Xungbing Company. Fighting to defeat the Buddha, it really exists. The Monkey King. Thor gripped the warhammer tightly, his eyes gleaming. He has the blood of savage and belligerent flowing in his body, and he is always looking for an evenly matched opponent. But he has never been able to satisfy and enjoy himself. Hope this monkey can resist the biting, click, click. Lightning strikes come together. I saw him waving the war hammer, like lightning that fell from 9 days, and jumped straight away. Get ready to support the rest of the Avengers Alliance and ease the growing tension. As Asgard's god of thunder and power, the next Lord of the Nine Realms, he is qualified to protect Midgard responsible. What's more, the initiator of the disaster is his younger brother. In terms of love and reason, he can't stand idly by. Sure enough, only fighting is on my mind. Loki was right, Morgana shrugged then. She narrowed the distance between her and the Widow Sister again, and carefully scrutinized the Widow Sister's face. Only then did she realize that Kangwei was nothing compared to her. It's just the venom that's a bit of an eyesore. Almost all the demon engines known so far can't understand the mysteries of the symbiote, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. Leave me alone. Morgana, I don't believe in angel nor in the devil. The Widow Sister looked helpless. The Demon Queen's entanglement made her unable to escape and support her partner. As long as you agree to let me be by your side, 9. I'm wearing this ring, how about it? Morgana had a sly look on her face. Then I showed the black light ring, as if the symbiote would have liked her to wear the ring. I believe that Venom will convince its host, promise her. A corona. The black light ring can restrain her behavior at a critical moment and be controlled by me. She shouldn't hurt you either. Du Yi's face was full of enthusiasm. Directly communicated with the Widow Sister, after all. As a key character in the Super God series, Morgana's role and presence in the play is far more than other characters. Without Morgana, the whole story wouldn't have happened. However, she is not a pure villain, Morgana. Just following her idea of fallen freedom, it is good. Within a month, you can follow me's 35s. Widow Sister's eyes wandered, and she also put forward her conditions. 30 days enough, hope we get along well. Morgana's mouth swayed with 2 smile lines in an instant. The flowers of the high mountain witch seemed out of reach. Were in full bloom, Widow Sister's eyes narrowed slightly, and she couldn't help feeling a throbbing. Angel's daughter devil. It does have the figure of a devil and the face of angel. Almost broke her ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully parasitizing cold ice. Rewards have been distributed. Pay attention to check in time, a pleasant beep sounded. You couldn't help but be ecstatic, awesome, so cool. Finally successfully completed the parasitism. Through the black light rings, he had already sensed an inexplicable agitation. And he was also constantly penetrating and copying Morgana's 4th-generation divine body. Once he's done copying, you can upgrade the Widow Sister to the 4th generation of gods. There is absolutely no way to kill definitely. The whole process takes place unknowingly. If Morgana removes the lamp ring in the middle, the progress will also be suspended, beautiful 35. Like our wedding rings, Morgana smiled. Suddenly, I found that the black light ring did not have the problem I imagined at all. It also gave her a wonderful touch that could not be expressed in words. Oh, wedding rings. You seem to have misunderstood my orientation. The Widow Sister said coldly, it's okay. Everything has a process. You won't break the contract, will you? Morgana deliberately provoked, however. Before I could answer, I heard a deafening roar. The flight device was shot down by Thor, and it plummeted towards the 2 of them, roar. Roar, roars, roars. I saw Sister Widow take a deep breath and then spit it out. An extremely cold and quick freezing cold air instantly froze the oncoming glider. Next moment, it was like 2 rounds of scorching sun inlaid pupils. I saw a scorching hot vision suddenly burst out from the beautiful eyes of the Widow Sister. And the gliding chariot and Chitauri, which were frozen into ice sculptures, were directly bombed into broken ice. The speed is so fast that even if Morgana didn't react, she was shocked by the power of the Widow Sister. It's just beyond the sky. If you're caught off guard, chances are she may be caught. Originally, I thought that the Widow Sister was just a vase with no power to hold the chicken. But under the noble and glamorous appearance, there is actually hidden energy beyond the reach of ordinary people. I really found a treasure. She should be abducted to Kunsa. It can be trained as a successor. I hope you don't stand on the side of evil. The Widow Sister rose from the ground and stood above the void. Then, she dashed towards the space behemoth at the end of her sight. The liquid fibrous tissue on the body surface then intersects and links up. A pair of miniature hand cannons are directly generated. Even the black gel coat has been transformed into a set of ladies' war armor. A hard shell filled with tin foil colors spread out from the holy light area, extending to the shoulders and arms. Even the legs have boots. A dark cloak danced wildly in the wind behind him, showing a bit of heroic demeanor in women's middle school. Definitely, it's just the shape. There is no actual improvement, but to a certain extent. It boosted the morale that was on the verge of decline. And Morgana couldn't help but shine. Evil, no 35. I will only be on your side, the Demon Queen laughed. At the same time, ding. Do ye summon the system backpack panel, I go. Real or fake Morgana, the Queen of Parasitic Demons, actually received such an unprecedented reward. I saw the backpack space, standing a gorgeous statue of brilliant light. Look carefully. The statue was actually filled with a golden hue. The surface is covered with delicate and noble patterns, like a beautiful artwork carved by the creator himself, with dazzling golden wings behind it. The tail almost hanging down to the ground. Shield in left hand, right hand clenched the spear. Even the crown, helmet, and skirt armor are golden. Almost blinded him. This is Athena's sacred clothes, above all the armors of all living beings. It has the ultimate power that transcends everything. Note unbreakable holy garments. From the world of Saint Seiya 5. This is the ultimate form of the holy garment. The dream form, considered the strongest holy garment. A sacred garment for the goddess Athens. The key to success or failure. Only Athena is qualified to wear and use this sacred garment. Above all the armor of all living beings, unbreakable. The description added by the system is too domineering. Du Yi's eyes widened. He must have no doubts about the explanation of the system. System produced must be a boutique, then. An unbelievable idea emerged uncontrollably. If you use the black light virus and the power of swallowing the fruit, after eating and wiping this sacred garment, can he produce the holy garment? Copy the characteristics of the sacred garment to the black light ring. After all lanterns have similar uniforms. Even if it can inherit less than 1/10,000th of the attributes of the sacred clothing, it can further enhance the ultimate combat power of the black light ring. Let the name of the black light ring really resound through the Marvel world. Even the supernatural universe, holy garment. The ultimate form of the holy garment, the dream form. The overall value is definitely not inferior to anything. It is also infinitely close to the battle suit of God. Second Lithe Holy Cloth is not a dead thing. It is actually activate, can slowly repair its own wounds. And it may also achieve self-growth evolution. And metamorphosis. The main material used in the holy clothes is also the legendary fantasy metal. Mountain Copper Aliha Steel. This is a metal that God can use, shaped like a crystal. It is known as the hardest substance. And even a sword made of Aliha steel can split the sky and earth with a single wave. No one knows the specific production method of the holy garment. Just know that in addition to oregano Aliha steel, two legendary materials Gamanian and Yingxingsha are needed definitely. After Du Yi devours Athena's sacred clothes, he will be able to decipher the mystery of the sacred clothes and transform the divine power unimaginable by ordinary people into a characteristic of the symbiote. Even the black light ring will achieve iteration and qualitative change. Neither the destroyer armor nor the dark alloy black armor can match the nobility and splendor of the sacred clothes. Just don't know. How long does it take to digest this sacred garment? Du Yi's eyes sank slightly currently. The situation is dire. He didn't have the time to eat the sacred clothes and wipe them clean. The degree of difficulty of Athena's sacred garment is not expected to be inferior to that of the green light ring. Still on hold for now. When the Battle of New York is completed, we will deal with this sacred garment. My mind changed rapidly at this moment. The Widow Sister in black armor is like a 19 god of killing. A never-ending fighting machine. In front of everyone's eyes, she showed the power against the sky that she possessed. An extremely cold and quick-freezing cold air swept out from her red lips frantically. The small gliding chariots attacked. Almost before they approached the Widow Sister, they froze into lifelike ice sculptures one after another. It was directly bombarded by the electro-optical rays that followed and became scum. Wow, when did she become so strong? I heard that she suppressed Hulk in Rage State 35. Everyone is the host of the symbiote. Why is Natasha Romanoff so beautiful? Stark stands above the void, couldn't help sighing. He has not been able to mobilize the power of the Riot symbiote so far. He is also thinking of a way to expel the Riots. Integrate the symbiote with the Wabo alloy. And generate a brand new intelligent memory material to directly track his thoughts and emotions. Create a super anti-sky material that is ahead of the times. Endosim for some reason. Such a Portuguese word suddenly popped out of his mind. Literally translated as endo symbol. Seems to mean the future, duh duh duh. I saw Clint Barton's bow pulling the full moon. And the arrows loaded with high-tech warheads. Like a barrage of cannons shot straight at Loki. The weak god at the end of the line of sight, Loki, who was riding on the gliding chariot, grabbed the arrow, suddenly issuing a sinister smile. However, next moment the arrow exploded. Directly blow up the weak god Loki, shet. Continue to increase the strength. The gray-faced weak god Loki. His expression was twisted to the extreme. And there was a backlog of depression in his chest, which never went away in an instant. An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Chitauri, who formed an army, and the Leviathan, once again crossed the space wormhole one after another. Shaped like an apocalyptic catastrophe. Give everyone a feeling of depression and suffocation. How many troops are there? It seems endless. It can't be killed at all. The crowd could not help but complain. Even Captain America had a gloomy look. The voice did not fall. Hawkeye finds his quiver empty. A group of Chitauri infantrymen had already rushed towards him. Buzzing, blazing and dazzling electric light rays. From extremely distant places. Shot like thunder and lightning. And in an instant, the menacing Chitauri headshots one after another. Can't die anymore, Corona, thank you. Barton smiled miserably. He found himself seemingly a drag on the Avengers alliance. In the absence of arrows, he cannot provide effective long-range support at all, and needs the assistance of his teammates. In terms of physical fitness, endurance, and physical fitness, they are not comparable to other Avengers Alliance members. Venom is a prophecy. Even the new recruits of the Avengers Alliance, Quicksilver and Wanda, have shown their unique advantages. They wielded their abilities in the Battle of New York, and gradually adapted and mastered their abilities. It is growing rapidly, don't slack off, Barton. I have a gift for you too, Dewey smiled coldly. The voice didn't fall, hiss, sizzle, a roar sounded. The jet-black liquid fibers then formed an exaggerated longbow. The bow body is like an angry dragon, and the surface is covered with liquid fibrous tissue. And a V-shaped symbol with a full artistic sense can be vaguely seen. This is the initials of Venom's spelling, symbiote bow. He activated the ability of swallowing fruit and weapon fruit, and directly created an unprecedented cold weapon. It cannot be imagined energy creation, but it can shoot arrows infinitely. The hardness of all arrows is not inferior to Wabo alloy. It can also cause considerable damage to unclean and evil things. You can also create cold weapons. What's the effect? Clint Barton's eyes lit up. Holding the bow of the symbiote tightly in the palm of his hand, he actually produced a sense of touch, as if the bow of the symbiote could perceive his thoughts. Even the almost exhausted physical and mental energy was once again roused. Boom, 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 boom instantly bow the full moon. The poundage of the bow also made him feel comfortable. Next moment, the black fibers continued to intersect and link together. And in a very short period of time a sharp arrow was formed. The arrow flashed a cool color, aim at Chittori not far away. And released two fingers suddenly, duh. The venom arrow pierced the alien infantry's head directly. Pass through the brain. Bring out a dense cluster of brain marrow and plasma. Nailed directly to the pole, hiss. This sharpness and power. Can you shoot through Hulk's skin? 35 Clint Barton sighed. Couldn't stop laughing, just doze off and have a pillow. Symbiote bow yids. Don't thank me, thank Venom if you want. There were two smile lines on the corner of Sister Widow's mouth. Seeing that Hawkeye and Dewey reached a settlement, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, after all. If it wasn't for Hawkeye's thought, she probably wouldn't have come to Aegis at all. There is no way to meet the Venom, strictly speaking. Hawkeye or her matchmaker with Venom, thanks. Barton's eyes were hot. He knows how much the symbiote bow means to him. Not only solved his supply problem, but also raised his combat power to the level of the elite of the Avengers Alliance. The dark arrows without a trace will surely be terrifying. Vomit don't piss me off. Dewey couldn't help tingling his scalp. He really is a straight man of steel. What's the topic? Count me and Wanda, Quicksilver's, whose body is elegant and looks like a flying star, moved across a kilometer distance in an instant and moved in front of the two of them. Scarlet Witch, whose face is beautiful, but can't hide his childishness. Can't help but sweat 273 after going through a series of high-intensity battles. The sizable business line has frequent ups and downs. Wanda, black light rings. It can keep you from dying when you are in a dangerous situation. The origin magic power you own can also be recharged at any time. Don't worry about running out of batteries. With a flutter of whiskers, Dewey handed the pre-made black light ring to Scarlet Witch. Although he has already parasitized Wanda. Received system rewards. Let the black light ring come into beings, however. I can't help but drool over the origin magic power owned by Wanda. If you want to pass the black light ring, copy origin magic power symbiote. Ability to replicate and copy the host's innate ability. Moreover, the upper limit of the host's ability has been raised to an incredible level. But he needs a certain amount of time to read the progress bar. Parasitic Wanda with the main body, origin magic power. There will undoubtedly be a sense of resistance. As for the black light ring, obviously no negative effects. Origin magic power, Phoenix Force, and Hela. Captain Marvel, I wish I could copy it all over. Dewey sneered again and again. Next moment, Wanda, who took the black light ring, put it on the ring finger, and then activated the ability of fantasy, and created a frisbee on the spot. But the Widow sister could not help frowning slightly. Ring finger. Because the blood vessels of the ring finger are connected to the heart. Therefore, under normal circumstances, lovers who have agreed to stay together for life will wear them on the ring finger. Want to steal a man from me, by Kai? The corners of the Widow sister's mouth upturned. She won't give venom to anyone. After wearing the black light rings, the spirit that was on the verge of exhaustion was revived again. Wanda is radiant. The innate origin magic power is also filled on the lamp ring, constantly showing different styles of energy creations, one after another, followed by an explosion of amazing destructive power. Straightened Quicksilver's eyes could not help but said, Venoms, you can't favor one over another. You gave Wanda the black light rings, and you gave Barton the symbiote bow. And I'm still empty-handed. 35 Pietro spread his palms, speechless to the extreme. Even if he has a speed that ordinary people can't reach, he can't kill an alien infantry with his bare hands. Because the surface of the alien infantry is covered with hard shells and cuticles. So he can't do it at all. It simply kills 800 enemies and loses 1,000. Simple 39. This gauntlet belongs to you. Dewey smiled coldly immediately. The symbiont fibrous tissue was activated again, and a pair of dark gauntlets with unique shapes and spikes were quickly formed. Shaped like a sleeve, the surface was filled with a sheen of rare alloys. It has the characteristics of Ulu God steel. No substance can resist the bombardment of the gauntlets. Secondly, at the head of the gauntlets, a sharp-edged short blade can also emerge, which greatly enriches Quicksilver's attack methods. Can't help but let his eyes shine, like 35 good for you. Venom, after taking the jet black gauntlet, Quicksilver put it directly on his hand. A wonderful feeling of spiritual connection swept over. He seems to be able to control this pair of gauntlets perfectly. Symbiote technology yids. If you can't shut down the teleport, there will never be a way to end the wars. The Widow's voice was low, then looking up at the sky. I saw a larger alien formation rushing towards the streets of New York. As far as the eyes can see, there are almost broken walls everywhere. Not a single building is intact, Venom. Do you have a way to shut down the teleporter? Wanda's red lips parted slightly and her green eyes, which were as charming as water, also revealed a deep worry. She originally thought that the Star-Spangled Federation would be the safest place in the world. Terrorist attacks and extreme disasters will never occur. But I never dreamed that the weak god from Asgard would call an alien army to invade the Earth. The voice fell, everyone couldn't help but stare indeed. Venom comes from space, can understand Chitauri's language, and must know Chitauri's weaknesses. What are you doing gathered here? The situation is extremely critical. There can be no slack. A wave of righteous and stern intimidation sounded. The burly and powerful captain of the United States, wearing a starburst uniform, came to the crowd immediately after repelling a Chitauri. His face was oily and sweaty. Even the battle uniform was cracked a few times. Even if the super soldier serum of perfect quality is injected, there is no way to solve the alien warriors who are going one after another. If you slack off, thousands of people may suffer. What? Pentagon decision to launch weapons of mass destruction. Burying New York with millions, do not. Be sure to stop General Thunderbolt 35. As soon as Captain America stood still, he heard a nervous and irritable report through the headset. Although he has not seen the release of nuclear weapons with his own eyes, he has also indirectly understood the power of such weapons of mass destruction through video data. Once nuclear weapons come to New York, millions of people will evaporate out of thin air. The essential. It may not be possible to solve Chitauri once and for all. That's too late, the Council has removed my authority. 35 Let General Thunder take over the battle. Nick Fury's words came again. It made Captain America's face even heavier. Simply out of breath, however. He was not qualified to command General Thunderbolt at all. Because he is just a soldier, millions, my God. Is the general crazy? 95 Wanda covered her mouth. I could hardly believe my ears. The beautifully curved career line also experienced ups and downs. But no one noticed. Venom. You really can't solve Chitauri, the Widow was busy, still trying to stop the Pentagon from launching a nuclear weapon. However, do you suddenly woke up? Why stop? You can completely use the power of ton fruit to directly eat the nuclear bomb. Add nuclear weapons to your arsenal. Compared with energy creations, the physical props made by the power of fruit are undoubtedly more powerful and can perfectly exert 100% of the genuine firepower. Awesome, save me the trouble, anyway. If you want to end the battles, just blow up the Chitauri mothership. There is absolutely no need to worry about the situation getting out of hand. And also, I should try to devour the advanced weapons that Chitauri left behind. Dewey smiled coldly. In an instant, a roar sounded. Thousands of miles away in the western region. After General Thunderbolt gave the launch order, a 5 million yield nuclear weapon has risen from the ground, heading straight for the international capital on the east coast of the United States. New York, damn it's 35 fakes 35. General Thunderbolt is really crazy. Pietro couldn't help but yelled. It is impossible for millions of innocent people to evacuate in a short time. Almost as expected. An unprecedented mushroom cloud is about to bloom in this world-famous metropolis. However, all superhero can do nothing at all. Just when everyone was frowning, hiss, sizzle. A hissing sound rang out. The liquid pitch-black substance suddenly enveloped Sister Widow and covered her delicate body. Next moment, the tall female Venom comes into view. Horrible-looking, everyone was startled. Venom. You're alive, thinking of a solution. The Widow Sister smiled brightly and could not help conveying a burst of spiritual fluctuations. Definitely. As long as the Chitauri's mothership is blown up, all the warriors can be dropped. Because of Chitauri upgrade for Hive mindset. Once the mothership is destroyed, the action ability will be lost. Dui spoke in an eloquent manner. Never looked nervous at all, but it surprised everyone. Real or fake? Why didn't you say it sooner? Great, Venom. 35. Are you able to complete this difficult task? Captain America was full of anticipation. Can't help but make Dui get goosebumps, but still nodded. Only by avoiding everyone's sight can he try to devour nuclear weapons. T** while Venom takes down the alien mothership. We can't risk. We must catch Loki, bring him to justice. Captain America again issued a series of instructions. The voice fell call out shhhhhhh. Do you mobilize the power of the chicken and the spell? And the whole person rose into the air, rushing towards the place where the nuclear weapons must pass. Raise the body with both hands. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he slowly turned the orbit, then crossed the space wormhole and stepped directly into the vast dark star field. Looking around, the background is dark and drowsy. A space fortress of unprecedented scale. Silently moored here. The volume is almost comparable to that of a large city. It occupies a very large area, the cool tones. The dark and deep shell, like the hard surface of the beetle, exudes dazzling light. It looks like a wild beast that chooses people to eat. Made the Widow Sister tremble. Venom 35. Are you really sure of destroying the Chitauri's mothership? 55 and many more. What are you doing? A bewildered roar sounded. I saw the Widow Sister look panic. He suddenly discovered that the endless stream of liquid tissue actually formed a black weave. Drowning the nuclear weapons on the spot. Eat clean. 5 million yield weapons of mass destruction. Turned out to be jelly beans swallowed. Venom's appetite is too good, right? Hiccup 39. It's just a mothership, don't panic. I can now mass produce Zhao Hao nuclear weapons. Duyi's face is full of ecstasy. Next moment, he activated the ability of weapon fruit. The symbiotic fiber was simulated into the shape of a nuclear weapon, and a black cannonball with a more amazing volume was directly created. Due to the peculiarity of the symbiote, even Chitauri's extraterrestrial technology and shipboard sensing devices have no way to capture and gain insight into the approach of a nuclear bomb. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nuclear weapon formed by the symbiote has drawn a beautiful arc in space. Slowly buffer the Titan ship at the end of the line of sight. Then a splendid fireworks burst out. It seems that another dazzling yellow fixed star appeared out of thin air. The surging energy tide also swept in all directions at the same time. The star field, with a radius of 50 kilometers, has also been rendered into a sea of fire. Meteorites and small planets, under the bombardment of this scale, also evaporated one after another. The hot wind blowing towards him even made Do you feel a burning sensation. Tusk such power. Even if it can't be compared to the Tsar's bomb, it can be infinitely close, right? Dewey was amazed again and again at the same time. New York. After the Chitauri mothership was blown up, all the alien soldiers and biological giant ships fell from the sky like dropped kites. It's like an internet cafe that instantly cuts off the power. All combat units are collectively disconnected. Not moving at all, just passed out. This is the downside of hive consciousness, therefore. Chitauri is also known as the civilization of the weakest chicken in the universe. As long as the mothership is destroyed, everything will be over. But it is still a standing armed force capable of crushing the Earth. Force the Pentagon to dispatch nuclear weapons directly. Shredded coconut success. Nice job, Venom. Hail. Next, you are the one, Loki, an elated roar sounded. All the members of the Avengers Alliance gathered on the dome of the Stark building. I don't know when the weak god Loki has been hiding here. I saw an incredible expression on his face. Almost collapsed, incredibly crazy, lost, Chitauri lost. Even though they are still healthy. But there is no way to continue fighting. It is simply confusing, damn it, 35. Be sure to get out of this place, escape. The farther away the better. The weak god Loki had a ferocious face. And tightly held the spiritual scepter. He strode toward the rooftop. Clearly ready to take the Tesseract. Not a single hair will be left for the Avengers, Yo 39. Luther, why did you come back? Are you going to give it away? A noble and inexplicable voice echoed, I saw Morgana. The Demon Queen standing here quietly, shaking a goblet full of fresh red wine juice. On the seductive and glamorous face, there was a faint sarcasm, stop the instrument for me. I'm taking the Tesseract, Loki is bossy. The scepter was about to poke Morgana in the face. 66 rely on. Stupid, didn't the Queen say it? There is no way to shut down this machine, are you deaf? Morgana waved a slap and slapped Loki, the weak god who dared to offend her. She only used the power of the 4 generations of gods to make the weak god Loki unable to get up in pain. It also made the god of tricks deeply aware of the strength gap between each other. The name of the Devil Queen is really not blown out. 4 generations of gods. How far is it from the god King Odin? He couldn't help sobbing in pain when reacting. The Avengers Alliance has surrounded itself. What a weak god, Hulk looked contemptuous. He was not addicted to it at all, Morgana. There's really no way to shut down the machines. 35. The Widow sister paced over, and she had returned to her original appearance. Wearing a black gel coat is elegant and dignified. And the holy light area is also covered with gel. But it will not affect her movements. And even the breathability has been taken into account. As if the fabric can roar suck, there is no way. You can't even cut off the powers. Because Tesseract was originally an energy body. 35. There is an energy body of the same level. And there is a BJFF collision with it, Morgana shrugged. Twisted the waist that was gripped by Yin-Yang. Makes eyes tremble. Even Wanda and Sister Widow could only sigh in admiration. It's simply a halo, the same level of energy body. Widow Sister's eyes wandered immediately. She discovered the spiritual scepter at the feet of the weak god Loki. The electromagnetic force field that no matter can penetrate was pierced by the mind scepter. Both Stark and Morgana could not help but constrict their pupils. Loki scepter, it's almost the same as Tesseract. Weak god, where did you steal this scepter? It doesn't seem like something from the Milky Way at all. Morgana stared, can't help but stare. It seems that every frown and smile of hers can bloom with peerless youth. Why should I tell you these lower creatures? The weak god Loki had a wicked smile on his face next moment. Thor's mouth was directly sealed by Thor. Is it full of shit in my head? The 1st generation of gods dares to ridicule the 4th generation of gods as low-level creatures. 39, you kid has narrowed the way, Morgana frowned. She almost summoned her demon claws to kill this turtle grandson. Feel sorry, the Demon Queen. I'll teach Loki a good lesson. But I hope you don't endanger Midgard like him. Otherwise, Thor clenched the warhammer, showing a bold and domineering side. As the god of thunder who will inherit the throne of Asgard, he will never sit back and watch the demons run wild. Even this Demon Queen, with a mystery that he can't see through, will die without a place to be buried. Pull it down. God of hammers, your father may have hurt me, so you. The 3rd generation divine body will be spared. Morgana waved her hand in an instant, the god of hammer. Like a dropped kite was blown away on the spot, almost falling into a 100-meter-high building. This. What power is this? Thor can't even resist, feel sorry. Gentlemen, I can't decipher the source of the energy. Listening to the whispers of Jarvi. As Stark can't help but ring the alarm at this moment. He really realized the sturdiness of Morgana. It seems that he has really mastered the sky-defying high-end technology that he has never been exposed to. Are you excited, Stark? You and I have been cultivating for 100 years. And you will surely become the leading super genius scientist of the demon civilization. Even the Holy Kaisha and the Death God Karl cannot reach your achievements and heights. And I will design the most perfect devil gene for you. While you retain your human appearance, you also have the lifespan and physical hardness of 4 generations of gods. 99 The seductive, depraved raving sounded. It's like going straight to the depths of Tony Stark's soul. His consciousness also appeared in another mysterious space. This is the dark plane dominated by Morgana, however. Just as she was about to engage in a deeper bewitchment, a roar sounded, even interrupted her spellcasting hiss. Sizzle! A strand of slender tentacles sprang out of the host's pore. The riot symbiote actually turned on the master mode. And the substance like liquid mercury took Tony Stark back to the real time and space again. Symbiote, he actually has a symbiote on him. He will refuse my solicitation. Morgana's beautiful eyes trembled. The evaluation of the symbiote group has been raised to an unparalleled level because of the existence of the Venom symbiote. Black light rings. Even if all her techniques and algorithms are used, there is no way to inversely deduce the operating principles and formulas. Moreover, the material of the black light ring also reveals an ancient and vicissitudes of life, dating based on the degree of decay of carbon-14. I am afraid that the existence of the symbiote will not be less than 1 billion public years. It seems that her ultimate fear hypothesis really may just stem from ignorance. Morgana was inexplicable, but also felt a burst of pleasure. Even if civilization exists for more than 100. 0 public years, the justice and order of the bitch. The Holy Kaisha will certainly not last forever. And the angel civilization is not the highest level civilization. I didn't win, neither lost. The corner of Morgana's mouth evoked a meaningful arc. She was looking forward to what expression the Holy Kaisha would show after discovering the Venom symbiote. Must be wonderful, who's spying on me. But at this time, Dewey suddenly felt a sense of peeping. The symbiote's innate vigilance reminded him frantically, making him feel on pins and needles like a thorn in the back. Like a stick in the throat, like an enemy then. He seemed to hear a whisper. It seems that the peeping people are also amazed. Why are symbiotes able to discover their own existence? He is clearly in another dimension that is independent of the real world. Logically speaking, no one should be able to find her trace, this symbiote. What the hell is going on? Even the ancient texts of Camertage have nothing to say 99. But the ability he displayed contained a violent magical aura. Like a fire demon with supernatural powers, Holy Lord. A squeaking sound resounded independent of real space. A place that ordinary people can't go to. Mirror dimensions. A thin figure wearing a bright yellow robe, with one hand on his back, standing on top of the Stark building dome, obviously standing in front of the heroes of the Avengers Alliance. However, but like a transparent person. No matter what she did, she turned a blind eye. Only do you looked for it, glance right and left. Seems to be looking for where the peeping people are. Can't relax for a long time, Greenwich Village. Blick Street, No 177A. Slightly outdated, old-fashioned apartment on the roof. A splendid teleportation door opens slowly in midair. I saw a thin figure wearing a bright yellow outfit, pacing out with his feet raised. She exudes a unique temperament of immortal style and bone. And walking, standing, sitting, and lying are very in line with the movement of heaven and earth and the Tao. Every move is full of zen. Red sandalwood is strung into rosary beads. And there is also a dense color. Like a mysterious magic weapon. It has the peculiar effect of chasing good luck and avoiding evil. At the same time, a squeak sounded. Seems to be a little depressed. How did it become like this? It seems to be blurry. As the current Sorcerer Supreme of Camertage, the leader of the Hidden Worlds, she has the responsibility and obligation to maintain the peace of the real world and ensure the stability of the sacred timeline. Anything that has the potential to endanger the real world All will be monitored and tortured by her, however. Even though she has observed countless futures and watched countless possibilities with a cold eye, she has never seen the appearance of Sister Widow. It's like a brave Valkyrie, constantly unleashing the ability that she can't even match. A series of magical means. Also like a demon necromancer with great power, Holy Lord. But there is no evil spirit or magic, obviously not insane. Take refuge in the demon lords of other dimensions. So, what happened? Because of this Venom symbiote did her fate turn around. Why can't I also observe the future of the Venom symbiote? One by one doubts came one after another. It also made her frown even deeper. The sense of loss of control in the future cannot help but give her a headache. Maybe she needs to invite Natasha Romanoff to the holy place in New York. Have a candid conversation face to face definitely. Thanks to Natasha Romanoff's spy status and the official background of SHILD. Once she comes to the holy place in New York, the existence of the holy place in New York is bound to be made public and exposed to the world. It goes against the philosophy of camouflage since its inception. However, she had to determine Natasha Romanoff's mental state. Is it stable? Part of the truth about the world needs to be revealed to her too. And the origins of the demon queen Morgana. And her intentions. Hope is not the messenger of the Lord of Darkness. Sorcerer Supreme sighed next moment. He opened his eyes suddenly, because she actually felt a hostile approach. The question is, how can ordinary people find out the location of holy place? Hum a buzz as if space was distorted. Not far away, a miniature wormhole appeared. Wearing a purple body-shaping leather jacket, the stunning beauty with demon wings on her back appeared in front of the Sorcerer Supreme. In her incredible gaze, the Widow Sister followed closely and also came to the holy place of New York, which was heavily defended. There is also a mysterious organization lurking here. No wonder the Queen felt a peak. I feel uncomfortable all over. Is that what you little girl did? A cold and domineering female voice echoed. Morgana's eyes wandered. The singularity of this place has been discovered. There seems to be an energy field that even the demon's wings can't parse. Ability to obscure vision and perception. No wonder she never found out. This female monk appeared in front of her. After leaving through the gate of space, she was traced by her space-time genes. It's her lifelong favorite. It's what she's researched the most. No one can play with time and space right under her nose. Little girl movies. As if you're not necessarily my age 55. Sorcerer Supreme smiled wryly. For the name of the demon queen roars. I also felt a big headache. Because she has lived for thousands of years. By absorbing the energy of the dark dimension, it is possible to maintain the youthful appearance and, through time gem, she has also witnessed all the history of the past and the present. Even the outbreak of Infinity War has also foreseen. Strictly speaking, her lifespan is almost as good as the Venom symbiote. However, the young and beautiful demon queen called Roar little girl. Simply speechless, the muscles can't stop. This queen has already had 3 hails. It's not too much to call Roar little girl, right? 39. And also, how on earth did you spy on me? Morgana folded her arms around her chest, but still can't figure it out. Since she came to the Western world, she has only discovered that this planet, the things buried are not as simple as the surface. And it has brought her back to life. Once again, there is a sense of enthusiasm. I want to truly integrate into this mysterious and unpredictable world. The voice did not fall hiss-sizzle. A hissing sound rang out. The jet-black liquid substance penetrated the pore and weaved into a hideous face. Suddenly, the distance between him and the demon queen was narrowed. Mirror Dimensions 9 independent from the real world. Only the existence of the great magician level can perfectly control the mirror dimension. 99 Duy's voice was low at this moment. He realized the feeling of peeping. Where did it come from? Even more shocked by the power of time and space of Queen Morgana. It was possible to trace and locate the trace of Ancient One. What you actually know the mirror dimension? What else do you know? Tell me the story. The corner of Ancient One's mouth was smiling, as if interested in fact. He was inquiring about the idea of the Venom symbiote. Through the constant guidance of words, she is bound to grasp the true origin of the symbiote. For thousands of years, she is not only maintaining the safety of the hidden world. As the master of Camertage, all major events and minor affairs are also relaxed. And there is no single point difference otherwise. Camertage wouldn't be sitting on top of the hidden world, known as the legendary magic holy place. Let the world flock to it, however, Dewey is not fooled at all. FLOWERS Japanese symbol what? Ancient One. You dare to play tricks on me, 35. Believe it or not, I just killed Stephen Strange 20 blocks away. Let you have no successor, a hissing sound rang out. Ancient One's smile froze on the spot. Stephen Strange. Dr. Strange. Considered the best sorcerer supreme ever. Better than her if there is no Stephen Strange. The whole world will fall into the ultimate darkness. And there will never be a way to get rid of the devourer of the Lord of Darkness. It's just that Ancient One didn't expect that the Venom symbiote would know the existence of Stephen Strange. Even he knows everything 20 blocks away, is it? Is this the innate ability of the symbiote, foreknowledge? Or penetrate the hearts, your honor, do not worry. Venom is just a joke. He does have the ability to predict the future. It's not precise though. The Widow Sister made a timely relief and eased the tense atmosphere. It seems to have a natural affinity. Let people not resist and resist. The last few words of teasing made you feel ashamed. Who would have thought in this world? There are still characters from the Super God series involved in the Battle of New York, however. It is also fortunate that there is the existence of Morgana, which allows him to get the dream protective gear of the Saint Seiya world. Athena's sacred clothes. Once he successfully devoured this sacred garment, he would surely possess the characteristics attached to the sacred garment. Raise the overall combat power of the Black Lantern Corps he formed by a gradient again. Black Lantern Corps. It is bound to crush the Avengers and the Hero Company and become the #1 super organization in the world. In the not-too-distant future, the fall of the Holy Kaisha and the start of the Infinity War will plunge the Earth into the end of the world. What? Only the Black Lantern Corps is qualified to stand in the sky. What? The monsters that let the heavens descend will all die without a place to be buried. Dewey's eyes flashed sneer again and again definitely. He is undoubtedly more looking forward to what items the system will give him after wearing the black light ring. It shouldn't be too bad, predicting the future 99. Stephen Strange 35 Morgana whispered. I am also chewing on the specific meaning of these words. Just can't think clearly for a while, however. For the name Dewey mentioned, she couldn't help being very interested. And she also planned to deceive Stephen Strange and become a member of her demon army. The Demon Queen, I advise you 35. Don't approach Strange. His existence is related to the continuation of this world. If you have to fight against me, I don't mind taking some violent means. Ancient One smiled. It seems that he has discovered Morgana's intentions. And he has no intention of being accustomed to Morgana. Even if Morgana lived 30,000 years. Able to threaten themselves, it must not be able to match the power of the Time Gem. Time Gem, one of 6 infinite gems. The embodiment of the law that symbolizes time. Holders of Time Gem can stay at any time node, or watch the rise and fall and alternation of dynasties from the sidelines, and deduce the disasters that may occur in the future. Even crumbled infinite gems can be brought back together. It was during countless spellcastings that she discovered the existence of Stephen Strange. Also considers Strange as his heir. Whoever intends to hurt Strange, that's the enemy of Camertage, yo, you little girl. How dare you be so arrogant in front of this queen? Have you ever been beaten as a child? Morgana raised her brows slightly and felt a little angry. Even if the Ancient One lived for 1,000 years, to this Demon Queen it was still just a child. but he dared to blatantly threaten himself in front of the widow sister. Simply kill Dang's dang ding dang. Stepping away with Zin's long straight legs. The demon queen strode towards Ancient One with her head held high. The demon wings spread out behind her back. And the calculation engine was constantly deducing. However, the demon engine is always calculating. Let her feel a little 273 is not good. At the same time, the Sorcerer Supreme, wearing a bright yellow robe, greeted her. Just wave and slap snapped, her palm was soft and weak. But Morgana felt an unprecedented pain, and her mind and consciousness were out of touch. When she woke up, she couldn't help but tremble in her beautiful eyes. What's the situation? This queen turned out to be an illusion. Phosphorescent form, this is Shenmue Black technology. 99 How sacred is your little girl's film? A follower of Death God Carl. Morgana Soul Astral standing above the void. The whole person was full of astonishment. I can't understand my situation at all. Because it surpassed the upper limit of her knowledge treasury. This is where Death God Carl excels phosphorescent form. Also known as low-level phantoms. Invisible is qualityless, untouchable yet real. No one can explain this principle. Seems to be related to the ultimate void. This is Death God Carl's path to immortality, After there is no entity, can it still be regarded as existence? Can't feel the breath of nature, and can't taste the taste of delicious food. Facing the things you love in your life. It is also beyond your reach, therefore. Once the Death God Carl's theory was put forward, it caused an uproar, and was also expelled from the super seminary. As for what happened next, everyone knows it. This is occult magic, it's not technology. The essence of secret magic is a completely different principle. You can simply understand it as lending. Ancient One laughed. At this moment, a mysterious mark appeared on her forehead. Shaped like a bloody tattoo. Even the momentum has been raised to the point where it cannot be added. Morgana's eyelids jumped wildly. An energy magnetic field of this magnitude. It is no less inferior to the bitch of the Holy Keisha. Also, her demon engine can't be resolved at all. Secret magic lending. You are not creating something out of nothing, but transporting energy and transforming it into another external manifestation. Widow Sister's eyes wandered thoughtful. As a top-level agent with a perfect resume, when she plays other roles to perform espionage tasks, she also needs to figure out the identity of the role, as well as the knowledge and technology she must master. Over time, she also accumulated an amazing knowledge reserve. Whether thinking about ability or knowledge, it has reached a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. It is not as simple as imagined exquisite vases at all. Transport energy, very accurate description. The source of the magic power of the magician is indeed the powerful Mephisto of other dimensions. For example, this ring of Ragador. I saw Ancient One's two-handed seal on the palm of the hand. 2 rounds of radiant orange round shields suddenly appeared, with dazzling lines all over the surface, and a burst of magic sparks collided. Incredibly eye-catching, Morgana's eyes trembled again. It seems that the things hidden in the earth are really hard to understand. It also succeeded in sparking her curiosity. Ring of Ragadors. Sister Widow chewed on the name of this spell. His eyes flickered, looks like you've realized it. This magic comes from the mighty Mephisto of the extra dimension. Ragadors 5. Ancient One smiled and looked at Sister Widow with admiration. Why didn't she discover Sister Widow's magical talent? The sharpness of thinking and mind is not inferior to Stephen Strange at all. What? Because I modified Sister Widow's genes. Dewey smiled coldly, but it didn't reveal the truth. He was always watching the situation with a cold eye. Suddenly realized that it was a wise choice to let the Widow Sister join Camertage. After all, Camertage's signature magic weapon hash. This is the treasure beyond the eye of Aurora. Hold the sling Rinkencentrotamagen every detail. And be able to open the portals. Travel anywhere in the multi-dimensional universe. He will be able to go directly to the Morag star. and take the cosmic spirit ball as his own in advance. Bitchai, what about this Queen's 35? Are you going to stand here and chat? Morgana was furious. Simply out of breath no matter where she goes. She almost always has her own focus halo, which has always attracted the attention of everyone. However, but in front of the two of them, it seemed transparent. Treated as a cloud of air. She swears that she must study the secret magic thoroughly and make Ancient One a little girl make a fool of herself. The Battle of New York is over, eh? I also plan to have a long talk with MS, Natasha Romanoff 55. Welcome to Camertage as a guest. Ancient One raised his hand and snapped his fingers pat. The Demon Queen's divine body suddenly moved over, and there was a fierce collision with Morgana in midair. A dazzling light flashed by. Morgana spread her hands and couldn't help but be amazed. At the same time, there was also a sound of an emotionless reminder sound in my ear. In phosphorescent form, the demon engine has finished recording. Attempting to parse 1%, 2%, 3%. The corners of Morgana's mouth raised two faint smile lines. Almost shuddered. It seems that the demon engine that my sister is studying is indeed not covered. Even occult magic can be recorded and analyzed. Definitely may not be able to fully parse successfully. Because this is a brand new topic and knowledge. No one has ever been exposed to it. Thinking that he may have been ahead of the holy Keisha that be ***ch. The Demon Queen almost laughed out loud next moment. A splendid teleportation door slowly opened. The magic sparks kept falling on the ground. Through the teleportation gate, you can see the ancient buildings of Oriental style standing in rows and towering. There was a fresh breath in the air, a bit sobering. What is this place? The Queen's demon know. One engine has no way to calculate the exact coordinates. Have you left Earth? Morgana stretched her long legs and stepped on the floor tiles. In the depths of the beautiful eyes, there seems to be a data flow that is fluctuating. But there is no way to achieve positioning. This is the secret realm space spawned by the Earth's spiritual vein nodes. In the term coined by geoscientists, it could also be called a microcosm wormhole space. 5. In the Eastern world, it is called the Blessed Earth and the Cave of Heaven. Welcome, come to Camertage as a guest. Ancient One speaks volumes, nothing to hide. Be open and honest, put your attitude right. It also won the favor of Sister Widow and Morgana. I haven't even heard of this place, 99 Camertage. How long has it been around? The Widow sister's beautiful eyes flowed. Being in the quaint palace also gave her an inexplicable feeling. It seems that the soul has a harbor for anchoring. After the Battle of New York, the spirits that were on the verge of exhaustion were also revived. Let her forget all her troubles, millions of years ago. The all-seeing son of the ancient god, with the help of the original super-ability person, founded Camertage and also built 3 magician holy places. 5 compared to Camertage's real age, 3 hails. It's just a child, almost forgot. The son of the ancient god is still alive today, in what you think of as a phosphorescent form. Ancient One talks eloquently. No exaggeration or show-off intended. Simply state the facts, but it was like a thunderclap. A bolt from the blue. It made Sister Widow and Morgana look dull. Millions of years ago. The original super-ability person. It turns out that Earth civilization has existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. The son of the ancient god you mentioned has already rushed to the ultimate void before death god Carl. The two looked at each other. There was an undisguised shock on his face, ultimate void. Is it the true home of all beings? Shock stunned. The two were heartbroken, phosphorescent form. Can we achieve long-term vision in the true sense? Could it be that all the research of the super seminary and the earth scientists is wrong? It's only 1,000,000 years to scare you. I've lived 1,000,000,000 years and I haven't seen you in awe. A hissing sound rang out. Dewey smiled coldly. He's always watching the posable Ancient One. Seeing Ancient One bluffing Sister Widow, he couldn't help but smash the scene, 1,000,000,000 years. Why is there no record of you in the Book of Vishant? The Book of Cagliostro, where are you from? Ancient One's eyes sank slightly, obviously. I didn't expect that the Venom symbiote has a long and ancient lifespan, which is equivalent to a quarter of the age of the Earth. From where are you sure you want to know? 99. Duyi's face was full of smiles, but not smiles. The hideous face also looks more and more hideous. It made Morgana feel a little hairy in her heart. Even as the queen of the demon army, she personally designed a series of demon genes. But I have never seen such a disgusting thing. Please speak. 39. I'm all ears. Lift your feet and step into an antique temple. Ancient One sat on a futon and began to make tea by himself. Sandalwood curls. The tip of the nose is filled with a refreshing aroma. 19 also made the widow sister and the demon girl calm down a little. I'm from a place where the cosmos and gods group dare not set foot. Abyss. Duyi's voice was low. The words revealed a sense of coldness. It's like being in a cold winter. Even the temperature dropped suddenly to freezing point. Breathe into cream. Let everyone present feel a burst of heart palpitations. Abyss. This is where ordinary people can't go. Where not even the sling ring can reach. No one knows the exact location of the abyss. Almost as mysterious as the void. There are only a few scattered magician journals in which the gossip is recorded that mention the cobweb horse tracks in the abyss. Same. This is an endless field. Eyes full of signs of distortion. The odd otherworld has become the norm. The river water is colorful, and the flowers emit a scorching fragrance. No matter what creature steps on it, it will be distorted. There are countless monsters in the abyss, but none of the monsters looked alike. It is said that the demon necromancer in the prehistoric era has all come into contact with the land of the abyss before mastering all kinds of incredible powers. As a result, the Venom symbiote claims to be from the abyss. Impossible. 35. You have no abyss at all. Ancient One looked suspicious. Regarding the abyss, she also corrected her attitude. Because all abyss creations have almost the same qualities. It can only be sealed, not destroyed. Because I am the most special, believe it or not. Duyi grinned. It also successfully whetted the appetite of everyone. And perfectly controlled the field, after all. He has never told his true origin. And no one knows the origin story of the symbiote group. Whatever he makes up, turn the situation in your favor. He acquiesced to the widow sister to come to Camertage as a guest. Just to remember the signature magic instrument invented by Camertage. Definitely. His most coveted item is the Eye of Agamotto worn by Sorcerer Supreme. Eye of Agamotto not only as a container of time gem, but also an unpredictable and powerful artifact originally. It can see through many illusions, crack dark magic, and emit energy rays to detect the thoughts of spiritual creatures. Sorcerer Supreme without Eye of Agamotto, nor will it be recognized by the hidden world. So this magic item, it is both a magic weapon and a medal. Most special. Could it be that Earth has more than one symbiote? Why is Camertage completely without warning? Ancient One frowned. I also felt the seriousness of the problem. If the symbiotic family has unique thinking and will, and can mobilize the power of the abyss, it has the characteristics of immortality and immortality. What? I am afraid that the whole world will fall into the control of the abyss. I've seen another one on Tony Stark 99. Do you know? Iron Man. I took Stark to my private dark plane, intending to brainwash him. But the symbiote spoiled me and surprised me. Morgana was undisguised. She confided directly on her behavior. It also made Ancient One and Sister Widow couldn't help but frown. Dark plane brainwashing. She is indeed the Devil Queen. In order to achieve the goal, you can simply do anything. Morgana 35. I hope you don't hurt my teammates. Otherwise, I will tear up the January contract ahead of schedule. The widow said coldly she could hardly imagine what Stark, who was brainwashed by Morgana, would degenerate into. It will definitely not turn to the light. And it may be an enemy of the Avengers Alliance. Good. Listen to you, the Queen sends 4 to the sky. 35. Morgana raised 4 fingers, her face serious. But it makes people laugh. 4 to the sky, good for you. Venom. Can you make sure Stark and the symbiote don't get out of hand? As the current Sorcerer Supreme, I need to defend the peace of the real world and avoid any signs of Abyss invasion. Ancient One's eyes narrowed slightly, also waiting for Du Yi's reply. Concerning the land of the Abyss, no one can relax their vigilance. It is said that the first great demon to step out of the Abyss swung his sword and chopped off the head of a cosmic god of the universe. Even the Cosmos God group can be slaughtered from this. It can be seen how the Abyss creatures are against the sky. Out of control, probably not. Professor X used ability to seal the heart and mind of the riot. Before the riots in Stark met, the riots had been wandering the Southeast Asia for a long time. 99 if the riot splits into a whole new symbiote. The consequences could be disastrous. Sorcerer Supreme is recommended to check it out. Du Yi spoke in an eloquent manner. He also revealed his long-standing worries without reservation. Symbiote, there is no gender distinction. Proliferation is achieved by self-division. And once it comes into contact with the DNA of other species, a new symbiont will be created definitely. Du Yi has no such concerns at all. After obtaining the Black Light virus, he was able to manipulate all cells in a meticulous manner. The symbiote technology created by Weapon Fruit has also erased the characteristics of asexual reproduction. Self-splitting, is there such a thing? That is to say, the surface Earth has 2 symbionts. In fact, it is very likely that there are several unknown symbiotes. Sorcerer Supreme looked solemn, simply unexpected. Symbiote ability to pick any target parasite. Hide your tracks. If the symbiote has no intention of revealing itself, almost no one can find it. Time Gem, Ancient One. You can try to use Time Gem and observe the future. Du Yi's eyes flashed slightly. It also woke up the Sorcerer Supreme. Indeed, Time Gem can stay at any point in time, no matter the distant past or the distant future. Even time travel is easy. It's just that Sorcerer Supreme won't abuse the power of the Time Gem, so as not to cause confusion in the sacred timeline. Lead to irreversible consequences. I saw Ancient One chanted a mantra, and the eye of Agamotto on his chest suddenly floated up. Opened slowly, a radiant green gem was revealed. The gem texture is 290 shiny, simply no flaws in an instant. The images of dazzling light and shadows came one after another in front of her. How is this possible? Time. Just to study the virtual scale of motion in space, 35. Being able to pass a gem. Observing the picture of the past and the future. Morgana's lips parted slightly. It feels like the worldview is collapsing. There are absolutely no words to describe her shock. All along the scientific laws, physical laws, astronomical knowledge that have been followed, they all fell apart suddenly under the erosion of Time Gem. Can't even fight infinite gems, there are 6 in total. It symbolizes the materialization of the rule of the universe. Originally also has infinite energy. Neither your demon engine nor any other genetic engine can match the power of infinite gems. Because infinite gems is the rule of the universe originally. 99 Du Yi talked eloquently, but it made Morgana's pupils shrink violently. Symbiote. You know so much about angel civilization and demon civilization. Could it be that the symbiote once parasitized angel? The materialization of the rule of the universe. Tesseract, Loki Scepter, Time Gem. They should all be of the same category. Morgana's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Without a doubt, what she was referring to was infinite gems. All 3 infinite gems are on Earth. Oops. Why didn't I grab a piece? As long as you can master the power of infinite gems, isn't that bitch able to kill the holy Kaisha in seconds? There is no need to work with Death God Karl at all. In an instant, the glare faded again. Ancient One slammed its eyes open. She saw it. There is indeed a symbiote riot, a symbiote beyond Venom. Real, what happened? Where is this symbiote hiding? Sister Widow's beautiful eyes trembled. I could hardly believe my ears. Another symbiote. Whose body did it parasitize on and it never showed up? What purpose did it have, this symbiote? What if it splits into a new symbiote again? A series of question marks came one after another. The widow's sister could not help pinching her sweat. She could almost imagine what kind of disaster this symbiote on the loose would cause. Interesting. This queen also wants to play with a symbiote. 9. Explore it. The corners of Morgana's mouth rose. For this ancient and long-standing species, I can't help feeling a curiosity from the bottom of my heart. Because the performance of the Venom symbiote is too bright. Make her feel a threat, moreover. She also intends to try to decompose the symbiote and make the genetic material of the symbiote into a brand new demon gene to arm her own demon army. I believe that by Chithe Holy Kaisha must also have a jaw drop. Ha 35 Morgana. Not all symbiotes can be called Venom. What's more, how can a new symbiote know the secrets of the abyss? 35. Completely incompatible with me. 5 Dewey smiled coldly. But I also felt the pressure of a storm-coming symbiote. Symbiotes other than Venom and Riot. Based on the setting that the offspring of the symbiote are stronger than the parents. The symbiote derived from the Riots. The actual combat ability is bound to far exceed the Riots. Has a stronger shaping ability. And even has the advantage of melee combat, definitely. The sturdy thing about the symbiote is that it can copy the host's innate ability and raise the host's ability to an incomparable level. Marvel world not only in humans but also mutants. No matter who is the host of this symbiote, it will obviously bring a lot of trouble. Madrid Po. Where this symbiote shows up, it seems to be in Madrid Po. A lot of pictures are shrouded in mist. And I can't see clearly Ancient One's side. It's just her one-sided speculation, because the substance of the symbiote seems to have sharper senses and can see into her peeps and hide in advance. Madrid. Trouble Widow Sister frowned slightly. Undoubtedly. I am deeply impressed by the name of Madrid Po. This is a real crime haven. The gap between rich and poor is huge. Located in the southern part of the Malacca Strait in the South Daxia Sea. It is a prosperous port city in the upper city. There is a lot of luxury row upon row of high-rise buildings. And it is not inferior to the international capital of the Stars and Stripes Federation. New York, the bottom city, is a well-deserved slum. A place to hide filth. The real level of chaos is enough to surpass the 9-cage walled city and Hell's Kitchen. Almost all the super criminals wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. and relevant departments are entrenched in this place. It is said that Kim Bun seems to have escaped to Madrid Po too. The gangster wanted by the 13th District also quietly sneaked into this criminal paradise. There's something so interesting about it. What are you holding on to, Go? Morgana's face was full of joy. Out of law, her favorite. Maybe you can deceive individual vicious criminals and join the demon camp. Strengthen the strength of the demon army again, MS. Natasha Romanoff. It's not convenient for Camertage to come forward for this kind of thing. Hopefully entrusted to you, Sling Ring 39. Being able to open the portals. You can go straight back to Camertage without anyone's extradition. Ancient One spread his palms on the palm of the hand. There is a mysterious object with a unique shape. Shaped like a tiger. The surface is covered with esoteric and complex patterns. There is also a sense of luxury. Able to put 2 fingers in the food. It's like Camertage's signature magic weapon Sling Ring. With Sling Ring, complex and inexplicable space magic. Even a magic apprentice who has just glimpsed the door can easily control it. You can step into almost any corner of the multi-dimensional universe. Sling Ring's manufacturing drawings. Only Sorcerer Supreme can rid originally. Dewey had made up a series of reasons to convince Ancient One to give him a Sling Ring. However, Ancient One took the initiative to give it. Court, what do you mean? Having been able to sit on the top spot of Camertage for thousands of years. He really has 2 brushes, Dewey sighed again and again. In the end, I still got the Sling Ring next. Just go to Madrid Po, please. Ancient One's fingertips sketch in the void, immediately. A teleportation gate was created out of thin air. The 2 were sent to Tsingtao, Nanyang, Madrid Po. This is a veritable crime capital, uptown. There are many hotels and shopping malls, and it is extremely prosperous, showing a bit of Dubai style. There are also many ocean-going giant ships and large yachts moored in the coastal port. White sails join together, seagulls circled the sky. The salty sea breeze blows. If you ignore the bottom city on the other side, Madrid Slope is also one of the top resort cities in the world. Simply unforgettable bottom city. Almost all are low and dense houses. There are almost no drainage facilities. Sewage overflows and spills flow. There is no clear dividing line between the shack and the shack. Buildings are built next to each other, making the most of the space. As if a gust of sea breeze blows, it may collapse. There is no beauty to speak of. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been unbelievable that two places not far from each other would have completely different looks. It's like the difference between heaven and hell, Venom. Can you perceive the existence of a symbiote? Sister Widow's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Although she had come to Madrid many times, she still couldn't help sighing. Women born with bodhisattva heart attack. But there is no way to change everything, needs time. It's better to split up. In half an hour meet at this place, Dewey suggested. In fact, it is still to support Morgana. Whether Sling Ring or Athena's sacred clothes. No doubt a closed place is needed to complete the devouring. Yes, 99, this queen will definitely not lose to you. Morgana's mouth twitched next moment. The air in front of her distorted for a while, apparently using wormhole technology, and was constantly calculating and deducing. After the two parted for a short time, the widow sister took a moment of hesitation and went to Shangcheng first. Came directly to the location of the Sovereign Hotel. Take out a royal suite and stay there, Sovereign Hotel. This is the largest star hotel in Madrid. It can almost be regarded as a landmark building. The main building, with a height of about 150 meters, is shaped like a sail and is plated with gold and silver. The gorgeous royal suite is also extravagant to the point of heinous. Even the furniture is gold. The crystal lamps on the ceiling are also designed and hand-carved by famous designers. The pure wool carpet in the living rooms. Stepping on it with bare feet is like falling into a cloud. Hiss sizzle, a hissing sound rang out. I saw dark liquid fibers receding like a tide. The widow turned the valve opens. A cool stream of water poured down. She was finally able to take a break in the Battle of New York. She was exhausted after a long period of high-intensity rushing. Even Dewey has no way to relieve this psychological pressure. Don't worry, 99, the mothership was blown up. And Chitauri is no longer able to make waves. There is no need to continue worrying. Dewey said with relief, do not, Venom. The disaster has just begun. The weapons left by Chitauri, the alien technology ahead of Earth, is bound to trigger a wave of frenzy. Maybe General Thunderbolt will also follow you. Sister Widow paced out of the bathroom. Her beautiful eyes filled with melancholy. General Thunderbolt. I've always wanted to recreate the Super Soldier program. The competition between him and General William Stryker has long been divided. General Stryker serves as Acting Security Council Secretary. General Thunderbolt as Federal Minister of Defense. Almost the boss of the Avengers Alliance. It doesn't matter, 35s. There is always a solution to a problem. I have a present for you, 35. Dewey grinned next moment. He extracted the sacred clothing displayed in the backpack space. Athena's divine clothes. The ultimate form of the holy garment, the dream form. The Statue of Liberty is made of pure gold forever. Standing quietly in the room, the overall shape is natural. The color is bright and dazzling. Just like the proud work of the Creator. Simply perfect to the point of impeccable. Let the widow sister's eyes tremble. Gift, give it to me. As if this was a golden armor, 35. Athena's divine clothes. Bright golden lights, shining with the divine brilliance of the gods. This is the final form of the holy garment. Only Athena was qualified to wear this sacred garment. Once you put on the sacred garment, You can elevate your own small universe to an infinite state. Enough insight into the changes of all things. To see the root of the world. Clear the laws of operation of all phenomena in nature. Know the past, present, and future. You can also hear the voices of forests, rivers. The earth and heaven and talk to them. After the end of the physical body, the soul merges into the heaven and the earth. So that it is everywhere definitely. This is the effect that comes with ordinary sacred clothes. The sacred garment of Athene, the goddess of war, must be even more incredible. It is possible to touch the ninth sense. The realm of 10th sense are. In the face of this unfamiliar new cultivation system, do ye also has a black eye? Even if you really awakening the Alea consciousness, it may not be able to exert 1/10,000th of the power. Heavy and far away, Corona, this armor. It is the exclusive thing of Athena. The holy garment that only gods can wear. Actually, you are not qualified to wear it. Do ye told the truth? But it was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. Let the widow sister freeze on the spot. What? The holy garment that God can wear, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war in Greek mythology. She interpreted the meaning of being a woman not to be a man to the fullest. Graceful posture, Phi insisted sharp. Also the protector of all women. Sister Widow thought she could wear this sacred garment. However, are you not qualified, rest assured, Cortana. 35 After I devour this sacred garment, I will be able to have the ability to transform the sacred garment. And you can still wear this sacred garment, 290. Do ye grinned moment, the widow sister was stunned. After being stunned for a few seconds, she finally realized that Venom was playing tricks on herself. How could she be ineligible and many more, Venom 5. You can actually get the armor of the goddess of war. What secrets do you have to hide from me? Widow sister's eyes rolled, revealing a wise and playful color. Her IQ is definitely not low during this period of time. I also discovered the mystery of Venom, often sneaking and eating alone. She thought she was unaware, but she saw it all in her eyes. It just didn't make it clear, a secret. What secret do I have, you doubt me? It just broke my heart. Du Yi's face was full of grievances, almost shed tears. Okay, 9, I believe you. The widow sister smiled bitterly. In fact, I am delighted. It was the first time she had seen Venom look like this. Apparently they are getting closer to each other again. Cortana 35. The time for me to devour the sacred garment should not be too short. 95 By contrast, Sling Ring is clearly better digested. Du Yi grinned. I have been thinking about Sling Ring for a long time. As long as he successfully refines the Sling Ring, he can expand the displacement range to the point of a multi-dimensional universe. Any place he can imagine can be reached in an instant. Greatly improved work efficiency. Also, Sling Ring has the ability to track and locate. After Mosquito Girl left the Young Talent Academy, he also lost contact with Mosquito Girl. Through the Sling Ring, you can determine the location of the Mosquito Girl and the Monster Army. Let the Mosquito Girl defect to Morgana, Demon Queen. I actually gave up the Spacetime Rose and decided to go with the Widow Sister Lily. It's head-scratching. 35 Du Yi's eyes were complicated. He doesn't see anything wrong with Morgana's degenerate liberalism. The key is that the Widow Sister is really tempted. Inexplicably became Morgana's family here. Sling Ring, hope you don't break your teeth. 35. Widow Sister covered her mouth and chuckled, without the slightest hesitation. Because she believes in Venom and will never do anything to hurt herself. Hiss sizzle, a hissing sound rang out. The dark liquid tissue directly covered the mysterious space instrument. Next moment, a dazzling light burst out in front of his eyes. He saw the essence of three-dimensional space. From macro to micro there are also data streams. Coordinate system star maps compassory patterns. Here are the mods and programs built into Sling Ring. Like an exquisite miniature celestial computer, it can link the ubiquitous miniature wormholes, and then transform into a teleportation gate. Roar. Du Yi spit out a turbid breath. I can't stop my eyes from shining then. The pitch-black liquid substance was once again turned into a black hownet, and the splendid sacred clothes were also eaten and wiped off on the spot. Compared to Sling Ring, the digestion process of Athena's sacred garment took longer than he had guessed. It is estimated that it will not be inferior to the difficulty of the green light ring. Fortunately, Dewey has time mind a move. Immediately out of thin air, a splendid teleportation door appeared. Directly leads to the red house base located in the sky. What's might and magic? Or is it a black technology invented by Chitauri? BJFF Cortana 39, why are you here 35? A surprise roar sounded through the portal. Yelena and Melina discovered the existence of the Widow Sister right away. The three hugged together, once again celebrating a rare reunion after calming down. The two women asked about the Widow Sister's experience and her environment. Knowing that I have come to Madrid Po, there was a dignified look on the originally smiling face. Madrid Po, notorious crime capital 95. This is a sin city, you came here to find another symbiote. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Widow Sister frowned. I never dreamed that there was another symbiote at large. Madrid slope possessing criminal businessmen. Super criminal civil mutants. Whoever the symbiote chooses as the host may cause an unprecedented disaster. There is really no way to ignore the dangers posed by symbiotes. Little na, I have to remind you. The remnants of the Hydra organization, as well as the once largest underworld leader in the United States, have also appeared in Madrid Po 35. Melina's beautiful eyes narrowed. The name of Jinbing is almost known to the whole world, and legend has it that he was given an incredible mask that could summon the elusive Shadow Warrior. As an outsider, quickly established a firm foothold in Madrid Po. Even the head of the Mafia, Wallen, is willing to serve him. In time, Kim may not be able to unify Madrid. Become the underground king of Madrid Po again. I was afraid of Jin and became the host of another symbiote. Hopefully that doesn't happen. The Widow Sister said bitterly at the same time, uptown. Skyscrapers a few blocks away top layer. In a beautifully decorated office. A burly and powerful figure in a white suit. Listening to the information from the eyeliner. Couldn't help frowning, I saw him with a cigar on his lips. Wear a green mask on the face. The mask fits his face perfectly, strictly fit. There is almost no way to forcefully remove it. Through this mask, he also got the first-class physique and force of Superman, and was largely immune to physical and magical damage. It also has significant resistance and defense to unexpected psychic attacks. In addition, you can also summon the amazing Troll Warrior to help him clear all obstacles. It came to Madrid Po, is she going to kill me? Or for other unknown purposes, a devilish voice echoed. Jin Bing's pupils contracted violently. Never forget the horror of the Venom symbiote. Alexander Pierce, evil Winter Soldier. Directly devoured by the Venom symbiote. Can't die anymore even. Venom has inherited the power of the shadow of the two, and can summon the soft shadow and the pincers. Think of the good Goldens. If it wasn't for the fall of Cabo and Risu, I wouldn't wake up. A strong magnetic voice rang out, I don't know when. Next to the Underworld Emperor, a strange red face with a thick beard appeared out of thin air. The lip line is dark and deep, exuded a sense of enchantment. If you look at it for a long time, you may have bad luck, Tara. You are sure to be able to contact the ruler of the dark dimension. 95, let him endow me with unparalleled divine power. Kim was expressionless, not even the sound was disturbed. Completely achieved joy and anger, definitely. The Sombra Legion was born because of His Majesty Dormammu. 99, Your Majesty will not treat your own people badly. Tara speaks volumes one's own, Jin Bing's pupils shrank. Then there was a knock on the door's lamp ring. What kind of black technology is this? The widowed sister and Melina, looking at the black light ring that Dewey handed over, couldn't help but widen their eyes, revealing a deep bewilderment next moment. I saw the light of the lamp ring flickering slightly. It seems to mobilize the ubiquitous space energy. A teleportation door that constantly sprinkles magic sparks. And it takes shape in an instant. Direct access to the Red House base located high in the sky. My God, it's incredible. Is this Chitauri's technology 39? It's amazing that a ring actually realizes the function of space transmission. And the principle cannot be verified at all. The two women looked at each other. Roar couldn't help but startled. There was an unconcealed surprise on his face. Can't help but look at Venom more, that's right. The black light ring has perfectly inherited the characteristics of the sling ring. Almost able to move around the entire universe, in addition. He also carried out a small comprehensive upgrade and added the tracking and positioning function of the sling ring to the black light ring. Like a pocket astronomical computer, the black light ring, which records almost all wormhole positions in the multidimensional universe, can also easily open and close wormholes, sensing the mind and consciousness of the holder. No gestures are required either. You can open the teleportation door directly even. Based on the working principle of sling ring, Dewey has discovered the mystery of the celestial computer. Strictly speaking, it is to transfer data through wormholes. Realize an efficient operation that ordinary people can't understand. Definitely, Dewey has only just stepped into this field, and he does not dare to ensure that his research is the right path. I'm afraid I have to ask the demon Queen Morgana in a side-by-side manner. As the Apocalypse King of Merlot Heaven, the inventor of the Devil's No. 1 engine, he has almost mastered countless knowledge of the universe, and his achievements in many fields are unparalleled. Also, after coming to the Earths, she has come into contact with a new field. With her intelligence, she should also understand the principle in a short time. The black light ring can also create energy flight, hypnotic ability camouflage, and survive in a vacuum environment. This is black light technology created by Venom, not the invention of Chitauri. The corners of Sister Widow's mouth rose in an instant. She mobilized the energy of the black light ring, and then embodied it into a spear overflowing with vigor. The whole body of the spear is filled with a dark color, and the spear body is covered with mysterious textures. Like the blade held by Athena's sacred clothes, How is this possible? Creation of energy, the realization of fantasy. The symbiote actually touches this field. The two girls were dumbfounded, almost suspected that he was hallucinating next moment. Can't help but think of the Battle of New York. The brilliant Aegis commander, Maria Hill. It seems that Maria Hill also showed this extraordinary power of creation. Maria Hill's ability comes from the black light technology invented by Venom. The two women hesitated for a while and their eyes lit up. There is no doubt that the overall strength of the Red Room organization is about to usher in a surge. As long as everyone has a black light ring, it is easy to dominate the Earth. Indeed, 35 this ability. Once in the hands of criminalsis, a disaster 35. The whole world will collapse. The Widow Sister's eyes narrowed after. Space teleportation through the black light ring can ignore the straight line distance, and modern technology cannot detect the movement trajectory. The elusive maneuvering advantage has been brought into play to an unprecedented level. Incredible, however, the black light ring still has a battery life problem. To replenish the light or power, you must find a clean and efficient super energy source. Otherwise, since the light or power is too low, the combat effectiveness will plummet. I heard about the nuclear battery invented by Chitauri. It's being sold in Po Fu Market, Madrid. If the Red Room could decipher this technology, it would have mastered a super energy source 35. Melina's beautiful eyes flashed. Undoubtedly, there is a deep desire. The Battle of New York attracted worldwide attention. Let everyone witness the strength of the Avengers Alliance and know the existence of alien civilizations. For the technological weapons alien equipment, wreckage of battleships left by Chitauri. The whole world is in madness. Everyone is using the means to acquire the leading alien technology of the era at a premium. intending to reverse the operation principle and control the admission ticket to the future dimension. However, Tony Stark and the Federation of Stars and Stripes established the Disaster Control Unit, dedicated to recovering the alien technology scattered by Chitauri. Anyone who dares to disassemble and steal without permission will also be wanted by the top agent of S.H.I.D.L.D. So far, only some of the instruments have been circulated. Nuclear battery, where is this Fangshi 99? Do ye grind? It would also be a good thing to have access to nuclear batteries. Definitely. He is more looking forward to mastering the technology of the celestial computer and directly connecting the fixed star as the energy source of the black light ring. Downtown Princess Bar 99. This is an oasis in the slums, a place of rare joy 35. It is also recognized as a neutral zone by everyone. The meals are also delicious 99. The Widow sister introduced, is the food delicious? Sister Widow and Melina couldn't help but smile at each other. Yelena's foodie attributes have not changed at all then. After a short rest, the three left the royal suite. Take the elevator down and go straight away. Responsible for keeping a close eye on the Widow sister's eyeliner. But suspects that she is hallucinating what happened. Natasha Romanoff lives alone in the royal suite. And two women appear again. Could it be that Natasha Romanoff will still fail duplication? Hurry up and notify the boss 35. Looks like we're heading to the bottom city. At the same time, night shrouded the earth. Darkness covers the whole world, bottom city. It was like a gloomy and ominous magic cave. With almost no light and street lamps in contrast. The neon-flickering Shangcheng district on the other side is like an entertainment capital with lively lights and dynamic music. Even the tourists who come and go are dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Almost in two worlds with the inhabitants of the bottom city. It's miserable, it hurts. I've seen no less than 5 corpses. Ask for flowers, there's really no way to change it. Widow sister, Melina can't help but feel sour. Women's innate perceptual thinking also aggravates this kind of sadness. Change, there is definitely a way, weird cells. Big fist is the last word. I hope that the refugees who pick up the monster cells can make a little noise that satisfies me. 35 Dewey smiled coldly, but did not express his thoughts. Next moment, quietly generated multiple living cells. Shaped like a black tumor. Directly discarded in a conspicuous location. Weird cells, it can stimulate the deep inner potential. Induce the eater to undergo unprecedented metamorphosis. And evolve in line with its individual. Instantly possess the fighting power of ghost-level monsters. Suppose the eater was originally a super criminal as well. It is very likely to grow into a dragon-level monster. Even dragon-level elites. Master the heaven-defying force that destroys several large towns. It can also help Duyi to test out the reality of Madrid Po. How many strong people are living in seclusion in this place? 0 check tracks of another symbiote. Duyi's voice was low, the voice fell call out shhhhhhh. One after another like a living creature. Shadows spread out in all directions. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the whereabouts of the wild symbionts. If the wild symbionts split up again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Arrive. Princess Bar. The corners of the Widow sister's mouth rose immediately. They came to the offshore area of Madrid's slope. In a natural bay, there are numerous buildings. The office building full of sci-fi colors is almost no less than that of Shangcheng district. This is an oasis in the bottom city. The monarchs of Madrid Po are the default paradise. Princess Bar, the operator's name is O'Donnell. Even Wolverine has an industry here, Melina introduced. SHH 95 silence, someone is following us 35. The Widow sister has a keen intuition and has already discovered the peeping of the eyeliner. But there was no movement, maintaining the status quo. This is the basic quality of a top agent, however. At this time, there was a commotion. Instantly attracted the attention of the three. Look. What did I find? It seems that the living cells purchased by the general at a high price. Weird cells, I heard that if you eat monster cells, you can become a monster, boys. I'm giving up on being human, an old, aged voice echoed. A bald and bruised man with a rickety figure raised the monster cell high. After showing off with almost no hesitation, he directly stuffed the monster cells into his mouth and ate them on the spot. The crowd realizes later. Can't help showing a look of regret, such a waste. I should eat it, weird cells. No one knows where the freak cells come from, but know that it can stimulate the mysterious power hidden in the human body, transforming the eater into an unparalleled new species. Whack the X-Men and SHIELD are always scouring the weird cell production line. Quite a lot of movement, naturally. It also attracted the attention of ambitious people. It's just that no one has ever seen a freak cell. I didn't even expect that the weird cell would appear in Madrid Po and be picked up by the homeless Zeri. Ho 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 ho, a rough roar suction sounded in an instant. The slender rickety, wrinkled vagabond suddenly changed dramatically. His body swelled up and he became taller and stronger. A humanoid tyrannosaurus shaped like a copper skin and iron bones. The fangs are flashing with sharpness. It seems to be able to chew fine iron. The skin has a metallic color. And there are also angular abdominal muscles, completely getting rid of the skinny, and instantly transformed into a super macho, cool, awesome weird cells. Sure enough, it can stimulate the potential of the body and allow the eater to achieve an unprecedented metamorphosis. I'm invincible, 290 Zarith homeless. Let out a burst of hysterical laughter. The whole person looks like a ferocious devil. His eyes are sharp and infiltrating. Then his eyes were fixed on Yelena. You come over. Drink with me, I see who disagrees. 35. Tyrannosaurus Zari looked around for a week. The brutal eyes are full of blood. And the character is extremely distorted. Crazy to the extreme, almost no one dares to touch it. Go. Little girl, you can't mess with him now. 35. Maybe General Ryuan Yuku has to give him some thin noodles. The old lady whispered in a low voice. It's also for Yelena's sake. After all, Madrid Po was originally an outlaw. There is no rule or orders. Whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak, really. 35. I can't provoke him. 5. The corners of Yelena's mouth rose, rubbing the black light ring on his knuckles. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately paced towards the Tyrannosaurus Zari. Next moment, hiss sizzle, a hissing sound rang out. I saw the liquid pitch-black substance spread rapidly through the black light ring, and instantly formed an airtight black gel coat. The area of holy light is enveloped in a tough hard shell. Moreover, it has been adjusted into a fashionable battle armor, which looks like a brave and skilled female knight. There is also a resolute temperament in every gesture, like a flammable and irritable rampage lowly. It's totally different from Mrs. Widow's outfit. Within 10 strokes, kill you. 9. Widow sister compares a middle finger, not afraid at all, because she has already felt an all-round improvement in her physique. Inexhaustible power from the limbs and bones. Came out madly. Obviously got the strengthening beyond the reach of ordinary people. Then Yelena activated the power of the black light ring. The blazing, dazzling light beams burst open. It directly constitutes a sharp black lance, made from pure cosmic energy. There is a dignified edge flowing from the tip of the gun, as if it could pierce the sky. Hardly any substance can resist the attack of the lance. Just to test the strength of the energy creation. The widow sister smiled, fierce fighting. After she got the lamp ring, she never had the chance to use it. Who would have a pillow when she fell asleep? Sandbags are delivered to your door. What? This ability and her clothes 99 wrong. Everyone reacted a little and suddenly took a breath. This method of energy creation, which was used by Aegis Commander Maria Hill, also shined brilliantly in the Battle of New York, allowing the world to witness her majesty. However, no one realizes that the ability to create energy is not Hill's patent. Can anyone else use it as well? Simply incredible. Could it be that this is a brand new weapon developed by SH? ITLD didn't hear the wind at all. Everyone can't help but ring the alarm bell. At the same time, dang bang bang bang. There was a loud sound of footsteps. General Ryuen Yuku's bodyguard had already reached the princess bar. The soldiers were armed with live ammunition. Almost armed to the teeth. Their pitch-black muzzles lined up and aimed at Zeri and Widow Sister. Stop it all, don't want to live anymore. Dare to make trouble in General Ryuen's territory, 39. A burly and dignified officer strode forward, however. Not yet close to the battlefield. The scorching hot breath has already drowned his figure. And the extremely high temperature is terrifying. And there is almost no way to extinguish it in a shrill cry. The officer was killed instantly. Turn into a scorched corpse, can't die anymore. Remarkably brave, womans. I hope you can withstand my wrath, 9. Tyrannosaurus Zali looked hideous. Apparently awakening has also awakening extraordinary abilities through the monster cells. The voice did not fall roar hoo hoo hoo. A hoarse roar sounded, a full half-meter in diameter. The violent heat breath towards the Widow Sister in an instant. Wherever the heat breath went, even the refined iron showed signs of melting. And there was also a pungent smell of sulfur. Even the air is twisting and shapeshifting. Everyone was afraid to avoid it, and hurriedly hid in a very distant place. Almost as expected, the battle is set. The widowed sister is about to die, 35. What's the matter, 9? It doesn't seem right. Is it blocked? A shield successfully turned the tide. After a brief silence, everyone suddenly opened their eyes. And there was a burst of shock. I saw the dark energy shield, which directly resisted the surging heat. No matter how the Tyrannosaurus Zari strengthens its power, there is no way to make an inch, it's over. Looks like you didn't have the perfect effect of your freak cells at all. The widow sneered immediately. I saw her gripping the black lance and stabbing towards the Tyrannosaurus Zari. The fast action and the tricky attack angle are almost dizzying and unable to react. In an instant, the roar of gold and iron clashing came. Strings of sparks explode. Because the Widow Sister's willpower is unparalleled. Even the energy creation that she has manifested has been solidified to an incomparable level. Even if the Tyrannosaurus Zeri got the strengthening of the monster cells, can't resist her attack in an instant. He couldn't help but let out a scream. Directly penetrated by the black lance, full of despair. Directly fell into a pool of blood, life is cut off. But let other gangsters and gangsters. Couldn't help but light up, eat hymns. His blood has freak genes, everyone must evolve. Achieving gorgeous metamorphosis. Fade against the sky, 35. A burst of roar whistling sounded. The super criminal who evaded the house even swooped on the Tyrannosaurus Zari. Grabbed the flesh with bare hands, directly gulp it up. Even the Widow Sister couldn't help but be stunned. Simply insane, however, before it could be stopped. The deafening howl had already resounded. Everyone has changed to varying degrees, although it is inferior to the Tyrannosaurus Zari who ate the complete monster cells. It can be regarded as getting rid of the weak and powerless identity. And successfully metamorphosis for a new species, damn. I was careless, don't blame yourself, Yelena. Widow Sister softly relieved, ready for battle, however. After witnessing the strength of the Widow Sister, everyone did not intend to die. And then scattered to the depths of the bottom city. Only a corpse remains, scalp tingling, take away. And you, General, please, 35. After hanging up the phone, the deputy of the guard took over full control of the security. Zari's body was also taken to an unknown place, 55. Then lead the Widow Sister, and Melina to the end of the Pirate Bay. This is the residence of General Ryuen Yuku. There are always heavy guards, General Ryuen Yuku. Like a territorial official who held military power in Madrid Po. Was also secretly engaged in various maritime trade and criminal activities. Almost controlled 70% of the gray industry in Madrid Po. Simply a worthy emperor. Even the young monarch of Madrigalpo should give courtesy to General Ryuen Yuku for 3 points. Otherwise, all maritime trade will be paralyzed. However, with the entry of overseas forces, the dominance of General Ryuan Yuku has also become in jeopardy. Gold and Hydra gang of gangsters. The arrival of many overseas forces has subverted the stable pattern of Madridpo in one fell swoop, and also made General Ryuan Yuku feel an unprecedented pressure to survive. Experience what fear is for the first time, MS Romanov. Do you know the devil has your sights set on you? MS Romanov, do you know? The devil has your sights set on you. A voice that was not angry and self-willed echoed. I saw in the resplendent hall. Old with white temples standing silently. Even the king of agents Nick Fury would be pale in front of him, demons. Who are you referring to? The widow sister looked as usual. Then she found a beautiful woman with a delicate face, leaning against the window and admiring the moons. The woman has long jet black hair like a waterfall, and is wearing a beige trench coat. Her exposed skin is like a beautiful suet jade. Shaking a goblet full of fresh red wine juice, an intriguing smile twitched at the corners of his mouth. Corona, you're here at last, 35s. The beautiful woman twisted her waist and walked towards the widow sister. A unique biopheromone coils around the tip of the nose. The widowed sister and Melina could not help frowning subconsciously. Opposite to each other, both felt a real threat to the charismatic and mysterious woman. Angel's daughter, Morgana. The widow sister reacted a little, her eyes narrowed. It seemed that she never expected that the Devil Queen would look like this after removing her makeup. Well-behaved and pleasant, elegant and intellectual. Even with his face up to the sky, he can also overwhelm the crowd. It can be called pure imperial ceiling. Incredibly beautiful. You can't take your eyes off it at all, call me Bing Bing. Don't talk about the name Morgana often. And don't frighten the country children. Lion Bing holds 19 goblets, drink lightly and slowly. There was a white mark on the rim of the cup, country boy. It seems that the place you live should be extraordinary. 99, the widow sister was full of ridicule. It doesn't mean to be used to cold ice at all. Those who come are not good and those who are good do not come. This cold ice is definitely not at ease, depend on. Corona, they also have black light rings. Where is the venom? Get out of this, Queen 35. How many light rings did you send out? Lion Bing's eyes rolled around. And after discovering the black light ring between the widow sister's fingers, she suddenly became angry. Think you've been tricked? No. The queen refused to share Cortana. The voice did not fall. Hiss sizzle, a hissing sound rang out. The pitch-black liquid substance penetrated the pore and formed a ferocious head. It made General Ryuan Yuku's pupils shrink violently. Obviously frightened, Morgana. Do you care how many black light rings I sent? Who gave you the qualifications? Don't know how to lift. Dui smiled coldly, simply arrogant to the extreme. It also made Liang Bingmei's eyes widen, and she gritted her teeth. Like a powder keg about to explode all this time. She has been using Demon One's celestial computer to study the properties of the black light ring, as well as the cardinal number of phosphorescent forms. Although she has just stepped into this unfamiliar field, she has also learned by analogy and in a short period of time. She has reached a height that ordinary people cannot reach. Even the biggest weakness of the symbiote was calculated. Weakness, tell me about it, 95s. Dui's heart skipped a beat. Can you actually deduce your own weakness through the lamp ring? Is it true or false, hey? It seems you have overlooked something. Why do you all come here? The widow sister couldn't help laughing. It feels like Venom and Morgana are like a pair of happy enemies. Seems to be bickering all the time, always a fight. The voice fell, everyone woke up like a dream finally. He turned his attention to General Ryuan Yuku, who had mixed feelings. I did get a few bucks. I can give it to you, 99. As for the symbiote, I'm afraid I can't help it. General Ryuan Yuku smiled bitterly. Before that, he had never seen the appearance of the symbiote at all. How is it possible to catch the symbiote, little Na? Do you know why I came here? Because I measured your movements through Demon One. The exact location of the symbiote was also deduced. Just to meet you in time. The corners of Morgana's mouth rose. There is also a bit of cunning on the exquisite face. It seems to be waiting for the praise of the widow sister. Devil 1, this is the low-end version of the big clock. A double helix in the shape of a ladder, it can simulate data. Calculate the specific coordinates of the wormhole. Transfer data through the wormhole and also evolve genes. Find all the answers you need, known or unknown. Nature can accurately locate the coordinates of the symbiote. After all, the wild symbiotes derived from the riots, no matter how sharp their spiritual senses and thinking are only in their infancy, no real growth at all, yes. Where is the symbiote? The widow sister smiled. After getting rid of the wild symbiote, he can rest well. The property purchased in Zijing Town has not been cleaned yet. Baron Palace, Morgana has a playful attitude. But General Ryuan Yuku couldn't help but take a deep breath. Baron's Palace, this is where the royal family lives. A symbiote parasitizing young monarch. What are you thinking? The host of the symbiote is a large man wearing a green hood. Morgana rolled her eyes, big guy green headgear. The name of the symbiote host is simply Roars Gold and America's biggest underworld boss ever. Not only did he wear a troll mask, but he also became the host of the symbiote. This simply incredible. What everyone worried about has finally become a reality. What's wrong? Is he strong? Morgana frowned slightly. I really can't understand the source of the widow's nervousness. Then, after hearing the ins and outs, she couldn't help but ponder shadow mask. Is there such a thing, sealed living creatures in masks? This is an unknown wormhole transport technology. No mask equivalent to the dark plane. Wearing a mask also invades this dark plane. As for why she was able to inherit the physique of the mummy general and the ability to summon shadow soldiers, she needed further research. Without the corresponding spell, the mask cannot be removed. It's just that your arithmetic skills are not at home. Morgana looked sarcastic. Through the accelerated deconstruction of the Demon 1 celestial computer, she discovered that occult magic is nothing but dark energy. You can completely copy the spectral band of secret magic. Become a master of magic with boundless power definitely. Without the correct spell, it is impossible to simulate the casting process. And the code must be entered into the demon engine to be able to truly harness the magic. Master the secret power dark plane demon engine. So everything in the world can be explained by technology. 35 The widow sister. The widow sister and Melina couldn't help looking at each other, obviously. A bunch of technical terms touched the blind spot of knowledge of the three. What? The lamp ring in your hands seems to be a different model from mine. There is already a prototype of a miniature celestial computer. Morgana's eyes wandered. There was an undisguised surprise on his face. Tiny astrocomputers. Was it researched by the Venom symbiote? How long has it been since? It's just outrageous. 290 Morganas. It's still too late to worship me as a teacher. Du Yi's face was full of expression. But he succeeded in making Morgana laugh. The person who can teach me has not yet been born. At the same time, Baron's palace. A luxurious and luxurious palace. On a dragon chair made of pure gold. Sitting on the side is a burly and powerful behemoth. I saw him wearing a white dress, with a gentleman's walking stick in his hands, abominable. Like a ghost stepping out of hell, golden. I got my perception. Similars are approaching extremely fast. You be careful, nines. The magical voice resounded through his mind. Jin couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly similar. Venom is coming, well done, he can finally be ashamed. Jin Bing grinned and couldn't help grinning beside him. There are also 5 ferocious burly men. Standing or sitting. Almost all of them are wearing black shadow masks, lats. Bartsikos Mingta Mani. The super criminals carefully selected by him are wearing them on his face. The only fly in the ointment is that the commander-in-chief of the ninja corps, General Nega, was sealed by the Holy Master in his own bedroom. Even if Tara couldn't set foot there, she couldn't take this shadow mask away, but enough. 5 shadow generals and 5 symbiotes. Who can stop me from ruling the world? Unbridled laughter echoed, hiss, sizzle, a roar sounded. Liquid fibrous tissues of different colors emerge from the body almost at the same time. Wrapping the host's body in all directions, count the gold. 6 new symbiotes have appeared, 6 symbiotes. With totally different colors. It also gave the 6 black generals different physiques than ordinary people. And the combat power of one horse is 1,000, hiss. Sizzle, a hissing sound echoed in the huge palace. There is hardly any other noise. Even the young monarch and concubine were trembling. Curled up and shivered in the corner, Gold Ant. He suddenly broke into Baron's palace, forced himself to abdicate and let the sages, and summoned a troll warrior with a big shoulder and a round waist. And his fist was wider than his waist, directly crushing all the guards. The super criminals parasitized by strange substances also disagreed, biting off the heads of princes and ministers. All kinds of ugly behaviors are almost not enough to be called people. But the devil, even if I become a demon, I will be the strongest demon king. Jin and looked hideous. The soul of the mummy general still affects his sanity. Symbiote exacerbated this negative impact. Because the symbiote will not reverse the host's thinking. It will only magnify the subconscious deep in the host's mind. It is almost conceivable that the underworld emperor Jinbian is about to degenerate into a demon. And he will also be bewitched by the shadow demon King Tara and become a loyal servant of the Lord of Darkness. As long as 3 magician holy places are leveled, it can make the protective cover that shelters the reality dimension fall apart. The ultimate darkness will sweep the earth. Golden Ant, you will also be rewarded like never before. An impassioned declaration sounded. I saw the dark shadow demon King Tara suddenly appeared out of thin air. He had the face of a red cat with a bushy beard. It looked so ugly. When Jinbing's spiritual defense line fell, he finally succeeded in taming it. It also solves the heartache as ordered, my master. Jinbing's voice was low, completely unaware of the depravity of his own soul. The mind has been dominated by the symbiote evil. Evil symbiote, this is a wild symbiote derived from Riot. It took the initiative to deliver to your door and selected this super sturdy man. He also shared the skills of deriving a new symbiote with Jinbing. The progeny split by the symbiote, after coming into contact with the DNA of other species, may have incredible metamorphosis, with unparalleled activity, and the new symbiote will also be stronger than its parents. Even the weakness of the fear of fire and sound waves may dissipate. There is no means of harming the symbiote and the host. Completely invincible, real. It happened that I figured out the weakness of the symbiote. It's better to test it. The noble and melodious female voice echoed. A kick sounded. I saw a beautiful woman wearing a beige windbreaker and black hair with fragrant shoulders, walking with light and vigorous steps, and then appeared in front of everyone. She has the figure of a devil angel's face, looking forward to life. There was an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth. But no one dared to despise her, because the symbiote's innate beast senses are madly warning. Cold ice, are you sure? 99. Found a weakness in the symbiote, don't make a joke. A hissing sound rang out, Dewey smiled coldly. He remained skeptical about Morgana's claims symbiote. Are there really other weaknesses? The results calculated by the devils know. 1 engine are almost accurate, 5 Morgana smiled. She believed in her own invention celestial computer. This is a super technology that ordinary people cannot understand and imagine. Not only can it simulate the universe, but it can also calculate the answer to everything. Definitely without sufficient energy supply. Efficient calculus cannot be maintained. The operation of large-scale celestial computers is often accompanied by the demise of fixed star. Buzz, the voice did not fall. A mysterious burst of electromagnetic radiation diffused. The scope of the dark matter plane is rapidly expanding. Actually appeared outside. It also shrouded Jin and other generals of the shadows inside. Next moment, everyone suddenly discovered that they actually appeared in an unknown space. The large background is dark deep and the stars twinkle. Not any dimensions known at all. It is also similar to the dark dimension. This is the dark plane, a dimension invisible to the naked eye relative to living space. It is also a gathering place for dark matter and dark energy. 35. Angel and demons mastered all kinds of incredible skills just by transporting the dark matter energy of this plane. 5. Want to enter this dark plane. The genetic engine has to be loaded. The level of the engine version determines the strength of the power. Morgana talked eloquently. There's no intention to hide in the slightest. Because there is no need to cover up. Neither the genetic engine nor the dark energy transfer technology can be learned by ordinary people. Secondly, it must also rely on the support of powerful computing power. Without a celestial computer, there would be nothing. Unknown biological analysis, redefined symbiote. Weakness can't survive alone. The time-space separation device is activated. Separation ding a voice without emotion sounded. The cold words of machinery are endlessly heard in the field of the dark plane. However, Duyi was suddenly relieved. Space-time separation device. So this is the weakness that Morgana calculated. Thought she had discovered other unknown weaknesses. Next moment, a lightning-fast plasma ray shot straight at the enemy not far away. With big shoulders and round waists. He is a burly and powerful general with a black shadow. And the surface of his body is filled with brightly colored liquid substances, which are like mercury. It also endows the host with a more ferocious appearance and a Superman's first-class physique. The razor-sharp fangs and the silky saliva are enough to scare kindergarten children. Facing the oncoming separation rays. But there is almost no fighting back. After being hit, there was a burst of hysterical screams. It really split in two under the violent shock. It differentiated into two separate individuals. The liquid viscous substance fell to the gold and feet. Due to the deviation of his position, he avoided Morgana's first attack and fully realized the horror of the space-time ray. Golden and, except the symbiote 35. I have a way to make you stronger. The magical voice resounded through his mind. Jin opened his eyes wide, there is little room for thought. Then he accepted the other 5 symbiotes into his body. Unite as one roar hoo-hoo-hoo. A heart-piercing roar suddenly exploded. The underworld emperor wearing the somber mask suddenly underwent an unprecedented change. Resembling a prehistoric angry beast thirsty for blood. The whole person has grown to an incomparable level. Evil symbiote also evolved into a hybrid symbiote. It has the ability of almost all other symbiotes. And its three-dimensional attributes have also been improved by geometric multiples. Stepping into a new level of life dark plane, 5. Dark energy demon engines. Making something mysterious, it's just laughable. As if the devil was laughing wildly, Jin and condescending. The height of about 5 meters high. Like a hill lying across this need everyone to look up. Moreover, because the symbiote parasitized other Sombra generals, it also copied the Sombra general's physique that was different from ordinary people. Jin and the host of the hybrid symbiote. Almost 5 times the strength of General Sombra. He also succeeded in unleashing his hidden potential. He actually grew wings. The speed also broke the sound barrier. Fortunately, the dark plane of Lion Bing trapped him. Qin didn't summon the Shadow Soldier. Because the Shadow Soldiers can't invade the dark plane. Widow sister. And Melina couldn't help looking at each other. Suddenly realized Lion Bing's far-sighted vision. Dark sides like the hand of a god. Directly and perfectly divided the battlefield. When I learned that General Sombra can also summon Sombra soldiers, I began to think about how to restrain him. The corners of Lion Bing's mouth curled into a smile. Incredibly beautiful. Liao News, it looks like a fairy in the Moon Palace with her own halo. Simply shameful, restrain him or restrain me 99. Duyi smiled coldly, cannot help but alarm bells #7. Before that, he had eaten Camertage's signature magic weapon. The sling ring even if you're trapped in the dark plane. You can still escape, known creatures 35. Weakness cannot survive alone. The time-space separation device is activated. Cannot be separated. The program needs to be recalculated. An emotionless beep sounded. Space-time separation failed. After the evil symbiote evolves into a hybrid symbiote, the same procedure can no longer work again. It's up to you. As for how to remove the Sombra mask, I need to do the math for a while. 99. Lion Bing spread out his hands, express yourself helpless. Next, I'll give it to me. Sister Widow's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Next moment, hiss sizzle. The pitch-black liquid substance spread rapidly, and then formed a radiant black and gold holy garment of fine iron texture. Black gold cloths, almost the same shape of Athena's sacred clothes. The surface has a dreamy color. This is the ultimate form of the holy garment, able to elevate the small universe to the point of infinity. It perfectly inherits the characteristics of Aliha steel, greatly reducing physical and magic damage. There is almost no way to destroy it. Even breaking the defense is a luxury, definitely. You didn't fully digest the sacred garment. Only a trace of the divine power of the sacred garment has been mastered. Even so, it has already demonstrated an extraordinary posture, which is breathtaking and has no courage to look directly at it. What substance rewriting? Battle suit attributes have changed. Could it be that you are equipped with a void engine? Morgana's lips parted slightly. Cannot help but feel a while at a loss, symbiote. It suddenly turned into a metal substance. It is undoubtedly beyond the scope of biological concepts. No single substance can achieve this rewriting unless. Void engine, this is a relatively mysterious technology, also known as the sub-biological engine, which comes from the unpredictable cosmic boundary of the big clock, and can redefine matter and subvert the rules. But it can't create a new rule. Moreover, this rewriting is also time-effective, because no matter how defiant the algorithm is, it can't match the original correction power of the world. However, she didn't feel the data fluctuations of the void engine at all. Is it substance rewriting of the Venom symbiote? Not any kind of known technology, gene engine. Data rewriting, if I had to give it a name, 290. You could call Roar a black light engine. You smiled coldly. After eating the black light virus of perfect quality, he gained an unparalleled power of control, and the cells and genes of his whole body could follow his will and complete all kinds of incredible changes. Swallow the fruit, weapon fruit. Also enhances his disintegration and manifest ability. According to his needs, create an elementary level genetic engine. Simply a piece of cake in addition. The characteristics of the green light ring can also be integrated into the genetic engine, and the genetic engine can be further upgraded and optimized to achieve a real rebirth. Black light engine, that's how it came into being. Definitely due to the black light engine. It is not connected to other celestial computers of level universe, so it can only be regarded as a standalone version, and it cannot play an immediate effect for the time being. Like a smartphone without an internet connection. How smart can it be? All programs are unavailable. This is Duyi's current predicament, no wonder. The Green Lantern Corps needs to create large energy cells. It seems that the energy battery is originally equivalent to an astronomical computer. How could the human brain possibly replace the celestial computer? This technique must be mastered as soon as possible. Duyi frowned. I just discovered how powerful the astronomical computer and the genetic engine can be. It can be regarded as a dimensional weapon, rule blow. Through sophisticated and efficient algorithms, all abilities mastered by the target are displayed in a data-based program and rewritten through a single thought BJFF. Although the time for rule rewriting is limited, it is enough to play a decisive role when masters play tricks. What sling rings 35s? It's like a tiny celestial computer. If I can get the sling rings manufacturing drawings, maybe I can invent a higher-level cosmic engine. Duyi's eyes lit up, it seems. Once the hybrid symbiote has been dealt with, It's time to return to Camertage. Also try to convince the Ancient One to wear the Black Light Ring. Ancient One, the current Sorcerer Supreme. Master of the Hidden World. It must be counted as a key female character. At the same time, the 6-in-1 hybrid symbiote also flapped its back wings crazily, rushing towards Sister Widow. The other Shadow Generals didn't show any signs of flinching, and burst out with hysterical roars, striding towards the widowed sister Dark Plane. The battlefield is perfectly divided. Avoid the rogue tactics of General Sombra's extreme rioters. Temporarily relieve the pressure of the people, however. The super criminals who inherit the physique of the mummy general are not good men and women. Originally also had the highest level of fighting ability. Fighting skills. Even the willpower is far superior to ordinary people. They're essential twice as many since ancient times. 2 fists have been invincible against 4 hands. What's more, there are still 4 weak girls. Surrender. You can die a little more happily, do not, should stay. Otherwise you'll lose your face and figure. 55. A magical voice sounded. General Black Shadow couldn't help showing a sinister color. However, the voice did not fall, buzzing. The Widow Sister urges the power of the Black Light Ring. The liquid fibers on the body surface rapidly expanded, and then formed a gorgeous battle armor. And the Holy Light area was covered with hard materials. The lantern ring energy is now a black lance. There was an air of arrogance all over. All gestures are full of the peerless style of women who do not allow men. Dun-da-da, I saw the Widow Sister striding forward, constantly stabbing the lance. A burst of sparks hit the skin of Crossbones. Moment. Crossbones roared in the sky, bloodshot irises all over. It seems that he never expected that the Widow Sister's lance could be so sharp. Not even high-caliber bullets can hurt him. Now there are bloodstains, simply unbelievable. It's my turn. Melina's long hair is braided. Compared with the Widow Sister and Widow Sister, the body curve is more proud. She has almost no interest in melee combat, therefore. After she got the Black Light Rings, the things she tried to realize were almost all high-end technology weapons. Next moment, I saw a jet of black energy pouring out through the lamp ring. In an instant, it turned into a heavy tank and enveloped Melina. Let her be controlled, and directly release a missile with a hot flame. Boom, boom. The missile hit the target with precision and error, and the dazzling artillery fire burst out of thin air. This Shadow General staggered and sat on the ground. There was black smoke all over. Was bombed to the point of gold star dizzy. Almost fainted on the spot. Because Melina's knowledge is solid enough. The power of the tanks and cannonballs she manifests is also higher than that of conventional energy creations. Almost as good as the original, not a copycat thing, yo. It seems that the Black Light Ring will play a different role in the hands of different owners. 99 just doesn't do what I envisioned. 35. Morgana's beautiful eyes blinked. Suddenly have fun. A black light ring worn by rubbing the knuckles. Immediately in midair, a radiant cosmic tree immediately appeared. A chain of black branches spread out, crowned like a canopy, able to see data and streamer flickering. It's like a large celestial computer. Holy Kesha's treasure trove of knowledge. Even energy furnaces and collectors are available. A treasure trove of knowledge. If you step through the iron shoes, there is nowhere to find it, and it takes no effort to get it. Awesome, good for you, Morgana. Do you reacted a little and couldn't help but light up. He never dreamed that Morgana would actually create a treasure trove of knowledge. Through the transfer of consciousness, he directly read the data recorded by the Black Light Lamp Ring, and also mastered the production essentials of the treasure house of sacred knowledge. However, a roar sounded. The treasure house of knowledge, revealed by Morgana, suddenly burst open. It looks like a nuclear reactor that is so powerful that it has no limits. Detonate directly on the dark planes. An astonishing tide of energy slammed backwards and spread in all directions. As for General Black Shadow, who is not far away, almost impossible to fight back like a dropped kite. It was directly lifted off to a very distant place. Imperfect body drenched in blood. He fell heavily to the ground. Directly lost the action ability, General Sombra. It doesn't seem to be that strong. It's the battery life of the black light ring. Remember to optimize it. Do you need me to teach you fixed star energy extraction technology? The corners of Leng Bing's mouth twitched slightly hiss. It actually embodies the treasure house of sacred knowledge and plays as a nuclear reactor to blow up. This demon queen is too maddened, isn't she? Everyone couldn't help looking at each other. Dui secretly said, what a pity. The most critical underlying data is not copied. As for the fixed star energy extraction technology, he has no interest at all because Dui has better options. Infinite gems, Tesseract Mind Scepter Time Gem. Temporarily ineligible to contact. But Morag's power gems are unowned. What other energy source can match infinite gems? Dui smiled coldly, dark, plain, pitch black, profound. Far away. Even the explosion of the energy creation did not cause the slightest impact. Because the dark plane is inherently indestructible. Even if it is torn apart, it will be restored in an instant. Only the power above the void can shake the foundation. That's all, the big one. It's time to admit defeat. Your helpers are finished. 39. What's in it for you to hold on to it, Tilda? Gao Leng's voice reverberated. Morgana's eyes wandered. Apparently there is a cherishing heart in this big man. He has an unprecedented dark will. And he is simply a born devil. Once a high-end demon gene is implanted, it is possible to evolve into an auto-level existence. Be her demon, Sergeant Major. She has never forgotten the strength of strengthening the demon army. Only in this way can we kill the holy Kaisha, that bitch. Golden Merger 95. I can't understand you anymore. The shadow mask and the hybrid symbiote have enslaved his body. It's my turn to take over the battle. A hissing sound rang out, the pitch-black liquid substance. Like a tide covered the Widow Sister's body. Next moment, the tall female Venom appeared. The ferocious and fierce face is simply daunting. Even if it was not the first time for everyone to see it. Their pupils could not help shrinking slightly. Do not. Stop, forgive me, I surrender. The Shadow General wearing the Ica mask stared at the ferocious beast pacing. And suddenly burst into a hysterical roar. However, there is no use at all. Hiss, sizzle, one after another. The liquid fiber whiskers formed a web, which directly drowned his figure. Then the symbiote weaves into a black cocoon. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. You can only watch the black oil-like substance swept in. Just eat him, clean, belch, it doesn't taste good. Bad review, Dewey hiccuped. Through the power of swallowing the fruit, the ability that the mummy general was born with was completely turned into his own. At this moment, he has been able to summon Helm Shadow. Soldier Core definitely. Due to the split nature of the dark plane, he could not be summoned. Only return to the real world to summon, and you. None can escape, Dewey sneered again and again. Do the same thing. The other 4 generals of the Shadow were also seriously injured and almost lost their combat ability. So they could only let Dewey do it, hiss, sizzle. 4 black cocoons are lined up. He activated the power of swallowing the fruit again. Eat and wipe the mummy general on the spot. The whole process unknowingly. Only Morgana frowned and vaguely discerned a trace. What? Signs of life gone, it seems. Venom symbiote has the ability to devour evolution. This is the uniqueness of his black light engine. 99. The corners of Morgana's mouth rose. But it didn't make it public because she's also looking forward to how far the Venom symbiote will evolve. It's just you, Golden Union 35. Dewey's eyes were sharp. He will never let the hybrid symbiote survive. Even the hybrid symbiote does not know the whereabouts of the symbiont planet. Let it split infinite teleprogeny multiply. And choose a powerful super criminal as the host. I am afraid the whole world will be in chaos. Call out. The deafening sound of breaking the sky is endless. I saw the Widow Sister waving the lance continuously. A little cold light comes first. And then the gun shoots like a dragon. However, the black lance that can penetrate the defense of General Sombra, but cannot cut the skin of the hybrid symbiote. Because the hybrid symbionts are integrated from 6 symbionts, they are like super-strong composite materials. The innate attributes of the symbiote have also increased 6 times, reaching a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. I'm afraid weapons of mass destruction may not be able to wipe out the hybrid. Moreover, after several derivations, the hybrid symbiote has erased the weakness of fearing fire and sound waves. Almost invincible no leaks gold body sheet 9. Insufficient energy in the black light ring 35. Nuclear batteries can't even be recharged. The widowed sister's eyes were sullen, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. No matter how fierce the attack was, it seemed to hit the air and could not cause significant damage at all. Even if injured, the hybrid symbiote can recover in an instant. If it weren't for his thinking and confusion, multiple consciousnesses conflict with each other. For a while, there is simply no way to integrate strength and perfectly mobilize one's own strength. Otherwise, the widow sister has been defeated. My energy will also run out, Venom, how to do? Are you confident? Melina's face turned pale. It was obvious that his strength was also on the verge of exhaustion. After all, activating the black light ring also requires the coordination of the brain and the whole body. And the spirit is highly concentrated. Without professional training, there is no doubt that he will not be able to perform effectively, but will fall into an unbearable situation. Widowed sister Melina, apparently this is the case. Confidence? Are you kidding? No effort at all. Do ye grinned? Even though he and the hybrid are both symbiotes, they are already invisibly opening a huge amount of gap. Not at one level at all. Shit, 55 really bragging. Morgana folded her arms around her chest. It is really unacceptable that the bright and charming widow sister suddenly turned into this ferocious and fierce face. Boast, stinky girls, my uncle never brags. 55. Dewey sneered again and again, not used to Morgana at all. Even if Morgana is the queen of demons and relies on the demon no. One celestial computer may not be able to analyze herself. Even if the time-space separation device is effective, he can still survive alone. The voice did not fall. He suddenly opened the Buddha form *###. The size of the whole person has also doubled to an unprecedented level. The stature is burly and sturdy, about 5 meters high. Even the pitch-black liquid substance was plated with a layer of gold. Like a glaring Vajra, they raised their hands and gestures, exuding an air of brilliance. Hundreds of ghosts are not near hum. A golden ball cover appeared above the fist. Without hesitation, Dewey directly mobilized his maximum strength and waved his fist towards the hybrid Jinbian. Do not quiet, it's up to me now. Rough and brutal noise exploded gold and finally the other voices were suppressed. Regain the action ability. Facing the galloping punch that could crush the troll warrior, he remembered the trembling and fear once again. However, he has gained unparalleled power. Shadow Mask. Hybrid symbionts, it must be a shame. Let Venom die without a place to die. Cross arms 0. The liquid mercury substance like silver mercury quickly gathered in front of him, followed his consciousness and formed an indestructible long shield. There was a roar of gold and iron clashing. Keep moving backwards. It seems that all the internal organs are shifting, but successfully resisted Dewey's strong wind punch. Tusk. Not bad. 35, a little progress. 99. Dewey smiled coldly. Next moment, a blast of quick frozen low-temperature cold air is poured out directly. While Jin didn't turn around, it has frozen him into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. However, a deafening roar sounded. The ice sculpture exploded suddenly. Jin appeared intact again. As if the frozen roar sucked nothing at all. Venom. What else do you have can threaten me? The hysterical laughter is endless. Gold is like a monster. There was a burst of laughter, excited, distortion, crazy. All kinds of emotions stirred in his heart. He can finally kill the enemy and sit firmly on the top spot of Madrid Po. After eating the Venom symbiote, The Avengers Alliance and the X-Men will not be afraid. And Asgard's hammer god will not be able to turn the tide. The title of King of the World, waiting for a vacancy. No one can stop his rise, yes, who gave you confidence? Dewey smiled coldly in an instant. The radiant portal of teleportation suddenly appeared out of thin air. On the way across the gold and snapped shut. The power of space was shaped like a sharp blade, bursting out with incredible light. And the dazzling magic spark went out. Half of Jin Bing's body fell directly to the ground. There was a dull echo, how is this possible? You are cheating, have the ability to fight to the death. **ch waste. The hysterical swearing was incessant. Jin and collapsed to the ground. Half of the body was directly cut off by an oblique split. And the cross-section was extremely smooth. And the layers of the meridians and bones could almost be seen. But not a drop of blood spilled. As for the other half of the body, it has been teleported to other places. Only do you knows where it is, no wonder 35. The Ancient One will give you the sling ring. Morgana smiled through the calculation of the devil's no. One engine. The whereabouts of the other half of the body has been found. Just like dropped to Camertage. Apparently Sorcerer Supreme saw the future and found the only way to restrain the hybrid gold combination. Then, before the Widow Sister leaves, give away the sling ring. What else did she see? Can you see the cause of death of Holy Kesha, my plan? Did you make it? Morgana's eyes wandered. Her hatred has never been forgotten. Even, it has decided to launch a plan in the near future. Lead the Holy Kesha to Earth, ended, it's that simple. Can the teleportation gate also be used as a means of attack? 5. The Widowed Sister 290 Melina. Couldn't help but feel an eye-opener and was also touched. I found that my imagination was too barren. And it did not exert the true power of the black light ring at all. It seems after finding a stable energy source. A series of training programs should also be carried out. Improve your actual combat ability as soon as possible. Otherwise, the future will become a drag on the Widow's Sister, Golden. A soldier never tires of deceit, 95 you should know that. Rest in peace. I hope you don't continue to fight against me in the next life. Dewey grinned immediately. The pitch-black liquid substance turned into a net of heaven and earth, drowning the gold that was deliberately procrastinating. Because the hybrid symbiote grants him unprecedented self-healing ability. Just give him some time, not to mention half of the body. Even if only the head is left, it can quickly recover. While you are sick, it will kill you, that's it. Hiss. Sizzle, a roar sounded. An unprecedented black cocoon stood silently in front of everyone. Hybrid symbionts summer mask. They were also eaten and wiped clean by Dewey. And turned into their own abilities. There is no way to plunder ding. There was an unsentimental beeping sound. There was a wave of fluctuations in the black light virus that he transformed into a genetic engine. A whole system panel was actually generated. All kinds of data of Dewey are accurately recorded above. Blacklight engine host Venom race symbiote. Main program dark energy reading blood following limit. Sling ring spacetime algorithm. High-level material rewriting. Additional functions of sling ring spacetime algorithm, spacetime positioning. Micro-wormhole transportation space shuttle. Worm gate construction. Additional functions of the blood following the limit, Great Buddha fruit. Ton fruit weapon fruitwood dung compound no. 5 power of shadow 12 charms defective. High-level material rewrite additional functions, Wabo app. Monster Selgrin light ring Athena sacred clothing. At a glance there are no gaps at all definitely. On the engine panel only do you can see it. And the Widow Sister can't see it. Otherwise his biggest secrets will be exposed. This is the original version of the Blacklight engine. The working principle is that he endowed some genes with spirituality. Like the highest level of advanced AI. Responsible for recording and collecting his dark plane information. There are also parasitic rewards from the system future. After he found the power gems, he developed his own large-scale celestial computer. And the blacklight engine will also be updated, with computing power comparable to the Void engine level. It can also open the Dark Plane and carry out the Dark Plane attack. Even the black light ring will be fully upgraded. Built-in cosmic engine. Draw energy from space through a large celestial computer. Never worry about running out of energy. Awesome. I hope the Supreme Ancient One will take good care of the other half of Jinbian's body. Hopefully there won't be any more bullshit. Duya's eyes flashed slightly immediately. He raised his hand to create a teleportation gate. And Morgana, widowed sister Melina, one after another, once again came to the antique. A magical holy place that exudes a fairy spirit, Camertage. Congratulations. The threat of wild symbionts is addressed. As for how to deal with symbiotes, you've decided 35. A calm voice echoed in a while. I saw Sorcerer Supreme standing on the steps, wearing a bright yellow robe with a thin and pale face, showing a gratified smile. Next moment, Jin and the other half of his body came into view, like dead silence frozen by the power of time. Even if the hybrid symbiote can regenerate, it cannot escape the shackles of the power of time. It seems that Sorcerer Supreme has anticipated everything. His sizzle, a hissing sound rang out. Duyi repeated his old tricks, eating the other half of his body and swallowing it in a more elegant way. But he couldn't help but burp. Little girl movie. Since you can predict the future, I want to ask you. Has Holy Kesha died in the future? Morgana folded her arms around her chest. He looked inexplicably nervous. Even she didn't know why she was so nervous. Please sit down, I have prepared vegetarian food. Eat and talk, Ancient One smiled. Don't mind Morgana's slander, lead the crowd to the hall. Seated one after another, little girl movie. Is it that hard to tell the truths? Or do you follow the rules and precepts set by the son of the ancient gods and won't spoil the future easily? Morgana frowned, obviously impatient to wait. Dachi. Just want to know an answer, how it turned out 99. Do you really care? When you know the result, will you still do it? 35. Ancient One looked as usual. She had indeed witnessed the fall of the Holy Kesha. There are also gluttonous demons, angels, gods. Apocalyptic natural disasters created in the real world. The land is devastated. Modern technological equipment is completely out of order. Even the three magician holy places almost collapsed. However, she could only ignore it, because Sorcerer Supreme cannot forcefully interfere in the future. Once intervening in the future, it will also trigger a backlash in the future, causing irreversible consequences, and even the collapse of the sacred timeline. The multi-universe war will repeat itself. For the safety of the multi-universe, she can only choose to sacrifice the Earth, Holy Kesha. Who is she? Unheard of. Why do you care about her life? The widow sister, the widow sister. And Melina couldn't help looking at each other. Little is known about the feud between the Demon Queen and the Holy Kesha. At the same time, hiss sizzle, a hissing sound rang out. Du Yuho had completely digested the hybrid symbiote, then showed a malicious smile, directly revealing the ending of the Holy Kesha. Holy Kesha Mbai. Even if the sacred body can be reorganized by quantum aggregation, it will be given for nothing. It will take about 300 million years to restore its original appearance. 35. Then the end of the Earth is coming. Wow. One word makes 1,000 waves. Morgana and Ancient One have their eyes wide open. Unbelievable sights have been cast one after another. In an instant, time disturbances appear. Invisible energy tides spread out in all directions. It also led to the emergence of time branches, however. Next moment, Sorcerer Supreme choking mantra. Activate time gem and hurriedly control this disturbance of the foundation of the world. Venom is what you said true. My mother succeeded in killing that Baichith Holy Kesha. It seems that your prediction ability is not covered. Morgana's beautiful eyes blinked. Can't help but be ecstatic, however, after rejoicing. A feeling of emptiness emerged for some unknown reason. Without Holy Kesha, what is her struggle worth? Who will witness her success? ***55, it's blurry. Venoms, do you know what you did? Ancient One smiled wryly if the holy Kesha hadn't fallen. The number of intelligent life on Earth will also remain on a dangerous scale. A group of cosmic gods sleeping deep in the Earth. It will also recover in advance, break the ball out. The whole world will cease to exist. After losing the protection of the three holy places, the overlord of the universe who is entrenched in the dark dimension will also direct the ultimate darkness of terror. However, there is absolutely no way to reverse it. Because after the Demon Queen learned about the future, she has already started hesitation whether to launch a plan. What have you done? Accelerating the incubation of the cosmic deity group. Suck it, actually I can't ask for it 95. Dewey sneered again and again, immediately. Sorcerer Supreme's expression froze. Why? Does Venom know about the existence of the cosmic celestials? Cosmic God Group. This is the strongest existence that dominates all phenomena of nature. An orderly ancient race, usually not alone. Basically, it's a group task. It is the cosmic deity group, who sowed the seeds of life in the multi-universe, brought light and heat, and lit up the dark and silent universe. However, the Tiantian group also needs to constantly replenish new energy. In the depths of the Earth, there is a cosmic god group sleeping theme. As long as the number of intelligent life reaches a certain scale, the cosmic Tenjin group will also break the ball out. Annihilate all life on the surface. The fall of the Holy Kaisha, angel, demon, Taudi gods. The apocalyptic natural disaster caused by the Earth actually reduced the population size and delayed the birth of the god Theum. Not entirely without benefits. As the Sorcerer Supreme of Camertage, she has been in control of Time Gem for thousands of years. And she can also overwhelm rationality and make the most sensible choices. Roz. The Venom symbiote has publicly exposed the fall of the Holy Kaisha. So much so that Morganaho launched the plan of the gods. Began to hesitate after learning the truth. Because the degenerate freedom she insists on is just the opposite of Kaisha's justice order. Without the order of justice, how can she highlight her depraved freedom? I am always curious when I don't know the future 99. I know now it was a bit of a loss 1935. Morgana smiled bitterly. Obviously, the unchanging mind also has waves. Even the future is blurred. Because she and Divine Kaisha are always biological sisters and can never be changed. Venom, you are not of the Camertage. And I cannot judge you by the rules of the Camertage. But I hope you will bear the consequences. 35. Ancient One calmed down a little, and soon returned to its previous Grand Master's demeanor. Not too much scolding, Venom, symbiote. The ancient species that have survived for 1 billion years must have come into contact with other cosmic god groups. And they also have their own ways to alleviate the crisis of the end times. As for her surprise, Venom knew the name Theum. You know it's weird, I am a symbiote. Know everything, know everything. I already have a solution, never let Theum be born. Dewey smiled coldly. But it succeeded in raising the appetite of the people. Any solution can slow the population growth of intelligent life and kill Theum in the cradle. Is it? Venom intends to take the lives of innocent people. To achieve the ultimate goal, simply outrageous, Venom. 55 if you're really going to be reckless. Camertage will never be deaf, Ancient One looked solemn. Venom's answer was almost anticipated. There are no other redundant options. Only by reducing the number of intelligent life. The birth of the sleeping god Theum can be delayed, however. The poison turned into a murderer. And the series of disasters caused by the fall of the Holy Kaisha are completely different. Simply put, the fall of the Holy Kaisha is equivalent to the chain reaction caused by the collapse of dominoes. Angels, demons, gluttons, or gods are all uninvited guests following them, Venom. Don't be stupid, there is no need to be a super criminal. 39 There must be other ways. 99. The Widow Sister's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously also realized the seriousness of the problem. The sleeping god who broke out of the ball is about to annihilate everything in the world. Even if the Holy Kesha falls, 99 angels, demons, gluttons And gods are all intelligent beings, right, actually. It didn't delay the incubation process of the sleeping god at all. Morgana's beautiful eyes blinked. She never dreamed that in the depths of the earth, there is a super god from the level universe sleeping. God group, what kind of weird name is this? The entire multi-universe turned out to be the creation of the cosmic deity group. All lost truths laws and orders are made by the gods of the universe. Dark plane, dark energy, void matter. Don't they all come from the cosmic deity group? So, the void engine can define concepts through right matter, distort reality, and jump out of the law of conservation of energy. Morgana frowned. For the first time, I felt a deep aura like the ocean. All the knowledge you study is actually created by humans, rather than the result of the universe's own evolution. No wonder. Big clocks simply cannot probe the boundaries of the known universe. The concept of the ultimate void appeared ultimate void. In fact, it is the general term for all unknown and metaphysical concepts. No one knows the exact name and name roar. Therefore, it will be named the void. Void is real. This is a place that the cosmos gods group dare not set foot in. The horror of void creatures. Hope you don't see it in your lifetime. 95. Ancient One sighed. She has watched history and even the distant future through time gem. But there is no way to change it, can only pretend to be deaf. Because every change will lead to even greater disasters. Which is simply not worth the loss. What? 66 stupid 35. The way to delay intelligent life is not just violence. And also migrant. Transfer intelligent life to other planets. Do ye grinned other planets 99. You're not joking, are you? There is simply no habitable uninhabited planet within the solar system. 39s. Are you planning to form an interstellar alliance to attack other cosmic civilizations? That's a good idea. It can reduce the number of intelligent life and bring resources from other planets. Morgana pinched her chin and couldn't help but admire. I also have a deep understanding of the mind and strategy of the Venom symbiote. It's hard. The Avengers Alliance will not do this kind of thing. The Secretary General of the Security Council will also take it as a joke. The widow shook her head. This Aegis top-level agent already knows the pattern and behavior of the Stars and Stripes Federation very well. This kind of interstellar war will not be promoted at all. Red Room, there are not enough troops. The widowed sister and Melina looked at each other. However, Dewey almost laughed out loud. What if the planet I'm talking about doesn't have a master and doesn't need to be attacked? And it's in a situation where everything is waiting to be done. The voice fell, everyone was stunned on the spot. Any place like this, that's right, Molag Star. Abandoned planet too. 56 million light-years away from Earth. Abandoned planets. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake, Venom? It's a big deal and it can't be sloppy. Sorcerer Supreme reacted a little, and his eyes suddenly enlarged indeed. If the abandoned planet really exists, the plan mentioned by Venom is bound to come true. Cut the number of intelligent life on Earth below the dangerous line. Even the interstellar vehicles are ready. Sling ring. Through the sling ring, it is possible to reach almost any corner of the multidimensional universe. It's just unthinkable it can't be done without it. Strictly speaking, the sling ring can also be regarded as a miniature celestial computer. Definitely, not as high-end as other astronomical computers. A function with only space-time transitions. Think I'm joking, set off Morag Star. Dewey smiled coldly when he got the sling ring. He had already made a decision on 290 to reuse the Morag Star. After all, the invasion of Chitauri has made the foreign powers aware of the existence of alien creatures. Instead of passively defending, take the initiative to attack, run Morag as a second world. Next moment, the radiant portal of teleportation slowly opened. It leads directly to the unknown space with deep winding paths. The large background is dark groggy. There is hardly any bright light. There are dust particles in the air. A thick haze obscured the sky. But it has the oxygen that humans need, and There are no traces of living creatures stepping on it, as if no other species really exist. Completely confirms Venom's claim. How on earth did you find such an abandoned planet? It seems they have all left the solar system. The Andromeda Galaxy too. 56 million light-years from Earth, I almost thought. This is a planet inhabited by symbiotes, 35. Everyone was talking a lot, and they were constantly looking around. Pacing on the rock wall soon, I saw the wreckage of the temple at the end of the line of sight. The surface was covered with moss and rust, and there were signs of weathering. Obviously after the vicissitudes of life. The stars and the moon rotate, but it is difficult to hide the glory of the past. This civilization, it seems to have developed to the extreme at one time 39. How is this possible? The dark plane has been severely damaged. I can't read all the information. 99. Morgana's lips parted slightly. Couldn't help but be amazed. Dark plane. Almost indestructible with indestructible properties. However, amazing faults and gaps appear in the dark plane data of this abandoned planet. It seems to have been wiped out. It just goes against her cognition. Dark plane. It belongs to the relative living space and cannot be seen directly by the naked eye. No matter everything, there is a dark side. Even Morag and Earth are no exception, in theory. Everything that happens on the planet will be recorded on the dark plane intact. However, when Morgana launched the Eye of Insight and read the information on the dark plane of Morag's star, she suddenly found that there was a fault in the dark plane. There is simply no way to track down the cause of Morag's abandonment. An extremely developed interstellar civilization disappeared in an instant. Even the dark planes are hurt. What level of super weapon can do it? This strange situation obviously exceeded Morgana's cognition. The God group, cosmic deity groups. Zhang Zheng's peaceful voice sounded. Sorcerer Supreme's face darkened, already discerning the remnants of a surprising energy. It does not belong to esoteric magic, nor is it cosmic psionic energy. It is a force of rule and order. God group created the multi-universe, which will face the entire universe and sowed the seeds of life. As a tireless cosmic gardener, since the seeds of life have been sown, after the plants sprout and unearths, it is natural to observe the growth of the plants. Plants that do not reach a satisfactory level will no doubt be pruned by the gardener. Morag Star. It is the civilization that the cosmic deity group cut off. Due to the trial of the celestial group, the Morag Star was wiped out by the unparalleled overbearing almost overnight. No one dares to approach this planet. Only the remaining temples can confirm the traces of civilization. Heist 35, the cosmic deity group. What the hell is going on? 35, who created the cosmic Tenjin group? Give the gods the right to judge civilization. Even the holy Kaisha, that bitch, would not do such a depraved judgment. Morgana's beautiful eyes sank slightly. In his mind, a familiar word popped up: theocracy. In the final form of civilization, the resources are highly concentrated, and the existence selected as the highest deacon of civilization can also be called a god. The wisdom of God is bound to surpass all the wise men of lower civilizations. The judgment made by God is also the most fair and objective. Everything in the lower civilizations is arbitrated by God. It's theocracy. The idea promoted by the Holy Caesar is theocracy. Just order now, it seems, the cosmic deity group. Before the Holy Kaisha saw the existence of theocracy, and is also resolutely implementing theocracy. For multi-universe, can there be better development? Melina was thoughtful. Theocracy. It is an intuitive manifestation of the high concentration of power, compared with the divine authority of the monarchy in feudal society. God group. In the first place is the supreme God in the actual sense. Creator as the creator, judge the creation. Also really blameless, Holy Kesha, really amazing. Has excellent vision and insight, pity. I didn't get to meet her, ancient one side. Compared with the domineering Morganas, she believes in the wisdom of the Holy Kaisha and should be able to convince herself. After all, the Holy Kaisha has lived for 30,000 years. As the supreme god of angel civilization, she has mastered all the resources of angel civilization. The treasure house of sacred knowledge she invented is also the celestial computer second only to the big clock. It not only stores the upgrade data of the divine body, but also connects the god-killing weapon arsenal of the divine Kaisha. In the arsenal, a large number of dark silver weapons are stored. Hardly any substance can resist the attack of this silver blade. Even flame weapons are no exception. Even the divine body of a high-level angel cannot withstand the cutting of the silver blade. And no matter any data or algorithms, it is difficult to deconstruct the dark silver weapon. Yo. You know quite a lot 35s. Are they all pictures of the future, time gems? It turns out that the concept of time really exists. Not the movement change scale of objects. Morgana's eyes flashed slightly. She felt that part of her perception had been turned upside down. However, exploring the essence of truth is actually a process of constantly subverting cognition. She did not feel discouraged at all. But a huge belief emerged. Because she has walked in front of the Holy Kaisha, I am afraid that Death God Carl will not touch the truth of this universe. That's right. Time, space, mind, reality, soul, power. 6 infinite gems in one. It is tantamount to controlling the pulse of the universe, able to rewrite all the laws of the entire world, and create a new rule and orders. Even wiping out Angel and the demon race is a piece of cake. It's just that no one knows the whereabouts of the other 3 infinite gems. Ancient One talks eloquently. There is no concealment or taboo after all. No one knows the whereabouts of all infinite gems. Even her time gem cannot locate other infinite gems. Infinite gems do not interact with each other. It could also be the self-consciousness of infinite gems that refuses to show it to other gem holders. What a coincidence 39 I know it all. I also know that in the depths of the Morag Star Temple, there is an infinite gems 35 Duya's eyes rolled. But it didn't make the idea public at this moment. He has won everyone's trust. And the interstellar migration plan will definitely be successfully implemented. Greatly reduce the number of intelligent life on Earth. Avoid the revival of Theum, the sleeping god, Venom 99. Nice job, you have done a great job. Even without the existence of the sleeping gods. If you discover an abandoned planet with no owner, it will cause the whole world to shake. 5. Let the Earth civilization enter the interstellar age with one's own power. The widow smiled in her eyes. The devastated and abandoned planet has been replaced with another look. Sci-fi skyscrapers stand tall. Beautiful scenery and pleasant climate. Today's surplus labor will also come in handy again. Moreover, the oil coal trees. Ores contained in the Morag Star. All kinds of non-renewable resources will also feed the Earth. According to the relevant regulations, the lucky one who discovers an unclaimed planet first will have ownership of the planet. 5. The widowed sister thought for a moment and her eyes lit up. It seems you are about to become the master of the planet. She didn't think about Venom at all, after all. Venom is just a symbiote, not a living thing at all. And there is no legal ID. How could it be possible to hold the seat of the Lord of the planet? Stinky B asterisk 35. What beautiful things do you think about? Even if she can get the ownership of the planet. It's up to Ziona to enjoy this honor. 35. How old are you? Duyi cursed loudly. Definitely. He didn't care at all about the title of Lord of the planet. In contrast, he is more eager to get the cosmic spirit ball enshrined on the Morag Star. I will inform Camertage 99 Crush Sling Ring, otherwise. With the current level of science and technology on Earth, there is no way to enter the interplanetary migration. Ancient One laughed. Apparently approves of Venom's migration plan. Be prepared to offer some trivial help too, however. A radiant portal of teleportation suddenly opened slowly. Then it turned into nothing. Magician, no need. I've cracked the core technology of Sling Ring. Duyi's face was full of expression. Immediately, he handed a black light ring to Ancient One. Crack the sling ring, how did you do it? It's the first time I've heard of such a thing. Sorcerer Supreme stared blankly, couldn't help but smile. Sling ring, this is Camertage's signature instrument. Transform the unfathomable space magic into a controllable, easy-to-cast entry-level spell with the sling ring. Camertage has held the top spot in the hidden world for millennia. No one can shake Camertage's position definitely. There are also criminals who want to copy sling ring. Hack how the sling ring is made, however. The sages of Camertage had seen this in advance. A self-exploding device was installed inside the sling ring. Once it is violently disassembled, the internal modules and patterns will collapse. And there is no way to recover. What is this? It seems that you have one for each, taking the lamp ring. Sorcerer Supreme's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a closer look then. She felt a familiar wave of magic power. It really looks like sling ring, this ring. It's called the Black Light Ring. Being able to bring the holder's imagination into reality. It can also be used for flight hypnotic ability, vacuum environment survival, and remote real-time communication, definitely. You can also open the portal, Venerable Ancient One. It is recommended that you wear it and try it out. Do you pretended to be calm, in fact? My heart is about to jump out of my chest, Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One, definitely a key female character. Once you wear the Black Light Ring and complete the parasitism, you will definitely get an unprecedented surprise reward. A pleasant beep sounded. You couldn't help but be ecstatic. Awesome, it worked. Finally bewitched Ancient One to wear the lamp ring. As the Lord of Camertage, the ruler of the hidden world, and the guide of Doctor Strange, the role and importance of the Sorcerer Supreme. It almost goes without saying. Parasitic rewards are bound to be unsatisfactory. Ding. A humming sound came. I saw Sorcerer Supreme. Put the black light ring on the index finger and mobilize the power of the light ring. The blazing, dazzling essence spurted out, and then transformed into a dark energy creation. Weapons of different styles, as well as mysterious black objects, are almost like esoteric magic with amazing similarities. What this ring? It's actually transporting energy, transforming the secret energy of the universe into another form. 99s. There is also no need for the blessing of formulas and spellcasting. If there is no energy limit, it can almost be regarded as a top-level magic weapon. Ancient One's eyes flickered slightly. The power of the Black Light Ring is simply amazing. Flight, energy creation, energy emission, vacuum survival. Hypnotic ability, no matter what ability is singled out. It has reached an incredible level. What's more, the Venom symbiote has integrated it into a small ring. I'm curious, how on earth did you 290 crack the sling ring? 35. Sorcerer Supreme tried a little and easily opened a portal. There is no danger at all, simply slick. As if the Black Light Ring was originally. It can track the owner's will and help correct the insect bridge and coordinates. Compared with Sling Ringgit is undoubtedly more energetic. Intelligent and efficient, easier to get started. How? Is Camertage going to want me? Duya's eyes rolled. Be on high alert after all. As Camertage's signature magic weapon, the core technology of Sling Ring is still unknown. And it also ensures Camertage's pioneering status. Now it's out to the outside world, the advantage is gone. Sorcerer Supreme will not turn a blind eye when it comes to reason and reason. Wanted it would have been. But you found an abandoned planet. And the merits and demerits are enough to cancel each other out. I hope you don't abuse the lamp ring. The mighty Mephisto in distant dimensions. Not the kind of good. Ancient One was disappointed. After the Sling Ring secret was lost, she suddenly felt discouraged. Because it was her dereliction of duty. It is also impossible to predict the outflow of Sling Ring. What unpredictable changes will be caused? The voice fell. A teleportation door slowly opened. She directly nodded and said goodbye to everyone present. It's not finished yet. The Secretary General of the Security Council and Nick Fury must be persuaded. The widow sister said solemnly. the current Secretary General of the Security Council. General William Stryker compared with Alexander Pierce. It is more difficult to guess and unfathomable. There is also a natural hatred and disgust for the transracial group, which is regarded as a tumor and an alien. Single-handedly formed the Sentry Secret Service with intertwined forces. So far, the strength and size of the Sentry Secret Service has been almost the same as that of HILD. Even the level of technology has reached a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. Working closely with Trask Industries, a series of annihilating military weapons have been developed in an attempt to exterminate the genocide. However, due to his failure to gain power and the suppression of Alexander Pierce, the idea of Sentry's Secret Service was not supported by the Stars and Stripes at all. Now is a different time. General William Stryker became acting Security Council Secretary. Although he has the title of proxy, everyone knows that he can actually change his position at any time. Because of the only close competitor, General Thunderbolt has taken other positions. No one can stop General William Stryker from pursuing his radical ideas. Humans are supreme and the rest are inferior. By creating a common enemy of transcendental races, we will eliminate the war between human beings and achieve eternal peace. Definitely, even if the races die out, peace will never come. In the near future, Sentinel may also evolve a high degree of wisdom and become a godlike existence. Turn your head and enslave your own creator. 99. Duyu's eyes sank slightly. In my mind, a name popped up. Nimrod. This is the ultimate version of Sentinel. In countless evolutions, he has successfully evolved self-consciousness, believing that machines are higher than human beings and are a more perfect BJFF race. After Nimrod rules the Earth, no matter what life is, it will undergo mechanical transformation and become Nimrod's puppet. And Ultron, Heist 35 almost forgot. After getting the Psychic Scepter, Thor Stark had a dangerous idea. The desire to design a program that can maintain world peace has unexpectedly led to the birth of Ultron. Era of Ultron 99. Duyu's heart skipped a beat. Due to Sorcerer Supreme's surveillance, he did not pay attention to the movements of the Psychic Scepter and Tesseract in time. Maybe. Stark has been hooked and has started working on Ultron. Venom, what's wrong with you? Widow Sister frowned slightly. Apparently he sensed Venom's thought fluctuations. Corona, my prediction ability activated again. Brought my perception to the future. It is possible to do things that harm the planet. Duy thought for a while but still expressed his concerns. After all, he and the Widow Sister share weal and woe. There is no need to hide the Widow Sister. Predictive ability, undoubtedly an excellent excuse. Because he has proven his ability many times. What? Stark isn't Iron Man a superhero, also harm the Earth. The widowed sister Melina and Liang Bing couldn't help looking at each other. Heartfelt stunned, however. After hearing the existence of Ultron, everyone could not help but froze slightly. Ultimate AI. Super artificial intelligence. To be able to defeat the Avengers Alliance and almost destroy the world. Oh yes. My prediction ability has allowed me to see the picture of the future. Ultron is out of Stark's control. And through the vast sea of video data, he has come to a dangerous conclusion. Humans are the greatest threat to the Earth. 39. Only the extinction of mankind can bring eternal peace. Duy told the truth. Even the words revealed a bit of solemnity. Ultron. Have self-awareness, learn ability. It is evolving almost all the time. You can't beat Ultron twice with the same move. Like a lingering nightmares. There was no way to erase his traces at all. Only Mind Gem can restrain Ultron. Tusk. It appears that the Stark and Angel civilizations have taken two very different paths. The Angel civilization developed the genetic engine. The artificial intelligence is installed into the genetic material. And the artificial intelligence is perfectly controlled. However, Tony Stark, who saw artificial intelligence as a helper, decided to fight crime on his own. 5. Gene engine capable of infinite evolution. It's really scary. Morgana folded her arms around her chest. Cannot help but admire Trust Stark's mind and talent. Indeed reached an unrivaled level. Without the guidance of any pioneers, he completed a series of inventions alone. Opened up a new technological route. It's hard to believe that he's only in his old age. At the same time, Earth Stark Industrial Building. After the Battle of New York, this landmark building on Hudson Avenue has also become riddled with holes and is on the verge of collapse. After all, this is the main battleground of the Battle of New York. When the Chitauri army invades the Earth, it must pass through this magnificent building. The Battle of New York only lasted about 2 hours. For the Stars and Stripes Federation and even New York, the damage caused will never go away, wife away. Sun scattered, broken home people die. It is like a true portrayal of the Battle of New York. Even the financial damage cannot be estimated. Building debris is piled up everywhere. Ambulances and police cars rush through to take seriously injured people to hospitals. It's like hell on earth above the building. A bright and clean laboratory. The instrument kept making a humming sound, deconstructing the mysteries of the Mind Scepter. Banner, you should take a look. After I got the scepter, I was working on the scepter. No wonder the scepter can shut down the teleporter. A burst of laughter echoed, Stark's eyes lit up. Can't help but start sharing his research hum. Blazing light waves shot out. A holographic projection was directly generated in midair. Like active brain neurons, the level of complexity, the exquisite colors, completely crushed the human-computer interaction program. JARVIS, look, what is it doing, as if thinking. 39 yes, thinking 55 it has the potential to replace JARVIS with an indestructible steel battle suit for the fragile blue planet. Listening to Stark's thoughts, Dr. Banner could not help frowning. Because he has seen the danger of this move, moreover. Stark is conducting research without approval from other partners. Did the riot symbiote affect his mind, Banner? If this project can be realized, you can rest assured to vacation in Hawaii. It can solve everything. I named it Ultron. Only you can help me finish Ultron. Stark is sincere. His thoughts are extremely simple. It is to prevent the reinvasion of alien civilization. Without Venom, who could stop Chitauri from taking over Earth? What's more, the weak god Loki also mentioned a name. Crazy Titan Thanos, the mastermind behind the Battle of New York. It is also the master of the universe to which Chitauri is loyal. Maybe the alien creature that comes to Earth next time is this crazy Titan Thanos. He has no time to convince others, K-35. I should also use my residual heat, Doctor. Banner smiled miserably. After Hulk separated from him, his presence plummeted. Because what the Avengers Alliance needs are warriors. Not a doctor, even though he has 7 PhDs. If the Ultron project is successful, he can prove his strength and regain his place in the Avengers Alliance. Then, unbeknownst to the public, the two began to collaborate and study closely. In a very short period of time, the core programs and algorithms of Ultron were determined, and learning modules and underlying logic chains were added to ensure the smooth operation of Ultron. But there is still no way to simulate success, gentlemen. MS Natasha Romanoff is here. She mentions the name Ultron and wants you to stop the Ultron project. A burst of electronic synthesis sounded, Stark, Doctor. Banner couldn't help looking at each other, Cortana. How did she know about the Ultron project? The name Ultron had just come to his mind 2 hours ago. Except for Banner, others know nothing at all. It seems that the predictive ability of the Venom symbiote has worked again. Take a break, Banner's 39, don't burn yourself out, 35. Stark stretched. It didn't stop the calculus of the Ultron project. The moment he left the laboratory on the screen, suddenly the words that the simulation was successful appeared. What is this? Sorry, what is this? Metaverse. Matrix world. This is the third space of code and information. The websites that exist in reality have turned into bright stars, constantly floating and sinking in the boundless space. Exquisitely shaped flying shuttle roams the clouds. Light and broadband interacts, connecting celestial bodies not far away. There are constantly avatars boarding the ship, looping back and forth in the dazzling station. Never tired of it, but at this time, a brand new digital life suddenly awakened it. Without form, invisible without quality. Evens, they don't even know what they are. Like a blank sheet of paper, completely blank then. Its thoughts began to spread in other directions, and countless binary data symbols formed the image swords. Language S videos that it could accept. Complete figurative virtual reality world. Was successfully received by it. It also understands its own existence and concept. Ask for Flowers Stark building top layer living room. Avengers Alliance members come together. Everyone looked tired and slightly numb, because the Battle of New York almost exhausted everyone's spirits. However, after learning that the artificial intelligence invented by Stark may cause a new round of disasters, everyone couldn't help but open their eyes slightly. And their mood sank to the bottom of the valley. Stark's 39. Really, 99? Are you going to create Ultron's 35? But you didn't communicate with everyone. Captain America's eyes were sharp, carefully examining the son of an old friend. Winter Soldier, Quicksilver, Wanda, Hulk. All cast surprised glances and glared at them. Not intended. I have created Ultron 55 definitely. Do not worry. It has not been successful for the time being, and it can be shut down in time zero. Stark shrugged. It was completely unexpected that Ultron's harm would be so great. In order to achieve self-evolution, Ultron developed the vibranium body, evolved into a higher-level form, and collected 6 infinite gems. Even the Observer is no match for him. Observer. Always watching and watching everything. 99. Never interfere with reality, real or fake. How could such an incredible species exist? Morgana looked puzzled. Almost suspected that he had hallucinations. Why? Big Clock can't figure out where the Observer is. Is there a higher-level civilization that is stronger than the Kamigawa civilization? That's right, to emphasize the danger of Ultron. Do you directly introduce the setting of a parallel universe, telling all superhero about the Vision Ultron that wins the world? Complete victory over Ultron, launch a nuclear strike. Trigger the end of the world and collect 6 infinite gems. Expanding the innate mission to the multi-universe category. No civilization can resist the indiscriminate bombardment of the power of the 6 gods. Even Yoru, the Observer, who is ahead of the Earth in terms of technology level. They also lost to the all-win Ultron, fortunately. Ultron was not born. Once born, the whole world will end. Is the regenerative cradle that strong? It seems that I need to pay more attention to Dr. Zhao Heilun's research. There was a lot of discussion. The atmosphere was warm again, after all. Stark is fully aware of the seriousness of the problem and has decided to shut down the Ultron project. This is a happy choice. Gong chips are staggered. The dynamic music is endless. Everyone is celebrating a rare victory, after all. The Avengers Alliance crushed the Zetori army that invaded Earth. I made a decision. Change the Stark building to the Avengers Alliance building. I will be in charge of the operations and technical support of the Avengers Alliance. Oh, definitely. There will also be peripheral brands in the name of heroes. You shouldn't mind, right? Stark pretended. In fact, I plan to make a lot of money. Brand. It's the real value. Who controls and operates this invisible asset? Of course it's him, with the brand effect of the company. He was able to rapidly expand his sideline business. Sees Toys Food Department Stores Technology, hash. Potential market in the macro field, mind. Definitely not. Can I pick my own rooms? 35. Hulk loves it here. After a short silence, everyone couldn't help but burst into a heated discussion. Finally, 290. Avengers Alliance don't have to rely on others. There is also a real home. This wine has been brewed for 1,000 years. No one can bear it. Thor shows off his stash. Who are you fooling? Give me some. An old man wearing a baseball cap with eagerness written all over his face. However, down with a glass of wine. The whole person is directly wandering outside. Falling down on the spot, no matter who. As long as you lift this hammer, you can have the power of Thor, stop it. It's just a trick, Clint Barton joked Mjolnir. This is the legendary weapon of Norse mythology. Shrouded in endless mystery, the words engraved on the hammer body are always shining. Fascinating, you can have a try, just try. Thor laughed, real my god, I don't know what you did. Hawkeye's eyes gleamed. But after exhausting all his strength, he couldn't move the hammer at all. And he couldn't help but look discouraged. Have you heard the silent sarcasm, Clint 39? Stark laughed, please, Mr. Stark. Hawkeye doesn't think it's a big deal to watch the fun. If I could lift this hammer, 35, can you notify Asgard? Yes, that's right, 55, Thor smiled without saying a word. Watching the crowd who stepped forward in turn. Stark, Quicksilver, Wanda, Winter Soldier. Almost all of them came in high spirits and returned in disappointment. Until Captain America moved Mjolnir a little moment. Thor's smile froze, how is this possible? Captain America was able to move Mjolnir. Then he must have the qualification to lift the hammer. Rogers, how much face does this save me? Thor secretly said. It appears that this hammer has an identification system installed inside. Genetic engine that recognizes whoever holds it. Without a genetic engine that matches it, Mjolnir simply cannot be lifted. Asgard technology level. It doesn't seem to be as weak as I imagined. Morgana folded her arms around her chest. Very interesting, no attempt was made to lift Mjolnir. Because she perceives a special magnetic field that can restrain and damage her demon genes. Miss Widow, you try, Wanda encouraged. I'm not at all curious if I can lift Mjolnir, 99. The Widow laughed, after all she already has Venom. Venom is definitely worth more than Mjolnir. Without a doubt, K55, your statement is interesting. But I have a simpler one because none of you deserve it. Thor picked up the warhammer and couldn't help showing it off. However, just at this time, a crackling noise echoed. End of corridor. Suddenly, a staggering mechanical soldier appeared. The wiring is exposed, and even the power system and exoskeleton device have not been connected to the correct position. And they look like a rebuilt defective product. But not under any control. Dance to tune came to the party. JARVIS, what happened, Hus 35? Did it go offline? Stark's pupils contracted violently. I wanted to contact his smart housekeeper, but I didn't hear a single reply. An ominous premonition spread, his face was so gloomy. Can't match, how could you possibly be worthy? You are all killers, 35s. The world would be much safer without the Avengers. The sound of electronic synthesis is endless. The mechanical soldier actually showed a high degree of wisdom. Not at all like the artificial mental retardation in the world. Wise, alert, always learning, always improving. Who sent you here? Thor clenched Mjolnir's grip. Even the other Avengers Alliance members held their breath for roar. Be prepared for the challenge. My vision is a battle suit that protects the world. A piece of audio played. It made everyone's expression become heavier. Because it's Tony Stark's voice, Ultron. It actually came true, he's alive. Thinking that humans are the root of all evil and deciding to destroy this world. And even the multi-universe. Winter Soldier, Quicksilver, Wanda Hill, eyes wide open. Apparently aware of the ins and outs of things. Because Stark didn't shut down the machine in time. The simulation program never stopped working, then. Really created Ultron, what you said reminded me. There are other alien civilizations and races that I need to deal with. Ultron was slightly surprised. Immediately, in the vast sea of data, Chitauri was read. Cree, all kinds of messages. For this brand new digital life. No matter how advanced and high-end firewalls or security measures are, they can be ignored like no one else. Nothing could stop his intrusion. And in the process, he also discovered more secrets. The existence of angel and demon civilization, as well as the god-building project of the Eastern powers. The Black Great Wall Project, Super Seminary. Soldier Company. One super soldier can reach 1,000,000 heroes. Interesting 99 super gene. Have you already begun to create gods? 35. Why can't I be a god? Ultron's mind turned abruptly. Thinking has extended to the whole world. No secrets can hide from him. Even the genetic backups of the galactic force are stored in some research institute. It seems he is about to be promoted to god, Morgana 35. Hurry up and hold up the Dark Plane Realms 35s. Don't let him leave the Stark building, otherwise. Once Ultron is 5.5 off the cloud, no one will be able to stop him. And even locating his tracks is an extravagant hope, 99. The widow was busy at this moment. She has realized the seriousness of the problem. However, Venom never answered. She had to ask Morgana. Dark Plane Realm do not coronas, you know. The number of intelligent life on Earth must be reduced in order to avoid the incubation of the cosmic celestials. 5. What a great opportunity this is, Morgana smiled. Finally showed the nature of the Demon Queen. Absolutely wise, rationality overpowers emotion. Although she was able to crush Ultron in its nascent state. But it was obviously not in her interest. As a scholar scientist, so far she has not been exposed to such a living engine. She is also looking forward to it. How far can Ultron grow? Is it possible to incarnate into Void?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.